Chapter 1 Traveling Through the Demon Slayer, first showing its prowess. Redstone Mountain. Halfway up the mountain, Yuan Sota lowered his head and stared at the wood on the tree stump. He held the wood stump with his left hand and took a sharp breath. As his lungs collapsed slightly, as he exhaled this breath, he slashed down with the knife in his right hand. The round and thick wood seemed to be penetrated by a ray of light, and broke into two sections with a snap. Gensuda looked at the smooth surface without any gaps and exhaled softly. He dropped the piece of wood and collided with a pile of wood next to him. A pile of smooth wood that could reflect sunlight was piled next to him. This was his morning's work. It has been 3 months since he came into this world. Yes, Minamoto Sota was not originally from this world. Before he traveled through time, he was a swordsman named Li Yi. During a sparring exchange with others, he was severely hit on the head with a bamboo knife by the person opposite him. He fainted, and when he woke up again, he had come to this world. After accepting the memory of the original owner, he learned that this was the world that originally belonged to Demon Slayer. Before the time travel, he had rarely been exposed to anime. He only occasionally heard others discussing this phenomenal anime and smiled bitterly. If he had known that something like this would happen to him, he should have dabbled in anime more, so that he wouldn't be unable to get useful information now. But he was addicted to swordsmanship and could not survive in this world. After experiencing the initial helplessness, he still accepted the reality. When he first traveled to this body, he was followed by severe pain. With his eyes darkened, he could only continue to receive the memory of the original owner. Only then did he find that the original owner accidentally fell off the cliff while going up the mountain to cut down a tree. The protagonist traveled through time after dying. Dragging this body with an unknown number of broken ribs, he limped toward the village in his memory. It took him several months to recover from his injuries. Thanks to a sister with excellent medical skills, Yuan Kangta, who had multiple fractures, was able to avoid subsequent infection and injury and die at home. Minamoto Misa cried loudly when she picked up her brother. She saw that no part of his body was intact. I even thought that he could not be saved. But she carefully took care of Yuan Sota for 3 months, and Yuan Sota recovered incredibly. And after being weak for so long, the body unexpectedly became stronger, just like emerging from a cocoon and becoming a butterfly. Is this a reward for time travelers? Yuan Kangta was confused about this. After recovering, Minamoto Sota found that all his swordsmanship in his previous life could be realized here. Because he could feel that there was a completely different power system in this world than in his previous life, and he couldn't wait to display the peerless sword skills that were imprinted in his mind in this world. Yuan Sota still doesn't know what dangers there are in this world. He feels that there is inexhaustible power in his body. After his sister confirmed that he had truly fully recovered, he embarked on a journey of cultivation. Every day I go up the mountain to chop waterfalls, chop wood, cut stones, and kill wild boars to practice the knife skills in my mind. And he unexpectedly picked up what seemed to be an unfinished knife in the center of the lake on the top of Mount Kishi. He used this knife to continuously train himself. The chopped wood is carried home honestly. In the evening, the setting sun slowly sets in the sky, shedding the last warmth. Gensuda raised his head and glanced at the sunset, which was as red as blood, and felt that it was time to eat. He tied the logs on the ground together with ropes, tightened them, and carried them behind his back. The black sword was placed on the ground, and the blade showed a glass-like quality. This made Yuan Kangta, who had no access to good swords in the previous world, particularly fond of it. There was no other way. He didn't want to go to the mountain with a kitchen knife to chop down trees, and imagining those peerless knife skills being continuously swung out by a kitchen knife from his hand, the scene shouldn't be too beautiful. Under the sunlight, the whole knife showed a primitive atmosphere. He picked it up casually, inserted it into the crack of the wood, and walked down the mountain. When you see an injustice on the road, just roar and take action when it's time to take action. Gensuda walked while humming a ditty from his world. When he reached the foot of the mountain, he saw his own cabin. Cutting down a whole tree made Gensoda sweat all over his body. There was a stream at the foot of the mountain. He walked slowly to the stream, looked at the clear water, and prepared to wipe his body. Ah, it's so comfortable. As his palm entered the bottom of the stream, Gensoda let out a groan. He desperately needed cold water to cool down his body. He placed his hand in the stream and carefully felt the cool temperature, but a dazzling red color suddenly appeared on the back of his hand. Eh? Is this bleeding? Yuan Suda looked at his smooth and white palms, but there are no wounds on my hands. The bloodshot eyes became thicker and thicker, and half of the creek was occupied, and he felt something was wrong. He stood up alertly, his muscles all over his body began to tighten, his right hand pressed the handle of the knife behind him, and the corners of his black clothes were constantly swaying in the wind. If there were a swordsman master here at this time, he would definitely admire Yuan Zhangta for being a master in using swords. That is the starting position of sword drawing, and he is alert to possible dangers. He looked along the stream to the place where he lived in the village where he lived when he was a child. Not good. Yuan Kuda said in his heart, my sister is still there, I don't know what happened. Gensoda threw away the wood he was carrying, drew out his knife, put his foot forward and hurried to the location of the wooden house. Inside the wooden hut, a beautiful girl who looked a bit older than Genso was standing behind the door. She was wearing a pink kimono and a black haori, holding a stick in her hand and pressing hard against the door. Looking at Genmissa's expression, it seemed that she was using all her strength to prevent the thing outside the door from coming in. There was a dull, hoarse sound coming from outside the door, which was as uncomfortable as nails scratching against gold and stone. A humanoid monster stood in front of the door made of wood, covered in grey-black skin. Dense scales covered most of its body, like armor, and its head grew two sharp horns, emitting a biting cold light. The most terrifying thing is that when the mouth opens and closes, you can see that its mouth is full of sharp blades, and blood is dripping downwards, forming a ball and dripping to the ground. It held a human arm in its right hand. The arm was mutilated, and there was no need to think about who bit off the missing pieces of flesh. It is precisely because of this that he has the patience to play hide and seek with the girl behind the door. He has eaten enough, and now it is time for him to enjoy playing with his prey. It wants the girl behind the door to die in despair, so that her flesh will be more delicious. It will also become more powerful. It seemed that the stalemate had been going on for a long time and it was getting impatient. He slammed the wooden door with his left arm, and with a bang, the wooden door exploded into a big hole. It stretched out its bloody mouth but did not see the beautiful girl. Chapter 2. Minamoto Misa fled to the back room. She closed the wooden door of the back room with a trembling hand, picked up the household knife used to chop wood behind the door, and swung her hands with both hands, but she still tried to hold the knife in her hand. She faced the doorway, her lips white, and her brother's name kept on saying, Mrs. Kang, Mrs. Kang, Mrs. Kang, don't come back. She was determined to die, and she didn't want her brother to die here when he returned. At first, she went to the village with a basket to exchange the wild boar meat that her brother had hunted for a vegetable stew. But no sooner had she reached the village than a shrill scream rang out in the village. She saw a horrible scene. On this bloody ground, bright red blood flows like a river, forming a series of twisted scrolls. The smell of blood and the smell of fish filled the air and was suffocating. An atmosphere of death enveloped the village, and groans of pain rang out incessantly. A human-like monster draped in scales kills everyone in the village. The monster grabbed the screaming girl by the hair, tore off one of her arms, stuffed it into its mouth, and turned to look at Minamisa. Her furious and hideous eyes made her shudder, and she threw down the wild boar that she had brought over to exchange vegetables, stumbling and running back. Sweat wet her hair, slightly obscuring her vision, but she didn't dare to lift her hair, she was afraid that the monster would rush in the next second. She heard the monster's footsteps getting closer. The sound of heavy footsteps was like a demon seeking her life, constantly pounding her heart. Feeling the vibration coming from the doorway, Minamisa took a deep breath and tried to tell herself not to be afraid. As if she had made up her mind, she threw the machete out of her hand so hard that she had never felt her strength so great. The machete passed through the wooden door and threw it at the dark shadow in the doorway. There was no imaginary sound of a machete stabbing into the flesh, and the monster kicked the door open. The machete was in its hand, and it caught it with one hand. Minamisa was desperate, she fell to the ground in horror, and kept moving backwards. Seeing the desperate expression of the prey in front of him made the monster feel very comfortable, it showed a hideous smile and said hoarsely, "Your desperate face before you died is really addictive, this beautiful young lady." It reached out and grabbed the girl, it was tired of the game, and now it was time to enjoy its prey. The black and scaly arms were getting closer and closer to the girl's neckline. Minamisa leaned against the wall and closed her eyes, calmly waiting for her death, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes proving that she was not as calm as she seemed. There was a rush of footsteps outside the house, like a war drum was constantly beating, and something was coming, and Genmisa thought to herself, is it another hideous monster? Boom! With a loud bang, a well-proportioned figure broke through the plank next to Genmisa. A black knife with an indomitable momentum appeared in this space, and it broke the pattern at this time. And its wielder seems to know how to maximize its power. Yuan King completed 2 turns in the air in a dashing manner, carrying a huge amount of kinetic energy added to the black knife, and then pressed down like a heavy object. The purpose of all this was just to cut off the hand that was close to the girl. What a violent thought, with the determination not to cause any harm to one's own family. Even steel is difficult to maintain in its original state in the face of this knife. A white line ran through the scaly arm like a piece of wood. The smooth cut appeared between the severed arms, and the arm fell to the ground splashing black blood, and Gen Soda also fell with the arm, and the black knife pointed straight at the monster that had not yet shown a painful expression. It's like heroes always appear at the last minute, and the only person who can protect Minamoto Misa arrives. Gen Soda hugged Gen Misa, who was huddled in the corner, and the black feather weaving continued to fly in the smoke, and it was only then that the monster realized that his arm had been cut off. A scream of endless pain rang out in the space. It looked at Yuan Kangtai with red eyes, "You damn little ghost. The monster's head was bruised, I'm going to skin you and cramp." Just like in the fantasy story, Gen Kangtai watched as the monster's severed arm began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. He looked at this scene with a flat expression, but he had already scolded in his heart. Damn, what is this? The severed hand is still alive, why don't I have this function, is this the power of ghosts? Yuan Kangtai began to recall the few words discussed by his roommates. I remember hearing what they discussed at the time, the Ghost King is not miserable, are these the subordinates of the Ghost King? Gen Kangtai clenched the knife in his hand and looked down at his sister, who had fainted under fear. She unconsciously tugged at Yuan Kangtai's clothes. Gen Kangtai gently stroked her back and gave her some comfort. As if feeling the temperature on her back, Minamisa's wrinkled expression gradually soothed. Yuan Kangtai only completed 1 or 2 small movements on his side, but the ghost over there had already regrown the fallen arm. He looked at the monster with an expressionless face, but had other thoughts in his heart. If you can't kill it by cutting off your arm, then what about cutting off its head? Yuan Kangtai's sharp eyes looked straight at the neck of the ghost, and at this time a qualified hunter stared at his prey. He lifted the knife in his hand slightly, wanting to give it a try for his idea. After the monster repaired his arm, he suddenly felt a biting chill. It's something that hasn't happened in a long time. It was as if it had seen the adult who had given it blood for the first time a long time ago. The adults just glanced at it lightly, and a basin of cold water was splashed on its head. It instantly extinguished its self-confidence, which had skyrocketed because of the power it had gained. And today, in the eyes of a boy, it once again saw the eyes of the adults looking down on all beings. It's been a long time since it became a ghost, and it's been a long time since it's been killed, and the people of a village have boosted its strength a lot. Let it take a step closer to the 12 ghost moons. It imagined the thrill of gaining the blood of that adult again after increasing its strength. There is an expression on his face that is somewhere between hideous and lewd. It suddenly struck, and its scaly fist suddenly smashed into Jen Kangtai, and it suddenly swelled several times on the way. It seems to have unleashed its own blood demon magic. There was a loud boom, and a big hole was smashed out of the wooden board where Yuan Kangtai was standing. Jen Kangtai moved back a distance, avoiding the punch. Although his face was expressionless, the beads of sweat on his head betrayed his true thoughts. I'm. Yuan Kangtai quickly retreated. This punch must not be bruised or purple on the body. Yuan Kangtai hugged his sister and left here quickly. The space was so small that he couldn't exert his full strength. And you have to put your sister in a safe place first, and it's not convenient to take her with yourself, but just a simple dodge can't kill this monster. Chapter 3. Watching the monster's arm sink into the wood and not be able to pull it out for the time being, he looked around and observed the safe place, which was a plane tree, on which they used to fight when they were children. The sycamore tree is not too tall, and the branches are a place where people can be placed. Yuan King didn't dare to delay too much time, so he hurried to the tree in 3 steps and 2 steps, and he gently flattened the branches a little, so that his sister could lie on it more comfortably. The burly black shadow rushed under the cover of the night, and it didn't exist like the NPCs in the world, waiting for you to have everything ready to attack you. Jen Kangtai put his sister away, turned around, and pressed his toes against the thick trunk. The calf suddenly exerted force, like an off-string bow and arrow, and the target was the unknown monster. Looking at the rushing Yuan Kangtai, the monster did not retreat or dodge as expected, but accelerated its speed, as if it was waiting for Yuan Kangtai to take the initiative to send it to the door. The monstrous monster let out a roar of rage, and its arms inflated like inflated balloons. The arm, which was about the same as an ordinary person, had now become 3 times the size of an ordinary person, and then before it stopped, the black chi slowly climbed up the demon's fist, continued to expand, reaching 4 times the size of an ordinary person, and then let out a mad laugh. Cut! I'm going to see if you can cut off my arm this time. As they drew closer, the demon's fist rose high and slammed down, sending a whistling sound of heavy objects cutting through the air in the air. It stared at Jen Kangtai's hand, and this punch was going to make the damn boy taste its pain too. Just now, it was just a mistake that this little imp cut off one of its arms, but it didn't hurt at all. Yuan Kangtai watched the heavy punch about to fall on his hand, and he didn't have to think much to know the consequences of being grazed by the fist, but he didn't panic. In the ghost's field of vision, Yuan Kangtai's slightly blue eyes were calm like water, and there were slight ripples under the continuous collision of strong air currents. Airflow, where does the airflow come from? The ghost's heart tightened, and it felt that something was out of its grasp. The sound of airflow sounded above its head, and I saw Yuan Kangtai take a deep breath, as if he wanted to evacuate this piece of air, and the smooth black knife body was flushed red, like pig iron about to be baked. Yuan King jumped high and slashed at the ghost's arm. Just like lava meets ice water, the moment the knife comes into contact with the arm, the sound of sizzling sounds, which is the result of the high temperature coming into contact with the arm, and then suddenly stops, as if hindered. When it was cut halfway, the knife could not advance again, and was blocked by the arm bone that had been strengthened by the ghost. A sinister smile suddenly appeared on the demon's face in agony. That's what it wants, ready to forcibly hold back the pain, and then screw off the head of the boy in front of it. It had already figured out that after killing him, it would eat his body in front of his sister and let the girl die in despair. Are you smiling so happily? I'm not done yet. A great force bounced back from its arm, and he leaped high again, then fell. If I keep slashing at once, then I'll just slash again. And the sword and bone collide with each other, making a sound like gold and stone. Once, twice, 3 times, the hard bones finally revealed a crack. The ghost grabbed Yuan Kangtai with his other hand, and the intense pain wanted it to break the delicate man in front of him into thousands of pieces, and the figure flickered. Yuan Kangtai let go of his knife, and just when the ghost was secretly happy in his heart, Yuan Kangtai jumped up and fell again, squeezing the blade with the power brought by his toes, and with a crisp bang, his arm fell and hit the ground. A painful wail came from the demon's mouth, and he covered his wound with his remaining left hand, but the horror was that the wound did not spew blood fountain as Yuan Kangtai expected, but slowly flowed a few drops of black blood. Didn't have time to think about it, Yuan Kangtai picked up the knife on the ground at any time and put it back in the sheath. Is this ready to give up, or is it ready to run away? No, the knife is just for a better sword. Click, with a crisp sound, just like the traditional swordsman pulled out his sword, which is extremely standard jihi, that is, the knife drawing technique. Be sure to beg for a knife to cut off the enemy's head. A clear white light streaked across the demon's neck, and bright red blood shot out, and the demon looked at Gen Soda with an expression of disbelief. No. How could it be? Are you? The demon's eyes widened, as if he wanted to keep the enemy in front of him in the deepest part of his heart so that he could take revenge in the next life. Yuan Kangtai showed a smile that was underwhelming. I'm sorry, my name is Miyamoto Musashi, just an unknown swordsmanship enthusiast. Remember to seek revenge on me in the next life. He rambled casually, because he also felt a slight discomfort from the continuous use of swordsmanship. As soon as he came back from running back from the mountain, he participated in a fierce fight. The main thing was not a physical battle. He had never even killed a chicken in his previous life, but this time he cut off the neck of the evil ghost mercilessly. The first time he saw the bloody scene, he felt a trace of physical discomfort. With a flick of his wrist, he swung his knife and made a blood vibrate, and the slightly black blood was thrown to the ground by him, and the blade was smooth and neat again, as if it had just been washed with water. Yuan Kangtai couldn't help but praise, I didn't expect this knife to be so easy to use, it seems that I don't need to wash the knife next time. He looked at the immobile corpse, thought for a moment, hung the knife around his waist, carried a mossy stone, and threw it at the corpse. He didn't know if the ghost here still had the superpower of resurrection, so for the sake of caution, he still held the corpse down. In this way, even if the demon is resurrected, he will have time to react. Hey, what is this? Yuan Kangtai was a little puzzled, and saw that the broken demon body was constantly disappearing, and finally formed a black bead. And the beads are smooth throughout, and the lonely atmosphere covers it, making people look at it not ordinary. This is the legendary explosive equipment? Or is it a world-specific item? With doubts, Yuan Kangtai gently picked up the bead and put it away, and the demon's head disappeared with the disappearance of the body, as if it had never existed in this world. Watching the demon disappear, he had a stomach full of doubts, but as far as he was concerned, there was too little information available this time for him to complete the most basic judgment. He shook his head, trying not to think about it, and walked to the plane tree, where he took his sister down and laid her on a flat floor. He gently shook Minamoto Misa's body. Sister, sister, wake up, the monster was driven away by me, and now it's okay. As Gen Kangtai kept shaking, Gen Misa finally woke up. The eyes that were glowing with clear water opened slightly, and the first thing she saw in the blur was her brother, and she looked at his brother's face with wide eyes. Chapter 4. Kangtai. The girl stretched out her slender lotus root-like hand and gently stroked her brother's face. Where are we? Did you drive that monster away? Yuan Kangtai nodded. Yes, you don't have to worry, the monster is dead, don't be afraid, you're okay now. Hearing this, Minamisa's eyes lit up slightly, and after receiving the good news, her body burst out with new strength, and she tried to stand up and touch her brother's head. Mrs. King is really powerful, my sister will rely on you to protect her in the future. Minamoto Misa seemed to have recovered from her fear, and her brother's tall figure gave her a lot of security. And how are you? Gen Misha looked at Gen Kangtai's body, wanting to see if he was seriously injured. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Yuan Kangtai looked at her sister's anxious appearance and said softly, "It's okay sister, it's just a little bit out of strength, just take a rest." Then he stretched out his arm and compared it to a muscle-showing posture. "I go up the mountain every day to cut down trees and exercise physical strength. Ordinary people can't beat me at all." It seems that he was infected by his brother's ridiculous movements, and a smile appeared on Minamoto's face. "Where is the body? Do you need to throw it out?" Misa Minamoto's face was worried again, and even though there was still a feeling of fear in her heart, she still asked like this. "Well, how do you say this?" Yuan Kangtai scratched his head. "At the beginning, I cut off one of the monster's arms, and then it actually regenerated. I don't believe that the monster with the head cut off can survive." Genkata pointed to the moss-covered piece and continued, "That's the stone I used to hold down the monster to prevent it from resurrecting again, but the monster's corpse is gone." Then he pulled out a black bead and handed it to Minamisa. "Well, this is the last thing left by that monster. Sister, do you know, what is this thing? What's the use?" Minamisa pinched the black beads with her slender fingers and looked at them with her eyes. "Well, I haven't seen this thing either, but there's plenty of time I can guess what it's for." "But," Genik Misa smiled bitterly as she pointed to the wooden house that was about to fall into ruins, "but I think our top priority is to fix the house first, otherwise we won't even have a place to go tonight. Then let's go back to the village first, and then I will go to the mountains to carry wood as soon as I have free time, and we will slowly repair it." Yuan Kangtai looked at the wooden house and said, "This is the place where Minamoto was injured last time he stayed, and Minamoto Misa felt that living in the village might not be conducive to his recovery, so she applied to the village chief for this house that few people lived in as a place for her brother to recover. Minamisa can prepare medicine here with peace of mind and will not affect other people." He still remembers that when he was recuperating here, the village chief and the villagers came to visit him with meat, vegetables, and fruits from various animals. Yuan Kangtai said to herself, not noticing that her sister lowered her head. "The village. There's no going back," Minamisa said with a slight cry. Yuan Kangtai looked at his sister with a blank face. He was not unhappy to be interrupted, so he thought of the blood that came from the stream, and seemed to know something. "Sister, do you mean that it was also attacked by monsters?" With tears in her eyes, she looked up at her brother and said, "I'll go to the village tonight and bring the wild boar you hunted last time, and I want to ask them to exchange some vegetables for you to make soup to drink." Gen Kangtai helped her wipe the tears that were about to fall. Genmisa took a breath and held back her emotions. "When I first got there, I saw that monster tearing Nami's body, and I was so scared that I didn't dare to turn back. I just knew how to run here, and I didn't know what happened to the rest of them." She gently tugged at the corner of her brother's clothes, and Yuan Kangtai, who had been with her for so long, knew what her sister meant. He gently hugged Yuan Misa and said next to her ear, "I know, sister, it's okay. You accompany me to take a look." He pushed Misha into her eyes. "I'm not at ease if you take it here by yourself." Gen Misa nodded vigorously, "I'll follow you." Yuan Kangtai held the knife at his waist with his left hand, and held Yuan Misha's hand with his right hand. Yuan Misa felt the warmth, settled his mind, and followed his younger brother to the direction of the village. The cold moonlight shone on the two of them, pulling out long shadows. Gen Kangta took his sister back to the place where they had lived since childhood, and he could feel the warm memories here. It was one of the few childhood moments he had. Looking at the broken scene in front of him, the ground was covered in blood, and there were stumps and broken arms everywhere. There are not many people in the village, but he remembers them all one by one: Sister Nami, who loves to laugh, the kind village chief, and Akiko Ino, who loves to cook. Even though he didn't have much affection for these people in his heart, it was an emotion called anger that began to burn in his chest. Gen Misa looked at the hellish scene in front of her, covered her mouth, tears began to drip down to the ground, and her eyes gradually became blurry. Yuan Kangtai felt that something was wrong with her sister's emotions and gently shook her hand. He whispered to her, "Sister, we still have something to do." He pointed there, "Shall we bury them and let their souls rest in peace?" Jen Misa's eyes were slightly red, and she also became stronger when she heard what her brother said, "Yes, we still have things to do." The moonlight became so bright tonight that it seemed to feel the sadness of the two children below, like a huge searchlight shining on the ground, so that they could have enough brightness to bury the deceased. A small hill was piled up in a clearing at the south end of the village, and they picked up the scattered bodies. Some of them were not found and replaced them with clothes from their houses. In front of the small hill is a wooden plaque carved one by Yuan Kangtai with a knife, on which is written the birth and death of the deceased. Wearing a white paper hat found in their house, she held a bowl of water in her hand, rinsed her mouth and bowed to the mound. Yuan Kangtai on the side also bowed as he learned from his sister. Their expressions were solemn, but Yuan Kangtai's heart was not as calm as it seemed, and he watched his sister light something like a white cloth and silk, and the orange flames devoured them. Yuan Kangtai watched the flames burn, and so did the anger in his heart. And he knows whose reason it is all about. "No misery, I'll definitely find you." Yuan Kangtai meditated in his heart. Chapter 5. Where can I find Wu Miao? Yuan Kangtai thought silently. Since he is the so-called Ghost King, then if you destroy him, you can destroy all the ghosts in this world. Then he shook his head slightly, and the unrealistic thought came out of his mind. Now with his strength, he doesn't know if he can be slashed when he encounters no misery. The first time he encountered an ordinary ghost with poor strength, he was choked. No matter how strong the demon is tonight, he can't guarantee that he will be able to kill the other party 100%. An emotion called anxiety quietly took root in his heart, and in the face of an unknown enemy, Yuan Kangtai had to become strong enough to gain a foothold in this world. He put away his thoughts, looked at his sister who was praying for the dead souls on the ground, and said, "Let's go, here we can't sleep well tonight, go and pack some things that can be used, and let's go back to the wooden house." He gently pulled Minamisa to her feet, and the two of them packed up their things and left the place silently. The faint moonlight sprinkled, and the two of them didn't speak on the road, and Yuan Kangtai didn't want to be too silent between them. "This sad emotion has always existed in my sister's heart, which is not conducive to physical and mental health." He broke the silence. "Sister, do you know what attacked us?" Minamisa said softly, "When I used to treat them in the village chief once told me about the topic of man-eating ghosts, but at that time, I only thought that he was talking about a legend, and I never thought that the evil spirits in the original story were so close to us." The village chief said that when he went to the mountain next door a few months ago to collect medicine, he met an old man who lived in the mountain, and the old man told him not to go out for the time being, because there are ghosts and creatures, and ghosts have a cruel temperament, and they feed on humans. Speaking of this, Jen Misha's voice trembled a little. She continued, "The power of the demons seems to come from the Ghost King, and the Ghost King gives them his blood, and they become powerful ghosts." Yuan Kangtai took over. "Is it like the vampires of the West?" "What vampires?" Jen Misa looked at her brother with a little confusion. "I read it in a miscellaneous book, and it said that the ancestors of vampires in the West can give humans source blood, and after getting the source blood, humans will become vampires and gain the same talent as vampires, but vampires who are not given blood in this way are far less powerful than the ancestors." Minamisa fell into thought. "That's right, that's what the village chief told me at the time. He said that ghosts are such creatures, they have the property of being immortal, and the only weakness is the fear of touching the Sunday." Saying that, they came to the house, packed up their moods and prepared to rest. They encountered too many things today, and they needed some time to calm their moods. In order to prevent another accident at night, Yuan Kangtai placed his sleeping bag opposite his sister and the knife on his left-hand side. After a night of silence, they each fell asleep wrapped in their sleeping bags. When the first rays of sunlight pierced the clouds and fell on Gen Soda's body, he didn't open his eyes immediately, but silently took 5 deep breaths to adjust his body to its best before he stood up. Minamoto Misa prepares breakfast for herself and her brother. Sister, you go to the mountain with me, I don't worry about you staying here by yourself. After breakfast, Yuan Kangtai was packing up the things he was going to bring with him when he went up the mountain to cut down trees, and he put axes, knives, and bracers into the basket and said to the kitchen. From inside the kitchen, there was a light voice from Minamoto Misa. It's all right, the ghosts don't appear during the day, you can go up the hill with confidence, you cut the wood on the hill and flow down the river, and I set up a fence at the creek to stop the wood. If I go, no one will pull the wood to the shore. That's fine, then I'm leaving. Yuan Kangtai carried the basket on his back and straddled the knife around his waist. He is wearing a black kimono today, and the outer coat is also a black haori, and the main thing is a ruthless sun. Goodbye, sister. Have a safe journey, goodbye Kangtai. Mt. Kishi, the top of the mountain. Yuan Kangtai untied the basket and put it next to the stream, he put his hand in the water to cool down, wiped the sweat on his head, and looked at the sparkling water, it seemed that there were still fish swimming. Yuan Kangtai's mind moved, and he immediately thought of the taste of this fish stew. And if it weren't for the limited conditions, he would have wanted to make a squirrel osmanthus fish for his sister to taste. Thinking of this, he gently grasped the hilt of the knife and stared at the fish flowing in the stream like a cheetah. He held the knife in his backhand and raised it high. This familiar action reminded him of the scene in the Chinese textbook. He chuckled and shook his head, since he can't go back, let's try to live my life here. With a brush, the blade of the knife firmly stuck to a carp, and the blood gradually polluted the bottom of the water between the continuous twisting of the fish. He went to the lake, picked up the fish and threw it into the back basket, ready to change places to tie a few. Suddenly, there was the sound of sci-fi suoshuo from behind. Yuan Kangtai, who is particularly sensitive to sound, clenched the knife almost immediately. He turned back, facing the place where the noise was coming from. This kind of action allows him to react as soon as he sees the enemy, and as long as it is not particularly outrageous, he will definitely end up with a slight injury if he is stabbed alive. His teacher taught him to take the lead in all battles, so that he could be better positioned to deal with the enemy. There were constant footsteps in the woods, and a burly man wearing a white fox mask and carrying a human-high wooden box appeared in Yuan Kangtai's field of vision. The burly man didn't care about the boy's hostility towards him in front of him, and he bowed slightly to Yuan Kangtai. When we first met, my name was Tetsutoro Taro, and I was a knife-forging man in the knife-forging village. He raised his head and carefully looked at the delicate boy in front of him. You are a member of the new recruit of the Ghost Slayer team. Which time did you pass the test of Wisteria Mountain? Why didn't I have an impression of you? Ghost Slayer. Gen Kangtai glanced at the man who called himself Tetsukotaro and found that his muscles were exaggerated, and he really looked like an iron, forging knife. He relaxed a little, and the knife hung around his waist. I'm Yuan Kangtai. I'm not the ghost killer you say, I'm just an ordinary teenager, going up the mountain to catch some fish and barely survive on my stomach. Tetsutoro Taro looked at his expression that didn't seem to be fake, and his heart rated him up a notch. He let out a hearty laugh, ha ha ha, you are very good, if you are not mistaken, there is still a ghost residue on your knife, and the approximate time is not more than a day. Have you recently killed something like a monster? Chapter 6. Listening to the man's hearty laughter, Yuan Kangtai gradually let down his guard. But it's better to keep a safe distance from the man, so that if there is a conflict, you can run away if you can't fight, and it's a big deal not to fish. The man in front of him, Tetsutoro Taro, had a body as steady as a rock, and the bruised tendons on his arms proved that his words had a certain degree of credibility. Yuan King lowered his head and looked at his body that had been practicing knives for a long time, and he was considered to be strong. But the exaggerated and intimidating comparison with the man in front of him is nothing in comparison. Tetsudoro Taro looked at the boy in front of him who didn't speak, and felt his wariness of himself, and couldn't help but take a step forward. As if sensing something, Gen Kangtai spontaneously moved a few steps to the left, his hand holding his knife again. The appreciation in Tetsudoro Taro's eyes was even stronger, and it was heartfelt, like a teenager who longed to slay a dragon and found a weapon that he could slay a dragon. He stopped, and couldn't help but clap his palms. It seems that I am right, you really killed the evil ghost alone. I seem to have seen a peerless good knife. Are you a teenager who has not joined the ghost-killing team? Tetsudoro said as if affirming, please rest assured, I have no ill will towards you, I came here to find the half-finished product that was left here. As he spoke, Tetsudoro pointed to the knife that Gen Soda was holding. This weapon of yours was the proud work of my youth, but because of the limited skills at that time, I couldn't make it perfect in my mind, so I stuck it in the center of the lake, telling myself that one day, I would rebuild it into a peerless divine weapon. Hearing this, Yuan Kangtai finally completely let down the guard in his heart. He didn't tell anyone about the knife he had picked up in this place, and the man was telling the truth. He took a few steps forward and held out his hand to Tetsudoro. Hello, my name is Gen Kangta, and last night I killed a demon in your mouth near my house. Hearing that his guess was confirmed, Tetsudoro Taro's eyes were even more joyful, and he used his big hand to hold Gen Kangta's somewhat slender palm tightly. But the power coming from the palm of his hand couldn't help but surprise him a little. As soon as the palm of his hand was touched, Yuan Kangtai was also infected by the high-pitched emotions of the tall man in front of him. Tetsudoro Taro sat on the ground with a big grin, and Gen Kangta on the side put a few pieces of wood, not because he was afraid of getting dirty, but because a pad could make his body look less small than Tetsudoro Taro. Anyway, is there something wrong with Mr. Iron Tiger coming here this time? Gen Kangtai looked up at the man with a well-defined face in front of him, and seemed to be able to read the resolute and steady character just by looking at his face. Recently, there are not enough raw materials for forging knives in the village, so I rushed here after receiving the news from the village, hoping to bring some raw materials back. Tetsudoro scratched his head and continued, this mountain is a source of orangutan scarlet ore, and I was invited by my family to mine some raw ore here, and I want to bring back the sword that was unfinished last time. Yuan Kangtai looked at the knife he was carrying at his waist, and his eyes were full of reluctance. In the end, reason prevailed over desire, and he took off his knife and handed it to Tetsudoro Taro. In that case, then you can take it with you, I hope you can show it as it really is. Tetsudoro Taro picked up the sword, and the blade of the blade appeared as black as obsidian in the sunlight. He opened his mouth and said, do you know that this kind of knife is called the knife of color change in our place, and it is also called the wheel of the wheel knife? He motioned to Gen Soda to see the change in the color of the neon wheel knife. It will show a different color depending on the user's breath, but I have never seen a neon wheel knife that has not changed color. I wonder if Kangtae-jun can tell me the breathing method you use? Yuan Kangtai was stunned for a moment. That, I don't know what you said. What does the breathing method mean? Immediately, Yuan Kang quickly inhaled and exhaled a few breaths of air. Is that so, Mr. Taihu? Can you help me see what kind of breath I have? Tetsudoro Taro couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed when he looked at Gen Kangta's slightly comical movements, and he said with an apologetic tone, I'm sorry, I didn't explain it clearly just now. The breath was passed down by the initial swordsman's study, and it is an ability that can fight against ghosts. He recalled with a slightly fascinated gaze, in order to be able to fight the ghosts with a human body, the initial swordsman passed down the breath, which was mainly used to strengthen the heart and lungs, so that you could increase the endurance, physical strength and strength of the body in an instant, so that you have the capital to fight against the ghosts. Hearing what Gen Soda seemed to understand, he slowly stood up and said to Tetsudoro Taro, Mr. Tetsu Tiger, please take a look, what about it? Gen Kangtai took a breath abruptly, and the airflow in front of Tetsudoro seemed to have changed somewhat. He felt something called momentum appear in the body of the handsome young man, enveloping his body until the highest peak, and then slowly calmed down. He put away the knife and sat back again. Is that so, Mr. Taihu? Am I breathing? Tetsudorotaro looked at him with satisfaction, as if he had foreseen a rising star. He simply spat out 4 words, intentional and invisible. An appreciative smile appeared on his face. I wonder if Kang Taejun is willing to be my knife bearer. After speaking, he looked up at Yuan Kangtai and said, if you want, after joining the ghost killing team, your knife will be made by me alone. Gen Kangta looked at the serious Tetsu Kotaro in front of him, and there was some confusion in his mind. He understood what he meant, and asked tentatively. That, I don't know why Mr. Taihu chose me as an ordinary person to become a knife bearer. As far as I know, this position must be chosen carefully. If I am not the most suitable one for you, then you will not lose a lot. Tetsu Totoro raised his head and said in a deep voice, no. Kangtai, you underestimate your own strength. In my eyes you are like an unbladed peerless good knife, just need to go through some polishing before you can shine and become the best swordsman. Then he opened the large box behind him, and countless dazzling lights flashed from the inside of the box. Behind Tetsudorotaro hangs a knife box containing several forged Hinawa knives. Tetsudoro casually pulled out the top handful. The white light on the crisp blade body flows like flowing water, and the blade surface can be seen to be smooth and flat under the sun's rays, and the blade exudes a burst of coolness, reducing the surrounding temperature a little. Just glancing there, Yuan Kangtai couldn't take his eyes off. Having seen countless swords before crossing over, he knew that this sword must be the best of the best. He immediately restrained his expression and said seriously, Mr. Taihu, I was ignorant just now, I apologize to you, I will definitely be your sword bearer, please take care of me in the future. Chapter 8 Brand New Nichiren Blades, Embark on the Path of Cultivation. Seeing Minamoto Soda's sudden change of attitude, Tetsudora didn't show any displeasure. This is his self-confidence as a sword forger, and it is because he is arrogant. At this age, he should have chosen his own sword wielder, but he decided that firstly, he had not reached the peak of his skills, and secondly, he don't think there are too many people worthy of being his sword bearer. But this time when he came to this place, he had the confidence to build the knife in the most ideal way in his mind. What made him even more incredible was that he happened to meet someone as arrogant as him in this place, but he was still willing to take a few more glances. So he took advantage of the situation and took out his most confident Nichiren blades. As he expected, the boy's eyes betrayed him. Tetsudora handed the knife to Minamoto Suda, looked at the love in his eyes and said, from now on, you will be my only knife holder. The name of this knife is Soul Seizing. I hope that the two of us can be together. Go further and further on the road of killing evil spirits until all these evil things are killed. Seeing the emotional Tetsudora Ichiro, Minamoto Suda also became serious. I will live up to Mr. Taihu's trust. Tetsudora looked at the boy who resonated with the knife as soon as he got it, and felt that he had made the right decision this time. Familiar with the Nichiren blades called Soul Seizer, he suddenly turned his head and threw it casually. The Nichiren blades behind him stabbed a fish firmly. Gensoda jumped into the water and picked up the fish, facing the iron Toritaro made a victory sign. Tetsudora's joyful face instantly froze, and he smiled bitterly, it seems, not that correct. The smell of grilled fish came from the lake. This was Yuan Soda's insistent invitation. In his words, he was already here, so it would be wrong to go back without eating something. Sitting around the cobblestone oven, the two of them each held a golden and crispy grilled fish. Speaking of which, Mr. Taihu has the habit of carrying condiments with him. Yuan Soda said with a little doubt while chewing the sizzling and oily grilled fish. Because I have been wandering in other places all year round, looking for ways to improve my skills. After spending too much time sleeping in the open, I just wanted to make my life better, and these spices are not heavy, so I took them with me. Hearing this, Yuan Suda seemed to have thought of something, Mr. Taihu, do you know of a place around here that can teach people how to breathe, similar to some kind of academy? I need more powerful power to kill evil spirits, but simple sword skills cannot achieve my goal. Yuan Soda's expression is firm, reminiscent of the waves on the seaside. It seems particularly gentle at first, but when it condenses into a wave that is so wide that it can submerge the entire coastline, it can also firmly execute its will. Tetsudora showed a thoughtful expression. Well, who is the breeder closest to here? Let me think about it. Yes. Tetsudoro suddenly became excited. This place is not far from Mount Sajirai. There happens to be a trainer there. It is said that the former Mizuhashi left the Demon Slayer Corps because he felt he was getting too old and became a trainer to provide fresh blood to the Demon Slayer Corps. And it is said that new water columns can be cultivated within 1 or 2 years. Tetsudora turned around and pointed to the east. Mt. Sajirai should be at that place. Just wait a moment. I will draw you a picture and give you my personal identity imprint. Just tell me that I recommended you to go there and learn something. He paused. Besides, the next Fujirai mountain selection is about to begin. I hope to see you in the Demon Slayer Corps. Then he patted Yuan Suda on the shoulder vigorously, having unlimited expectations for him. Gensoda silently memorized the place names mentioned by Tetsuko Taro. These should be the places where he set out to practice. He always felt like he couldn't make much improvement here. There are some swordsmanships that cannot be greatly improved with his current physical strength and skills. And Yuan Kangtai doesn't feel safe staying here all the time. If the Ghost King, or an evil ghost 1 or 2 levels lower, finds here, he will have no way to resist him. Tetsudoro took out a token from his backpack, which was all golden and red. A ferocious beast is engraved with the words Demon Slayer Corps, and on the back are the small words Tetsudora Taro and Sword Forger engraved. He handed the token to Yuan Suda and said, Suda, this is my proof of identity. There is only one for each person. Just take it and hand it to the trainer over there. You can learn to breathe there with peace of mind. Yuan Suda took the token and put it in his arms. He asked a question. What is the position of Shuizu? Is he a very powerful person in the Demon Slayer Corps? Because Minamoto Suda recalled in his previous memory that one day his roommates were discussing the Demon Slayer animation in the dormitory, and he heard a few terms, such as Taozu and Eniki. In the Demon Slayer Corps, they are generally like towering pillars. Each one of them is a very powerful figure in their respective genre. They are the cornerstone of our Demon Slayer Corps. Tetsudora Taro said. Minamoto Soda had no doubts, presumably Taozu was also the top member of the Demon Slayer Corps. It's not a good thing to ask too many questions now. Let's wait until he joins the team to get to know the other members of the Demon Slayer Corps. He stood up and bowed to Taro Tetsu. Special thanks to Mr. Tetsu for taking care of me. Without further ado, I will take my sister and prepare to leave in a moment. Tetsudora handed him the map he drew, and then pulled out a dagger from the box. Then he handed it to Yuan Kuda. Looking at Yuan Kuda's confused expression, he explained, sometimes a dagger is more convenient than a knife, and it can prevent sneak attacks by ghosts. Gensoda just wanted to give this caring swordsmith a hug. He was so considerate that even when he went to a relative's house, he had to take a chicken home. If he didn't catch anything while fishing, he had to pick up 2 corns on the way. Everyone who went home felt a little embarrassed. So he reciprocated and gave Tetsudora a thumbs up. Mr. Taihu will become a master and a celebrity in history. I hope that in the future we can work together and go hand in hand to create a myth that belongs to the two of us. After hearing this, Tetsudoro apparently thought of something happy. He laughed, and his bold voice penetrated the forest and shocked the white birds. Suda, I really saw you right. Without further ado, you should set off as soon as possible. I think you can become a pillar-like existence in the near future. With the leaves rustling in the wind, Minamoto Suda solemnly bid farewell to Tetsuro Taro, and agreed that he would get a place to join the Demon Slayer Corps in the next trial, and looked forward to another chance to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Meet. Sister, I'm back. Chapter 8. Looking at Gen Soda, who suddenly changed his attitude, Tetsutoro Taro did not show a trace of unhappiness. This was his self-confidence as a knife forger, because he was arrogant and should have chosen his own knife bearer at this age, but he decided that first, he had not reached the peak of his skills, and second, he did not think that there were too many people worthy of being his knife bearer. And this time in this place, he was confident that he would build the knife in the most ideal way he had in mind. What made him feel even more incredible was that he happened to meet an existence in this place that was still willing to take a few more looks, even if he was as arrogant as him. So he pushed the boat and took out his most confident Japanese wheel knife at present. As he expected, the boy's eyes betrayed him. Tetsutoro Taro handed the knife to Gen Kangta, looked at the love in his eyes and said, "From now on, you are my only knife bearer. The name of this knife is Soul Snatcher. I hope the two of us can go further and further on the road of slaying evil spirits until this evil thing is completely slain." Yuan Kangtai looked at the emotional Taihu Ichiro, and became serious. "I will live up to Mr. Taihu's trust." Tetsutoro Taro looked at the boy who resonated with the knife as soon as he got his hands on it, and felt that he had made the right decision this time. Familiar with this soul-snatching knife, he suddenly turned his head and threw it casually, and behind him, the neon wheel knife stabbed a fish steadily, and Gen Kangta jumped into the water to pick up the fish, and made a triumphant gesture to Tetsutoro Taro. Tetsutoro Taro's happy face instantly froze, and he smiled wryly. "It seems not so true either." There was a burst of the smell of grilled fish from the lake. This was Yuan Kangtai's insistent invitation. In his words, it was all here, and it was not good to go back without eating something. Sitting around a pebble oven, each holding a golden crispy grilled fish. Speaking of which, how can Mr. Taihu have the habit of carrying spices with him? Yuan Kangtai chewed on the sizzling grilled fish and said with a little doubt. "Because I wandered in other places all the year round, looking for ways to improve my skills. After sleeping too much, I wanted to make my life better, and these seasonings were not heavy, so I took them with me." Hearing this, Yuan Kangtai seemed to think of something. "Mr. Taihu, do you know where you can teach people to breathe around here, similar to what academy? I need more power to slay the demons, and simple swordsmanship alone can't achieve my goal." Yuan Kangtai's expression is firm, reminiscent of the waves on the seaside, and it is also very gentle at first, but when it condenses to a point that can be wide enough to flood the entire coastline, it can also firmly carry out its will. Tetsutoro Taro showed a thoughtful expression. Which is the closest cultivator to here? Let me think about it. There it is." Tetsutoro Taro instantly became excited. This place is not far from the narrow fog mountain, and there happens to be a cultivator there, who is said to be the incumbent water column. Because he felt that he was too old, he left the ghost-killing team and changed to a cultivation division, providing fresh blood for the ghost-killing team, and it is said that a new water column can be cultivated within this year or two. Tetsutoro Taro turned around and pointed to the east position. "Mt. Sasagiri should be in that place. You wait a minute, I'll draw you a picture later, and then give you my personal identity imprint, and you just say that I recommended you to go there and learn something." He paused. "Also, the next Fuji Raid Mountain selection is about to begin, and I hope to see you in the Ghost Slayer team." Then he patted Gen Kangta's shoulder vigorously, and had infinite expectations for him. Yuan Kangtai silently memorized the place names in Taihu Taro's mouth, and these should be the places where he set foot on his cultivation. Always here, he felt like he couldn't improve much. Some swordsmanship with his current physical strength and skills has always been unable to improve greatly. And always staying here, Yuan Kangtai doesn't feel safe. If that Ghost King, or a demon of 1 or 2 levels lower, finds here, he can't parry the other party. Tetsutoro took out a token in his backpack, which was golden red all over. A hideous giant beast is engraved with the words Ghost Slayer, and then the small characters of Iron Tiger Taro and Knife Forge are engraved on the back. He handed the token to Yuan Kangtai and said, Kangtai, this is my identity certificate, there is only one for each person, you can take it there and hand it to the cultivator over there, you can learn to breathe there with peace of mind. Yuan Kangtai took the token and held it in his arms. He asked a question, what position is the water column, is it a very powerful person in the ghost-killing team? Because Yuan Kangtai remembered in his previous memories that one day his roommate was discussing the animation about ghost slaying in the dormitory, he heard a few nouns slightly, what a head pillar, Yuan Yi, and the like. In the Ghost Slayer team, they are generally towering pillars, and each of them is a very powerful figure in their respective genre, and they are the cornerstone of our Ghost Slayer team. Tetsutaro Taro said. Yuan King has no doubts, presumably the head pillar is also the top existence of the ghost-killing team. It's not a good thing to ask too many questions now, and when he joins the team, he will get to know the rest of the Ghost Slayer team. He got up and bowed to Tetsutaro, special thanks to Mr. Tetsu Tiger for taking care of me, without further ado, I'll take my sister and get ready to leave later. Tetsutaro handed him the map he had drawn, and then pulled a dagger out of the box. Then he also handed it to Yuan Kangtai. Looking at Yuan Kangtai's somewhat puzzled expression, he explained, sometimes a dagger is more convenient than a knife, and it can be a good way to prevent a ghost from sneaking up. Yuan Kangtai simply wanted to give this intimate knife-forging man a hug, and he was too thoughtful, so that Yuan Kangtai, who had to take a chicken home when he went to a relative's house, and had to get 2 corns home on the way to fish, was a little embarrassed. So he reciprocated and gave Taihu Taro a thumbs up. Mr. Taihu will become a master in the history of celebrities in the future. I hope that in the future, we can work together, go hand in hand, and create a myth that belongs to the two of us together. Hearing this, Tetsutaro Taro clearly thought of something pleasing to him, and he burst out laughing, his bold voice piercing through the forest and shaking the white birds. Kangtai, I really didn't misunderstand you. Without further ado, you can set off quickly. I think you can also become a pillar-like existence in the near future. In the sound of the leaves being blown by the wind and making a noise, Gen Kangta solemnly said goodbye to Tetsutaro Taro, and agreed that he would get the ranking to join the ghost-killing team in the next tryout, and looked forward to seeing each other again in the ghost-killing team. Sister, I'm back. Chapter 9. Yuan Kangtai suddenly felt a little chilly behind him, but this feeling passed in an instant. He jerked back, as if trying to find the thing. What's wrong? Gen Misa looked at his younger brother who suddenly looked serious. Is there something behind? No, probably not, I just felt as if an eye was looking at me, I should have been dazzled. Yuan Kangtai shook his head, and after looking around, he didn't find his target, and he also felt that he seemed to be a little too cautious. After all, it's daytime, and Mr. Iron Tiger says that ghosts will die if they are exposed to the sun, and there is no exception so far. And he also gave an example. He said that some members of the Ghost Slayer team who are not good at fighting can win or escape as long as they can delay until the sun rises. Therefore, the members of the general ghost-killing team have a relatively strong ability to run and turn over. Let's keep walking, I feel like we're on the wrong track. Yuan King said weakly. With a pop, a chestnut smashed on his head. Yuan Misa was a little angry with her waist. I just said that it doesn't feel right. When you were a child, you didn't lead the way once, and this time you had to rob me. Why did you go wrong this time and let me twist your head off? Minamoto was even more angry when she said this. She grabbed Yuan Kangtai's ears. Why, my small temple can't accommodate your big Buddha, now it's big and powerful, and the wings are hard and want to fly away. Then she snatched the map from Yuan Kangtai's hand. Then you follow me, you follow wherever you go, and you are not allowed to speak. Yuan Kangtai covered the place where the chestnuts were beaten, and he looked particularly aggrieved. I feel like I'm on the right track. It must be a problem with this map. Minamisa ignored her brother, who was the same as Huabeo, and stared at the map and said. Then let's move on. Let's go in this direction. With the girls' joyful cheers, she didn't seem to take the wrong path to heart, but more of a longing for the unknown journey in a relaxed mood with her brother. Seeing that his sister seemed to be pointing in the direction at will, Yuan Kangtai couldn't help but smile bitterly, but he didn't dare to say it blatantly, just muttered in a low voice, "You are more casual than me." As soon as the voice was dispersed by the wind, Minamoto Misa looked at the dishonest brother and asked, "What did you just say? I didn't hear clearly, you say it again." Yuan Kangtai raised her head and laughed and said, "I said that my sister is the most beautiful in the world, everyone loves her, and flowers bloom. Good boy, you dare to arrange your sister and me. Stop me, watch me dig out my heart with a black tiger in one hand." Gen Misa caught up with Gen Kangta, who was frantically fleeing, and played with him. It's like this dull afternoon, but they have a dull day. Even time slows down on good days. The sky is getting darker, and the tall trees during the day look eerie at this time. Looking at Minamisa, who was constantly sweating on her forehead, Gen Kangtai couldn't help but feel distressed. He took the map. "Okay, sister, it's okay, blame me for not asking Mr. Taihu about the specific road conditions, you have already led the way very well, don't feel guilty." When Gen Soda saw Minamoto Misa, she knew that she was guilty that she had led the wrong way, causing them to go from day to night. She felt very insecure in the strange night. Even if she was surrounded by a swordsman like her brother, she was still worried that she would encounter evil spirits in such a place. The sharp-eyed Minamoto Misa saw a red building not far away, a somewhat dilapidated torii. She perked up and pulled Yuan Kangtai's sleeve and shook it gently. "Brother, look, why don't we rest there tonight? It's getting late, and we'll set off early tomorrow morning." Gen Misa pointed to the temple-like place and said softly. It's not that she can't endure hardship, but most of the weight is on her brother, and she is a little worried about whether her brother's physical strength can keep up. All the proposals are to take a break first, after all, I don't know when I will be able to go to the narrow foggy mountains. Yuan Kangtai wiped the sweat off his head, even his physical strength was a little tired after walking for so long, he thought for a moment, and then nodded. The two rushed to the dilapidated torii. Looking at the long dilapidated torii gate with no traces of human life, Yuan Kangtai unconsciously pouted, silently thinking, dark night, barren mountains, wild mountains, temples. This buff is simply full, it's strange that there are no ghosts in this place, right? Unknowingly, Yuan Kangtai, who had set up a flag, put down the bamboo basket on his back, and splashed dust with a bang. Looking at the dusty ground, Misa couldn't help but cover her nose, which made her, who has always loved cleanliness, feel physiologically uncomfortable. In the quiet night, the starlight flows in the long river. Yuan Kangtai saw his sister's discomfort, and he said, "Sister, I'll go out to get some water to drink, it's in the stream we just passed by." Minamoto Misa's face seemed to be a little scared. Yuan Kangtai saw her hesitation and said, "It's okay sister, you just shout here if there is a situation, I can rush back in a few seconds, you can help me spread out the sleeping bag or something." As he spoke, Gen Soda pulled out the new knife he had obtained from Tetsu Toritaro, the blade was clear, and the flowing breath lingered around the blade, adding some mystery under the illumination of the moonlight. Looking at the blade that was as clear as water, Minamisa felt a sense of security, and she also felt that she might not be so lucky. If you come to any place, you can meet evil spirits. Yuan Kangtai took the knife and looked around the surrounding places, but did not find anything unusual. He simply put the knife into the sheath, hung it on his waist, and then waved his hand at his sister, took a gourd and prepared to fill it with water. Beside the stream, Gen Kangtai kept pouring the clear water on his head to cool down, and the water droplets kept dripping on his jaw on the delicate face in the lake. "I'll let my sister wash her face later." He took a few steps up, the water upstream was a little turbulent, with a white splash, Yuan Kangtai filled the gourd with water, he saw the fish jumping from the water, and he had an idea in his heart. He rolled up his sleeves and pulled out his knife, wanting to add a meal tonight. Although the dry food eaten along the way was full, it was still a little worse in taste. Yuan Kangtai suddenly shivered, as if he felt that something was approaching, his eyes instantly condensed, and he looked around nervously. There are enemies. I saw a humanoid creature suddenly pop out of the lake. Yuan Kangtai's pupils contracted suddenly, and it was not difficult for him, who had experienced the influence of novel culture in his previous life, to recognize that figure was a mermaid. The hideous claws rushed straight towards Yuan Kangtai's head with a whistling sound of breaking through the air. Chapter 10. The demon is well hidden, it has been lurking under the water for so long, in order to kill the delicate boy in front of him with one blow after making a move. The ghost's face is cyan with fanged scales, flanked by gills peculiar to underwater creatures. With a murderous smile on its face, it pounced straight at Yuan Kangtai. Like the legendary carp leaping over the dragon gate, its claws raised high, revealing sharp flashes in the moonlight. Grabbing Yuan Kangtai's body at this height is bound to seriously injure him. But Yuan Kangtai had a calm face. Why? Because this move is too slow, whether as a sneak attacker or a swordsman. In his previous life, he was accustomed to seeing countless killing moves in swordsmanship, and in his eyes, this move was full of loopholes. Long, violent breathing sounded on the shore, as if to inhale the air into the lungs in one gulp. In places where the fish people can't feel it. A realm-like thing enveloped Gen Soda, and it belonged to his unfinished, the breathing method. With a twist of his feet, the soul snatcher knife made a violent sound of breaking the air, slashing at the mermaid's claws, and the neon wheel knife collided with the scaly arm, and the mermaid's imaginary arm could compete with the knife. But he made a mistake with a poof, and a huge piece of flesh with blood fell, and this was the price of his mistake. A cry of pain came from the merfolk's mouth. It stared viciously at the delicate young man in front of it, and said, "You damn little ghost, it's the hateful ghost-killing team again, this time I was careless." An illusory arm is growing, and it seems that the ghosts have their own healing techniques. And in Yuan Kangtai's field of vision, there seemed to be more scales surging outward than the first time, constantly getting longer, like a sharp blade. "You're going to pay for what you do." It was as if a boulder had been thrown into the river, and the surface of the lake splashed with waterfall-like water, obscuring Gen Soda's vision. He narrowed his eyes slightly, as if trying to detect where the ghost should be with a poof. A fist-sized water mass was thrown up, exploding the moment it touched Yuan Kangtai's body. Yuan Kangtai didn't understand what this mermaid ghost was thinking for a while. What was he doing, playing games with him? The current ghost was so naive. Soon dozens of balls of water were thrown in front of him, one after another, and then exploded the moment they touched his body. Feeling that his body was a little slimy, Yuan Kangtai immediately understood the mermaid ghost's thoughts. The water balloon must have mucus in it, and it forced Yuan Kangtai to not leave here. Yuan Kangtai held a knife and split the water balloon in two. Really? A snail-like stream of slime stuck to his knife, his wrist shook slightly, and a succession of water balloons exploded in front of him. At this moment, the water curtain suddenly burst and fell, and a huge black shadow jumped out towards him at this moment, and Yuan Kangtai seemed to feel something when he looked at this scene. Looking at the flow of water trails and the falling of the curtain, Yuan Kangtai felt as if something had formed in his mind. The blood began to surge, the muscles on his body began to bulge, the temperature of his body rose violently, and an inexplicable force drove his body. The breath of water, the type of one, and the water slash seemed to be a move that he had memorized in mind. And Yuan Kangtai swung this sword. The blade suddenly changed from black to a dazzling blue, and the soul snatcher seemed to feel the breath of its master and changed color obediently. This knife was like cutting tofu, neatly dividing the black shadow into two halves, but Yuan Kangtai didn't smell the smell of blood cut out. Not good. Fooled. At the moment when Yuan Kangtai was alert, the mermaid ghost flashed behind him and activated its exclusive power. Blood demon magic, water flow clone. A clawed hand covered in cyan scales slammed into Gen Soda's neck. The tight scales could reflect if his owner violently tried to screw his head off. The mermaid ghost appeared beside him, a tyrannical face with a triumphant smile. Under this blood ghost technique, it doesn't know how many people it has bewitched, and it has killed a few of them in the logistics department of the ghost killing team. The reason why this trick has been tried and tested again and again is that ordinary people simply do not have such keen insight. And even if it guesses the first time, it will crush that person before the next move. The sound of water suddenly sounded in its ears, making it wonder how there could be a sound of water flowing on the ground. Brush, it found that it saw the sky, then its own cyan body, and it didn't know what had happened until the moment it died. Behind it, a circular circle with a splash of water on all sides was slowly dissipating, and Gen Kangtai had already put the knife into its sheath. Water breath, Type 2, Wheel. A domain of general sword techniques was unfolded by him, and he easily cut off the head of this ghost. Yuan Kangtai didn't know if this breathing method was the kind that their ghost-killing team trained. But the first time he used Gen Kangta, who had obvious supernatural powers, was a little excited, so that he had enough possibilities to perform those moves that he had only seen in books. What Miyamoto Musashi's 2 days are first class, Taijin True Sword Flow, Shinto Dream Flow. He had a chance to use these legendary sword moves. After turning over, he slowly walked to the place where the kettle had fallen and picked it up. Where did the evil ghost come from? It's really inexplicable. I haven't caught a fish yet, and suddenly it came out and blocked me from catching a fish. It's really damn good. Gen Kangtai looked at the corpse of the ghost on the ground, waiting for it to slowly dissipate, wanting to see if there were any beads falling. He raised an eyebrow. Sure enough, the corpse vanished to the ground, leaving behind a blue bead. Yuan Kangtai picked up the beads and put them in his arms. I didn't expect this one you dropped to be so beautiful, it's really blind to your ugly face. Gen Soda came to the stream again, but the current became slow, because the ghost had been killed, and the rushing water was just an act of concealment by itself. He took another breath. Breath of water, one type, water slash. The stream was stained red with blood, and Genkata picked up the fish that had been hacked in the water and disposed of it before walking in the direction of the Torii. Torii Minamoto Misa picked up a few planks outside and put them on the place where they were going to sleep, and then spread the sleeping bag on it. Just after Gen Kangta patrolled around here, Gen Misa was relieved a lot. She knelt on the sleeping bag, waiting for her brother to come back. At this time, there was a sudden sound of something rubbing against the bamboo pole at the back of the bamboo forest, like a poisonous snake swimming slowly. When Minamoto heard the voice, she felt like an electric current was crawling behind her. Inky eyes suddenly appeared at the door of the Torii, with the dripping blood in their pupils. Gen Misa stared at those eyes and was speechless in fear, because she saw in those eyes a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Chapter 11. Gen Soda washed away the smell of blood from his body with the stream water, and grabbed a few long fish threaded with straw ropes and walked in the direction of the Torii. I'll add a meal to my sister later. Yuan Kangtai thought. Torii's fear came through Minamoto's mind, making her feel stiff on her limbs and unable to scream. What to do, to find a way to make a sound, so that Mrs. King can hear it and hurry back. Minamoto Misa tried to move, but found that her body was still so stiff. But she was keenly aware that she couldn't move because she was afraid. It must have been something that the demon had done, otherwise Gen Misa wouldn't have been able to make even a basic sound. A pair of black eyes with blood-colored pupils kept approaching her. Are you going to die here? A terrifying thought appeared in Minamoto Misa's mind. Tears slowly dripped down the corners of her eyes, and her emotions gradually fell to the bottom. That simple cry was stuck in his throat and couldn't be made, as if he was stuck in glue. Squeak! A crisp voice rang out. The dark-eyed owner jerked back, trying to find something that made the sound. A bamboo tube used to hold water fell to the ground. This is the trap that Yuan Misa carefully used to warn before. She tied a few hairs, hung this bamboo tube on a high place. As long as someone breaks through the door, the bamboo tube will fall, so as to achieve the effect of warning. After being targeted, Minamoto Misa didn't need this device to warn for a long time, but it achieved another effect, that is, Minamoto Misa suddenly found that she could move. It's like the demon didn't stare into her eyes, so he couldn't control Minamoto Misa. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Minamisa suddenly ran towards the back door. After the demon discovers that Minamoto Misa has disappeared, a piercing killing intent bursts out of his eyes. It moved, pounced like an agile cheetah, and quickly chased after it. The first thing Minamoto did when she escaped from the back door was to shout her brother's name as hard as she could. Source: Kang. 2. Ghosts. It turns out that girls always have a talent for treble, and the transparent sound permeates the entire space. Yuan Kangtai, who was walking unhurriedly on the road, heard her sisters shout, "Oops!" He knew it must have been his sister who had met an evil spirit. The gloomy face suddenly climbed up to Yuan Kangtai's face, and his eyes were like a devouring monster. "Are you rushing to reincarnate one by one?" Yuan Kangtai didn't notice that his eyes had turned aqua blue at this time, and the water was filled with this space. Looking at the road in front of him that was still a few hundred meters, he thought of a lot of fast sword techniques in his mind. He closed his eyes. A new move was triggered by him, and he didn't know that he was slightly different from other people's water breath. Genkata rushed towards the back of the torii like a sharp arrow, and the voice was heard from there. The dense water vapor dissipated behind him with a sky blue light and shadow, and the distance of a few hundred meters was fleeting, and Yuan Kangtai had already seen his sister in a pink kimono fleeing, and after seeing him, a flash of light suddenly flashed in his eyes, and he changed direction and ran towards Yuan Kangtai's side. Behind her, an ape-like demon kept chasing after her. It took a leap and approached Minamoto with a huge bouncing force. Its sharp claws as if it were about to pierce the girl in front of her. And the demon had obviously discovered Gen Kangtai, with a cruel smile on his face. Yes, it wants to kill his relatives in front of this teenager, and in this way it can get the ultimate pleasure. And in Yuan Kangtai's eyes, he saw his sister Pear Blossom rushing towards him with rain, and then there was a monkey-shaped demon that was almost clinging to his sister. What if his brain suddenly went blank? What to do? Is this all I have to do? This move is still too slow. I need faster moves. I need more speed. Gen Kangtai suddenly closed his eyes, making the demon think that this little ghost was not scared stupid, and then he heard the sound of the drum. Strange, how can there be drums here? The demon thought. Yuan Kangtai's heartbeat suddenly dropped to the lowest point that ordinary people couldn't feel, and violent breathing sounded in this space. A field enveloped this area, and a new breath was born in Yuan Kangtai's body. He opened his eyes, and everything seemed to slow down in his eyes, like an old-fashioned rewind movie. He exhaled heavily, and the muscles in his body bulged. It was impossible to imagine what had happened in such a short period of time in the eyes of the swift breath, the triple shape, and if I had to describe it, it was a meteor that pierced the space and passed through the two people who were about to come into contact. In Gen Misha's field of vision, she saw a meteor with a light tail running like her, bringing her infinite warmth, like a quilt that had been burned by a Kong fire for a long time in winter. In the eyes of the ape-shaped demon, a white comet flashed, as if it had seen the sun, and its skin had a tingling sensation, as if it had experienced the sun's rays, so that its claws that were about to touch the girl's body unconsciously retracted. This is a serious mistake. It hadn't expected to meet a terrifying character it had never seen before, and unlike all the people it had met after becoming a ghost, it felt the breath of death in the boy's body. At all this moment, it subconsciously made a recovery action, and this flaw could pull the two people who were originally not much different in strength out of a gap like a moat. At this time, the Nichiwa knife, which had turned white, slashed fiercely at its arm that wanted to grab Gen Misa, and a huge force struck, and the blade instantly broke through the arm bone that was as hard as iron, and slashed straight down the big arm towards the head of the ape demon. With a click, the knife was blocked by its other hand. The demon finally reacted and hurriedly blocked the fatal slash. Genkata breathed again to cut off the demon's head in a burst of air, and he saw that the demon's other arm suddenly turned into something as soft as a swamp, absorbing the tremendous impact from the Nichiren knife. The demon felt the tremendous force of the knife shrinking, and its face showed a fierce joy. It seems that the members of this ghost-killing team can't hold on anymore. It's good, just cut off an arm, and for a demon like it, it's harmless. After restoration, this is its field. It is going to eat and wipe the beautiful boy and the girl in front of it together today. The sheer power of the boy might have taken it a step further. The next time I meet that adult, I may be able to receive more power again. The ape ghost's real name is Ape. And he has been a bandit in this place all the year round, and his killing intent is extremely heavy, and passers-by who come and go here must be poisoned by him, and basically kill passers-by after grabbing money. And the last time it touched someone it shouldn't touch, it gained new strength. Just as the ape ghost was recalling its past, it suddenly felt a chill on its neck in reality, and couldn't help but ask, "What's going on?" Chapter 12. Bright red blood spurted out of the ape's neck. Yuan Kangtai seized the moment when the evil ghost was stunned. He couldn't understand what this brainless evil ghost thought. Obviously the enemy was in front of him, but he dared to be distracted and think about the past, so he loved to reminisce so much that he would send it to reminisce. It is indeed true that the evil ghost felt that the strength on the Rylun knife was constantly decreasing, and that was because Yuan Kangtai let go of a hand, which made the evil ghost have the misjudgment of Yuan Kangtai's lack of strength. He reached out and reached for the gift from Mr. Iron Tiger inside the black Haori, a red dagger. And it is made of the same material as the Nichiren knife, and it is more pure because of the lack of material. Yuan Kangtai shook the dagger slightly, changed to a more suitable direction, and slashed at its neck. Li Yi's sword flow and Lao Liu's swordsmanship. From the source Kangtai's favorite knife method before the crossing, this is a knife that is insidious to the extreme, but the effect is unexpectedly good. Gen Kangtai pulled out the Hinawa knife, which could not continue to move forward, with one hand and protected it in front of him to prevent the demon from counterattacking before he died, and pressed down with the other hand, wanting to cut off the demon's head. The head of the demon was cut off so simply, and Yuan Kangtai held the knife in one hand and the dagger in the other, and kicked the demon's tall body, and immediately moved away from the headless body. The evil spirit, named Ape, did not know that he had died of his own distraction until the moment he died. With infinite regeneration, he has not had this sense of crisis for a long time, and he met a genius like Yuan Kangtai, and finally fell into the price of an empty head. There was darkness in front of him, and the last thought in the demon's mind was like a reminder of the last man he had killed. The man didn't show a trace of fear before he died. He didn't look like a prey that was about to be eaten by him. The man said to him before he died, "I am not afraid that I will be eaten by a demon like you, a hateful ghost like you. Sooner or later one day will be killed by righteous humans. We will meet under the 9 springs, and I hope you will still have this strength at that time." As if it was a man's prediction, the demon was finally beheaded by the boy who slew the ghost. Looking at the evil ghost Yuan Kangtai who was slowly dissipating, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He threw it at the neon wheel knife and gasped for breath. Minamoto Misa watched her brother kill the demons chasing her with a single sword, and trotted all the way, lest her brother be hurt. At this time, she found that Yuan Kangtai's clothes had already been soaked with blood, and the continuous bleeding of his skin spread to his whole body. Rather, it comes from the great load on his body from the first time he exerts a new breath. Because it was the first time he used it, he had no experience, so the blood vessels in his whole body cracked slightly. With that breath gone, it finally broke out. Gen Misa looked at Gen Kangtai, who was covered in blood. Her eyes were full of worry, and tears flowed down in an instant. Yuan King smiled bitterly, "Sister, it's okay, don't cry, I just look miserable. In fact, it's all skin trauma, because the first time I used my breathing muscles to exert too much force." Just a part of the blood vessels burst. Listening to Yuan Kangtai's explanation, Yuan Maisha cried out all of a sudden, and Yuan Kangtai was even more headed. It's not the kind of blood vessels you think, it's just a very small part of the body, it doesn't matter. She looked at Yuan Kangtai with teary eyes. It really doesn't matter, at least you need to bandage it too. You wait, I'll go there and get some gauze for you to bandage. Yuan Kangtai looked at the sweaty and dusty man, and he also grabbed Yuan Maisha's hand distressedly. Sister, you wait for me to rest for a while, let's go together, otherwise it will be difficult to deal with another one later. He stuck the Hinawa knife in the ground, stood up with his strength, and helped each other to walk to the place where the luggage was kept. They took gauze and towels and walked in the direction of the stream, and on the way, Jen Kangtai picked up the red beads left by the ape ghost, and then handed it to Jen Maisa together with the other one in his arms. Sister, look at this thing, what is it? Why does every ghost fall after death? Can this thing be eaten? Eat, 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 think about eating all day. Jen Maisa took the beads and kept comparing them with the moonlight with her other hand, as if she had found something. She turned her head and handed it to Yuan Kangtai and said, I can only tell you that this bead is most likely a combination of some kind of energy. But I'm not sure what that will do. Why don't I try it? Yuan Kangtai asked tentatively. With the knowledge of the previous world, he had enough experience in novels, and he knew that this kind of dropped item was nothing more than two functions, to enhance physical strength, or to upgrade. Yuan Kangtai reached out to take one and try it, but Yuan Maisa grabbed his hand. She pressed her finger on Yuan Kangtai's head and said, You are a dog, you want to eat anything you encounter, what if this thing is poisonous? When we get to the narrow fog mountain, we will ask the people of the ghost-killing team. She helped Jen Kangtai to walk to the place where there was the sound of water. After some time, Jen Kangtai's black feather was covered with white bandages, which was bandaged by Jen Misa, and he picked up the fish that he threw away because he was in a hurry, and the riverside where the fire was set up kept turning. After this one thing, neither of them felt too sleepy. And after Jen Kangta told Jen Misha that he had also killed a mermaid ghost over there, Jen Misha showed a surprised expression, and she rubbed Jen Kangta's head vigorously, looking like I knew my brother was so powerful. Just when Yuan Kangtai described to his sister how he killed the mermaid ghost with a knife over there, I saw a demon suddenly pop out of the water. It wanted to hit me by surprise, and wanted to bite off my head, but who is your brother? And I have already seen through its tricks, and then drew a knife to cut off the water, using my newly realized breath of water, and cut off the head of the mermaid with one knife. Yuan Kangtai picked up the kettle and took a sip. Just when the head of that ghost was about to be cut off by me, it had tears and snot flowing together, begging me to let it go, but I thought that it didn't know how many people it had harmed in the water, so I cut it in two mercilessly, and it lost its breath. Yuan Maisha's eyes seemed to have a little star. Because she knew in her heart that she was just a drag, and she didn't help her brother these few times. She also knew that her brother said this with a fluttering eyebrow just to reduce the guilt in her heart, and she just listened to her brother say there with a smile. She picked up the grilled fish and handed it to Jen Kangta, motioning for him to eat 2 bites to replenish his strength. When Jen Kangtai took the grilled fish and was about to feast on it, he noticed that there seemed to be a figure standing in the moonlight. On the vast trunk of the tree stood a petite body. Under the moonlight, the girl's cherry blossom-colored Haori moved with the wind, wearing a white fox mask on her face and carrying a sword hilt on her body, and she was obviously a swordsman like Jen Soda. Yuan Kangtai saw the girl's dress clearly through the moonlight, and after adding that he really didn't feel the killing intent in her, he let go of the handle of the knife and shouted at the girl. Hey, is that the one from the Ghost Slayer squad? Do you want to come down and eat some grilled fish together? Chapter 13. Yuan Kangtai's crisp voice spread far away, and when she heard the invitation from the people below, the girl with the fox mask tapped her toes and landed like a fluttering butterfly. In order not to misunderstand them, the butterfly-like girl landed about 2 meters away from Jen Kangtai and them, and her boneless hands took off the mask on her face. A pair of azure eyes were exposed, and the girl's hair was not long, but it was particularly suitable for her petite and cute face. The girl's voice was gentle and pleasant. When we first met, my name was Zhenhu, and I was a swordsman who was about to become a ghost slayer. Who are you looking for here? I'm familiar with this area, so please take care of me. Zhenhu bent down and bowed to Yuan Kangtai and the two. Yuan Kangtai and the two couldn't help but stand up in the face of such a polite girl, and Yuan Kangtai also bowed to her. Hello Miss Mako, my name is Zhen Kangta, and this is my sister Zhen Misa. Yuan Kangtai pointed to her slim sister and said, we are here mainly. Well, I'm lost, but we're actually going to the narrow foggy mountains to learn from a teacher. Oh, is that so? Mako covered his mouth, looking a little surprised. I thought Mr. Zhen you were from the Ghost Slayer team. Isn't your divine wheel knife only worn by the Ghost Slayer team? But I've never seen this one. I don't know which knife forger's work it is. At first, she just thought that these two people were from the ghost killing team to carry out a mission, and she went out tonight to rescue the humans in the vicinity, because there are ghosts here all year round, and she didn't dare to come out at will. It is said that there are two more powerful evil spirits here, one is the overlord of the water and the other is the mountain. She didn't know that these two ghosts had died at the hands of Zhen Kangtai. She looked at the boy named Zhen Soda, even though he was wrapped in bandages, but the momentum of the rain and the sky made her a little curious about this person. Yuan Kangtai scratched his head and answered Zhen's question, well, this is a bit of a long story. Zhen Kangtai started from the first time he picked up the knife, and said that after he killed the evil ghost for the first time, he met the knife forger on the Red Stone Mountain, and then how he got the knife. It was the knife forger who recommended them to the narrow fog mountain, and told the real god about the fight with the two evil ghosts just now. Zhenhu listened carefully at first, and the more she got to the end, the more surprised she became, and when she heard that Yuan Kangtai had killed the two evil ghosts by herself, her small mouth couldn't close together. She looked at Yuan Kangtai's eyes with a hint of admiration that even she didn't notice. Kangtai is really so powerful. Did he kill two evil ghosts by himself? Is it really too strong? And I heard it right, Kangtai hasn't joined the ghost killing team yet. Is it already so strong without practicing the breathing method? There seemed to be little stars in Mako's eyes. Yuan Kang, who praised these words, blushed too much. He waved his hand and said, it's nothing, it's just that the luck is better. Those two evil ghosts are not strong. Miss Zhenhu, you often live here. Do you know where the narrow foggy mountain is? Zhenhu covered his mouth and said with a smile, I have been living in the narrow foggy mountain since I was picked up by the master, if you don't mind. Just follow me. Now there are only 4 people in the mountain, and it will become more lively for Kangtai and your sister to live in the mountain. Yuan Misa looked at his brother's idiotic expression, and rarely pressed his forehead. It seems that his younger brother was captured by someone else's girl. She smiled at Zhenhu, who was kneeling next to her, and said, then trouble Miss Zhenhu, the two of us are really not suitable to find a way. Zhen Misa handed the grilled fish that was still hot on the grill to Mako. This is my brother's grill, do you want to try it? My brother's skills in grilling fish are still very good. Thank you, Sister Misa. Mako took the grilled fish and ate it in small bites. When he took the first bite, Zhenhu's eyes lit up. It seems that this time there is finally a person in the mountains who cooks deliciously. Senior brother Rabbit can't cook, and senior brother Yiyong is even more so. Hey, it's really not easy. She gave a thumbs up to Zhen Kangtai as she ate. Zhenhu took out a white silk to wipe her mouth. She tilted her head and chuckled at Yuan Kangtai. I didn't expect Kangtai to even cook so well. It's very late today. If the master can't see me for a while, it's time for the senior brother and them to come out to find me. You guys come with me to the narrow foggy mountain tonight. There will be other evil spirits here. It is not safe for us to stay here. You follow me and set off together. There is a special battlefield in the mountains of the Sasagiri Mountains. A tall old man was sparring with a boy in white feather weaving with a bamboo knife, and the bamboo knives in their hands kept colliding, and the bamboo knives made a dull sound at the moment of contact. The old man's movements are generally very few, and the bamboo knife in his hand is very steady, just defending against the young man's bamboo knife and not making it easy, and the pace under his feet is constantly moving, so as to easily catch the boy's seemingly fierce knife technique. The dojo was very quiet, and there were not many people watching this practice, but a black-haired boy sat outside the arena, staring intently at the figures on the field. The boy who couldn't attack for a long time on the field finally couldn't help but use his moves, and a touch of water was on the field. Breath of water, one type, water slash. There was a faint blue light on the bamboo knife, and a trace of water filled this space, and the old man broke the attack of the yellow-haired boy with a single blow, and a horizontal knife was pumped on the boy's stomach, and a huge force struck, and the boy was whipped as if he was about to vomit. He gritted his teeth and was about to use the second form, when the old man waved his hand to signal that this was the end of the day. The boy's body was like a sauna, and the intense water vapor continued to evaporate. He let go of the handle of the knife and gasped violently. He also knew that his state was not good, and if he forcibly used the second form again according to his state, the end would be a direct loss of strength. The black-haired boy outside the field seemed a little calm. He picked up the kettle and ran to the field to help his senior brother, Bunny, drink saliva. The rabbit picked up the kettle and drank it in small sips, but the old man standing on the stage did not stop his behavior. He spoke, his voice was gentle but majestic. Yi-yang, you help your senior brother to the side to rest, it's time for you. Fu Gang Yi-yang, who was named by name, seemed a little excited, and he picked up the bamboo knife on the ground after helping his senior brother to the sidelines. Clasped his hands and then faced his master. Master Scale, Tomioka is brave enough to ask for advice. At this moment, a voice like a wind chime sounded. Master Scale, Senior Brother Rabbit, Senior Brother Yi-yang, I'm back. I brought two newcomers outside to join us. Chapter 14. The old man on the field and the young man named Yoji Tomioka unhurriedly let go of the wooden knife in their hands and looked back. They heard that it was the voice of the real mushroom. The rabbit on the side stood up and waved at Zhenhu and his party. Senior sister, where did you bring back the two of you? Asked the rabbit, looking at the boy and girl in front of him. Senior brother, don't worry, I'll introduce you. She pointed to the two behind her. These two are new students introduced by Mr. Tetsutaro, a knife forger, and this young man came to learn from your master. This is his sister Minamoto Misa, and his younger brother is called Gen Kangta. The two of them smiled and bowed together. Please take care of me in the future. Zhenhu pointed at the field with his round and delicate fingers. That's our master Scale, that's my senior brother Tomioka Yi-yang. Fingers turned down. This is also my senior brother, called Rabbit. The old man and boy on the field nodded, and the rabbit on the field waved at them. Mako led the two to the stage, and Yuan Kangtai observed the old man in front of him. The old man's tall body did not look so burly, but slender and straight. The wrinkles on his face are faint, with a majesty that no time can wash away. He looked at Gen Soda and carefully looked at this young man who was called by Tetsu Tiger Taro for 100 years, with high talent and deep prospects, who was expected to become the best ghost swordsman. The letter to him was full of admiration, saying that it was a fine piece of jade, and that he hoped that Mr. Scale Long would polish it carefully. The boy slumped his shoulders slightly. This was to make the knife faster, but his hands didn't show too many calluses. No wonder it was a talented player, the old man admired in his heart, but his face was not obvious, and he couldn't help but smile when he looked at the boy's restrained momentum. He stretched out his hand towards Yuan Kangtai. The first time we met, my name was Scales Zojinji, I was the water column of the previous generation, and now I am doing some cultivation work for the Ghost Slayer team. Yuan Kangtai also stretched out his hand, and at the moment of contact, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What a powerful force! Looking at the old man's unattractive body, it seemed to look like a dead tree, but there was an infinite vitality inside. Hello Mr. Scale, I hope to join the Ghost Slayer in the next trial, please teach me how to do it. Yuan Kangtai bent down respectfully. Etiquette is the most important thing on their side, especially in the face of teachers. In the first meeting, it is very likely that you will be kicked out of the gym because you don't know how to be polite and don't understand the rules, which is a very common thing. Seeing that the young man in front of him who seemed to be a little younger than Yi Yang was so polite, a smile also appeared on the corner of his mouth recently, and he helped Yuan Kangtai up, and then saw the Readaloud knife on his waist. He couldn't help but show a hint of surprise that Tetsu Toritaro didn't say in the letter that he had chosen the boy as the knife bearer. As a nose with a special function and a particularly keen eye, he obviously sensed that the knife carried the breath of death of more than one demon, and it was obvious that the boy had killed the demon by himself without any guidance. I've already received a letter from Mr. Iron Tiger and know what you think, but I still advise you to give up this selection, because there is not much time left this time, and I am afraid that you will not be able to pass by then. You wait for the next chance, I can guarantee that you will definitely pass the selection next time, and this time I want you to watch my disciples, how they train, how they pass the test. The old man said to Yuan Kangtai. He is a cultivator whose purpose is to train excellent talents for the Ghost Slayer team, not to send them to death. The trials of Fuji Raid Mountain were not like the children they imagined, they had to survive the encirclement of several evil spirits, and one of them was close to the level of the lower string. If it weren't for the disciples of this generation who were good enough, he wouldn't worry about letting them participate in this selection. The purpose of the selection is to cultivate ghost swordsmen who can truly fight evil spirits, rather than newcomers who have not participated in even the most basic life and death battles. He didn't know when he would come up, and he looked at the teenager in front of him who wanted to participate in the next audition, obviously a little surprised by his arrogant tone. However, he still said a good word for this boy who might become their junior brother, Master Scales. He probably doesn't know when the next selection will start. He turned to face Yuan Kangtai and said to him, the next selection will start in half a month. We have been cultivating here for 3 years, do you understand the gap? Yuan Kangtai looked at the golden pupils of the young man in front of him, who was older than him, and said, I know that half a month is a bit different from 3 years, but we have a different starting point, and I think this time is enough. Listening to the arrogant words of the young man in front of him, Tomioka Yoshi also stood up, and he was about to say something, but Mako, who was listening to their discussion, opened her mouth, and she said softly, Kangtai killed a ghost alone in their village. Tomioka Yoshiyuki and Kyoto's eyes twitched, obviously a little shocked to hear the news. Seeing their reactions, Makoto smiled triumphantly, and she continued, then Aota killed 2 ghosts alone in one night on the way to the narrow foggy mountains, 1 mermaid ghost and 1 ape ghost. I saw that the pupils of the 2 of them dilated instantly, and they looked at each other and found the shock in each other's eyes. Even the best record of the 2 who had mastered the breath of water after 3 years of cultivation was only the 2 of them working together to kill one. Seeing that the 2 senior brothers knew what she wanted to express, she stood quietly aside, looking at the young man in the center of her speech. Her tall body did not feel a little proud because of her praise. Yuan Kangtai stood aside and listened quietly. He didn't say anything, because he felt that these were what he should do, and he could do better. And Scale, who had already guessed all this, just smiled faintly and looked at them, and he could also predict what would happen next. Sure enough, the rabbit seemed to see something in Tomioka's eyes, and he said to Yuan Kangtai, why don't we have a competition here now, let Master Lianglong see your general strength, and arrange cultivation matters for you. Yuan King naturally agreed, and he said a little tactfully. I saw that you have already tried to compete with Mr. Scale, why don't you take a rest now? Chapter 15. It's obviously a kind reminder in Yuan Kangtai's heart, but in the sound of the rabbit, it's like despising him. He picked up the bamboo knife and handed it to Yuan Kangtai, took another one in Tomioka Yoshiu's hand, and looked at the slightly tired figure of the rabbit. Tomioka Yoshi said, why don't I come, it just so happens that the competition between me and the master has not started yet. The rabbit shook his head. Anyway, it's also me who is a senior brother to come first, you wait for the next one. The rabbit raised the bamboo knife obliquely. Yuan Kangtai raised his eyebrows, and decided to take over the showdown, although in his opinion, there was no suspense in this competition. Liang Longzuo looked at the tense atmosphere on the field and clapped his palms lightly. Then let's get out of here first. Hearing the master speak, Yi Yang no longer argued with his senior brother, and Zhenhu took Yuan Misa to find a comfortable position to sit up and watch the competition on the stage. Yoshi Tomioka was standing in the audience, although he didn't believe that anyone could easily kill a ghost without any training, but after hearing about Gen Soda's record, he thought that he needed to play next. Come on MRS! Kang! Mrs. King remembers the mercy of her subordinates. Listening to the two people who kept cheering for Yuan Kangtai off the field, Rabbit couldn't help but laugh angrily. He glanced at the senior sister who seemed to be arching the fire, and that glance seemed to say, "Are you serious?" Seeing that the senior brother seemed to have sent a dangerous message, Zhenhu changed his words, "Come on, senior brother, hold on for a while." He couldn't help but laugh as he watched them look at each other, and he quickly stepped back, his arms raised high like white blades across the sky. "Let's go!" Hearing the master's order, the rabbit stared at the young man in front of him who was under great pressure, and the bamboo knife in his hand kept changing positions. Rabbit carefully looked for the flaws of the young man in front of him. No matter what the weakness of the young man was, he could only have one chance, because with his current physical strength, he could only use one breath, so he must seize this opportunity. Looking at the rabbit in front of him, who was constantly changing his body shape, he seemed to be looking for a chance to kill with one blow. Yuan Kangtai didn't make much movement, and his physical exertion tonight was also relatively serious, so he also decided to use only one move to solve the boy named Rabbit. The sound of rapid breathing, one-shaped, and broken thorn resounded in this space, and in the perspective of the left and near of the scales, an inexplicable field enveloped Yuan Kangtai, and a strong airflow appeared behind him, like a white meteor. Everyone in the audience stared at this scene intently, and Tomioka Yoshiashi's face was even more undisguised surprise. He actually knows the breathing method. Then he was a little puzzled. What kind of breathing method is this? Why haven't I heard the teacher talk about it? The bamboo knife, which had been yellowed from many blows, was inserted under the armpit of the rabbit at this time, as if to tell him that if the opposite side was his enemy, then he was already dead at this time, and the bamboo knife that easily passed through his armpit must also pass through his heart. There was no unwillingness. But the rabbit looked a little confused. He looked at Yuan Kangtai, pulled out a bamboo knife and threw it on the ground. "Willingly," he said, "I lost, and I know why you have the confidence to pass the trial in such a short time. I hope to give me a lot of advice in the coming days." There is no arrogance from above, and the rabbit sincerely wants to improve his strength through practice in the next few days. Liang Longzuo, who was standing on the side, spoke recently, and with his eyesight, it was naturally not difficult to see that Yuan Kangtai had mastered his breathing. Although there was a slight gap with theirs, he could see that the breath used by Gen Kangtai this time had a bit of a feeling of wind breathing, but he was not sure, because so many users of the wind breath he had seen were not as fast as Yuan Kangtai. He had a bold guess in his mind. "Yuan Kangtai, I don't know what the name of your self-created breath is." Yuan Kangtai, who was seen through at a glance, was not particularly surprised. He was just surprised by the old man's keen insight. He turned to face the old man and said seriously, "Teacher Scale, this trick was realized by me in the Torii at the foot of the mountain. I named it the Breath of Speed. Its lethality is not particularly large, but as you can see, its speed is unparalleled." The old man he called Teacher Scales didn't refute either, because in his opinion, this sword alone was enough to become his disciple. What Tetsutoro Taro said was true, he really found a teenager with potential to match the pillar. He finally understood where the confidence of the boy that he said that he would definitely pass the next selection came from. It comes from self-confidence in his own strength, confident that after improving his ability to the extreme, he can overcome them one by one, no matter what difficulties lie ahead. Yuan Kangtai bowed to the rabbit and said, "Agreed." Then he threw the bamboo knife at Tomioka Yoshi in the back. Now it was his turn. Tomioka Yoshi didn't think that Jen Kangtai was humiliating him. He gently lifted the bamboo knife and said a word of invitation to Yuan Kangtai. Seeing that his younger brother was actually going to pick two people on the field, Jen Misa's eyes lit up, and Mako, who was sitting next to her, also whispered something like asking both sides to cheer. Teacher Liang Long looked at Yuan Kangtai's bandaged body and asked, "Are you okay? Do you want to take a day off?" "While the knife in my hand is still hot, I take this opportunity to familiarize myself with the knife technique." Then Yuan Kangtai looked at the young man with blue eyes in front of him and saw his desire for victory. "Yuan Kangtai, please advise." "Yoshi-toshi Tomioka, please advise." "The battle is on the verge of breaking out." The rabbit walked to the bottom of the field and dragged his somewhat tired body towards the real mushroom and sat down not far from them. After greeting Zhen, he asked Yuan Misa curiously, "Yuan girl, I heard Zhenhu say that you are sisters and brothers, why is your brother so strong?" Yuan Misa covered his mouth and chuckled. He loved these very much when he was a child, and his talent was also very high, and when he was 12 years old, he came back from hunting a wild boar in the mountains, and since then I have known that my brother is particularly talented in fighting. "I see." The rabbit nodded lightly, and then joked to Zhenhu, "Senior sister. Why did you turn to outsiders when you went out? Could it be that you are a little interesting to that kid?" A touch of red flew out of Zhenhu's face, and she casually pinched a ball of grass and threw it at the rabbit, and her explanation was as light as this ball of grass. "I'm just curious about his strength, where it looks like you think." Zhenhu turned his head and gestured slightly. "The other person's sister is still here," glared at the rabbit and seemed to say that you are talking too much, "be careful that I hit you." The rabbit made a zipper gesture to close his mouth, and turned his head to watch the showdown. Chapter 16. The two on the field began to confront each other, and after watching a battle between Jen Kangta and Tsudo, Tomioka knew that he couldn't let Jen Kangtai make the first move, and the sound of breathing sounded in this space. Unlike Jen Soda, Tomioka's breathing was short and powerful, and he opened his aqua blue eyes. The breath of water, Ichino style, and water slash were different from the small-scale damage that Jen Soda performed for the first time, and in Tomioka Yoshida's sword technique, almost the entire battlefield was enveloped. He wanted to make Yuan Kangtai retreat, so he had no choice but to take this knife. Zhenhu, who was watching from the sidelines, explained to Jen Misa, "Senior brother Yi Yang is the most talented of the three of us, and his water breath can already be proficient in using the sixth form, but his physical strength can't keep up for the time being." Minamisa nodded slightly and continued to focus on the field. A huge blue curtain of light enveloped the entire battle arena. And in the face of a menacing knife, Yuan Kangtai made his choice. I saw that Yuan Kangtai's chest was slightly bulging, and the corners of his mouth were filled with white airflow. He held the knife in his backhand and aimed the tip of the knife at the ground. In Jen Soda's field of vision, time suddenly slowed down, and the airflow slowed down in front of him. He watched Tomioka Yoshida's sword light shoot only a centimeter away from him, and when he was about to touch him, he bent down to dodge the knife, and then rushed towards Tomioka Yoshi on his toes, slashing the wooden knife diagonally. Tomioka's eyes twisted, as if observing Jen Soda's movements, and he held his knife across his waist to block the blow with precision. A smile appeared at the corner of Yuan Kangtai's mouth. "This knife is not over yet." A tremendous force came from the tip of the knife. Flirtatious, the bamboo knife continued to cut Tomioka Yoshida's clothes irresistibly, and the huge force from the knife almost made him unable to even hold the knife, but Tomioka Yoshi responded, and his blue eyes brightened. A circular slash of the water breath, type 2, and water wheel appeared. Tomioka steadied the bamboo knife that was about to be taken off, and then landed where Gen Soda was standing before, gasping for breath. Using the breathing method twice in a row made him a little overwhelmed. After all, the target was not a real enemy. Gen Kangtai also saw that Tomioka was about to reach his limit, and he didn't want to continue to drag it out. The sound of a blower-like blast enveloped the field, and new breaths rang out again. Yoshi Tomioka on the other side showed a bitter smile. It's really a monster. He felt that he and Yuan Kangtai opposite him were not at the same level at all. He had been training here for 3 years, and a newcomer who had never been systematically trained actually wanted to defeat him in a crushing attitude. No. It's not time to give up. His heart was rekindled, and he gripped the hilt of the knife with both hands, and he must block it in the face of the knife that was about to be unsheathed. Woo! As Gen Kangtai exhaled the air from his mouth, a familiar realm enveloped him. The breath of speed, the 3 shapes, and the fingers were like a meteor crossing the sky in an instant, and before everyone could see anything clearly, Gen Soda had already appeared behind Tomioka Yoshio, and stood with his sword drawn. It seems that nothing has happened, but the bamboo knife in Tomioka's hand is broken into 3. Tomioka's pupils dilated, and he couldn't believe what had just happened. In his field of vision, he only saw a white light passing through, and after a touch of warmth, the bamboo knife in his hand was broken. Gen Kangta turned around and shook hands with Tomioka, who was a little dazed. He smiled and said, "Don't be discouraged, I feel that you are quite strong. There are not many people who can block my sword. Your talent should be very good, keep up the good work." Tomioka Yoshiyong listened to Yuan Kangtai's praise, and his heart warmed up slightly. And watching Yuan Kangtai's performance of shaking hands with him, after all, he had a good impression of him. After watching the teenagers on the field shake hands and make peace, there was a sudden applause on the side, and the rest of the people were cheering for their wonderful competition. Scales walked slowly to the stage and then showed a hearty smile. He was in a really good mood today. He said to the 2 people on the stage, "The performance is very good, and so are you, and you have dealt with 2 consecutive strokes of water breathing." Liang Longzuo recently turned his head to look at Yuan Kangtai and said, "I wonder if Kangtai can tell me which trick of your quick breath is this, so as to satisfy the curiosity of this old man of mine." Yuan Kangtai showed a harmless smile and scratched his head. "It is the 3rd form of the breath of speed, because at the critical moment when encountering evil ghosts, the breath of water is not suitable for short-distance sprints, so I created this trick by myself, named Finger Moment. Its characteristic is that it is very fast." "You still breathe water?" Teacher Liang Long showed a touch of surprise again. This boy had already given him a lot of surprises today, and he didn't expect that there would be an unexpected gain. Rabbit and Tomioka looked at each other with a wry smile. What a monster! They thought to themselves, and then in an instant they turned the blow into a burning heart of effort. For them, the more powerful Yuan Kangtai is, the more they can learn from him, and they can rest assured that they can hand over their backs to him when fighting to the death of evil ghosts. "Well, it's just a little bit. My first style is not as powerful as senior brother Yiyang," Yuan Kangtai explained. Teacher Liang Long shook his head. "Blindly pursuing a wide killing area is not feasible at your current stage, and your strength is not enough to support a large area of effective killing at the beginning, so it is enough to wrap the range of the first type only around a distance in front of you." He said to everyone, "Yiyang, you and the rabbit Genho have to listen, you have to pay more attention in the next few days. I have set a task for a few of you in the back mountain. If you can't complete the task before the next selection begins, you should not participate in this trial." His voice grew stern. "If you can't even complete the test I set, there's no need to go there and die in vain." Yuan Kangtai raised his hand weakly. "Teacher, what about me?" Scales Longzuo glanced at Yuan Kangtai recently. "You have reached the standard, you can train with them first, even if you don't pass, you can protect yourself in the selection with your breath. In 2 days, I will set up a new set of cultivation methods for you. Although your sword skills are fierce, but in my opinion, there are many flaws, and you can't get out of 3 rounds under my hands now." Teacher Scalalong's majestic voice sounded. "That's all for the time being tonight, it's not early, you remember to rest early, and you have to get up and train tomorrow." Nothing was said all night. Chapter 17. Zhen Kangta, who was assigned to a small room, didn't complain, and it was good to have a place to live. He is not a picky person in this regard. His sister is said to live with Mako. It was just dawning, and the morning fog covered the narrow misty mountains. Yuan Kangtai, who had rested, jumped up from the bed. He stretched his body wantonly, and his strong recovery ability made all the injuries he suffered yesterday heal. He tore off the bandage on his body, revealing his smooth skin, and put on the blue feather weave with the flowing cloud pattern that he had issued yesterday, and he was full of vitality again. He turned off the candle flame used for lighting and gathered towards the back mountain with the Hinakara knife. Master Scales and Rabbit were already waiting for him in the middle of the field. Yuan King smiled embarrassedly and stood obediently next to Zhenhu. Each of the 5 children in front of him was full of fighting spirit, and Liang Longzuo also showed a gentle smile recently, but he was wearing a red Tengu mask today, and there was no way for others to notice this smile. Master Scales cleared his throat. Zhenhu gently pulled Yuan Kangtai's sleeve and handed him a piece of osmanthus candy. Yuan Kangtai took the candy, opened it, threw it in his mouth, smiled gently at Mako, and then gave her a thumbs up. Master Liang Glong's gentle voice sounded, "Today is still the same, in the morning after dodging all kinds of traps, go down the mountain, practice the basic movements of wielding knives, bayonets, and splitting knives in the afternoon, and try to cut the boulders I prepared for you in the back mountain at night." "Understood," a uniform voice rang out between them. "What about me?" asked Minamisa weakly as she stretched out her hand. Liang Longzuo said to her recently, "Misha, you are not suitable for fighting, I heard from your brother that your medical skills are very good, and I will let you join the butterfly house when the time comes." Then he thought for a moment, "For the next few days, you can just prepare food for them." The rising sun pierced the mist and shone through the trees, and the white birds flew into the sky with their calls. Yuan Kangtai and his party continued to warm up for training, and the rabbit suggested that it would be better for the 4 of them to have a competition to see who was the first to arrive at the bottom of the mountain for breakfast. As soon as he talked about betting, Yuan Kangtai immediately became interested, and he asked if there were any lottery heads. When Yuan Kangtai heard this, he began to rub his hands. And Zhenhu on the side was not happy when she heard this. She glared at the rabbit angrily. "Senior brother, how can you play like this? Mrs. King just came, how can you be so familiar with the terrain? This is not fair." Yuan Kangtai played a round game. He laughed and said, it's okay, if I lose at that time, I'll make you grilled fish to eat. My grilled fish is a must." Hearing this, the eyes of all 3 of them lit up. Everything is good in the narrow foggy mountain, but the food is not particularly good, and the master prepares them with rich nutrients, but if you want to talk about the taste, cough cough, it is still a little worse. In this way, it is not easy for Zhenhu to say anything. She turned to Yuan Kangtai and said, "Kangtai, there are a lot of traps on the mountain, please be careful." Zhen Kangtai nodded, and the trial began. The 4 of them were constantly dodging all kinds of traps and obstacles on the mountain, and they had to rush down the mountain at an extremely fast speed. The 4 go hand in hand and then gradually separate. Before leaving, Zhenhu greeted him in a light voice, "Kangtai, see you at the mountain." Then he flicked his toes and floated down the mountain like a butterfly. A thick black line suddenly rose among the dead leaves, and Yuan Kangtai simply jumped up and left the trap behind him, and continued to run for a distance, and a chill appeared on Yuan Kangtai's left. Yuan Kangtai casually picked up a branch and swung it down vigorously, and the trap full of daggers was knocked down by him in the air, and he continued to run down the mountain without looking. Easily bypassed the trap full of knives, and then threw a branch into the dead leaves, and a trap made of rope was spotted. Zhen Kangta let out a hearty laugh, and this time he will definitely win the first place. A dull voice sounded, and Zhen Kangtai used the breathing method, and he was confident that he could dodge all the traps as fast as he could. As the realm expanded, a huge log suddenly fell next to him, and Yuan Kangtai kicked the log off with one kick and hurried down the mountain. When the three of them arrived at the bottom of the mountain one after another, the rabbit smiled when he looked at the figure of Yuan Kangtai who was not on the road. Haha, it seems that the genius boy is not omnipotent. He had already thought about waiting for Yuan Kangtai to come down. He gently patted Yuan Kangtai on the shoulder, and told him as a senior brother that you are not good yet, you have to practice more. The rabbit let out a weird laugh, and Zhenhu watched the rabbit gently bump him with his elbow, and reminded him, "Senior brother, remember to pay attention to your image, you didn't make a single move under him yesterday. Can you not mention this?" Rabbit looked at Zhenhu with resentment. They all say that girls are extroverted, but your elbow is also turning too fast. There was a blush on her face, and she hit her elbow again. What nonsense! Tomioka Yoshiyang on the side just looked at them quietly, but what made him a little puzzled was whether it had been too long, why Yuan Kangtai hadn't come down yet. It couldn't have been an accident. Shouts broke the silence. "Hey, Senior Brother Rabbit, Senior Brother Yiyang, Miss Zhenhu, what are you doing standing there? Hurry up and come down and eat noodles." Zhen Kangtai shouted loudly towards the mountain with a bowl of ramen. His mouth was stuffed with ramen, and he said vaguely, "Come down quickly, the noodles won't taste good after a while." There was an instant black line on the rabbit's head, and the real mushroom on the side showed a smile. "Okay, I'll be there soon." Then Mako turned his head to look at the rabbit. "Senior brother, it seems that you are not the first, right?" Tomioka Yoshiyuki also smiled faintly and followed them to the bottom of the mountain. The four of them sat on the table holding ramen, and they all gave a thumbs up to Minamoto Misa. And Yuan Kangtai looked at the rabbit with interest, and the rabbit also gave him a thumbs up, and the other two too, and said in unison, "Kangtai, you are so good." Yuan Misa on the side was also amused by a few of them. She listened to Yuan Kangtai explain to them, saying that she was indeed going down the mountain for the first time and was not familiar with the road, but he knew that the straight line between the 2 points was the closest. He chose the nearest path and rushed down. The rabbit on the side is full of black lines, and he also knows that the straight line is the fastest, but it is also the most trapped. He asked Yuan Kangtai, "What about the trap?" Yuan Kangtai looked downcast. "Just dodge." Only the petrified rabbit and the two snickering were left. Yuan Kangtai shouted for another bowl. At dusk, the four of them continued to practice swinging knives in the back mountain, and Yuan Kangtai, who had already welded these basic movements to his body, was asked by teacher Liang Long to instruct the other three after doing it a few times. The shoulders are slightly relaxed, and the left foot is 5 centimeters closer to the right. Yuan Kangtai gently corrected Mako's movements, and Makoto immediately adjusted his stance when he heard it. "Place your palms up a little and raise your head a little." He walked up to the rabbit and looked at the sweaty rabbit and said. Finally, he came to Tomioka's side, and after discovering that his movements were impeccable, he also stood with them and practiced swordsmanship. The sun shattered the shadows behind them as if it had shattered the foam. Chapter 18. The night covers the entire back mountain, and the sun disappears and the moon rises. The four of Yuan Kangtai were standing in the open space of the back mountain at this time, surrounded by rock caves one by one, and there were more than a dozen round boulders in the open space, each of which stopped in its own pit. A slightly curious voice sounded, "Master Scales, is our training goal tonight to cut down these stones?" Yuan Kangtai pressed the rock with 5 fingers, the rock as hard as iron even though it was slightly soaked in the mist at night, but it still looked indestructible. Yuan Kangtai took out the sun wheel knife and gently knocked the stone with the back of the knife, making a crisp sound of gold and stone colliding. "No, your goal is to split these stones in two." Yuan Kangtai kept gesturing with a knife. He felt that he might not be a threat to this stone under normal conditions, and he could only cut a little after using the breath of water, and he felt that he might scrape this stone after using the breath of water. Master Scales pointed to the countless boulders here and said, "I didn't say that you should pick the biggest one, there are so many here, even if you pass by cutting one at will, I think you have the qualifications to participate in the Vine Attack Mountain." Then he looked at Yuan Kangtai with a playful expression, "If you can't do it, I will also allow you to participate in the selection, but remember to run faster when the time comes, don't be caught by the evil ghost and cry." Hearing this, Yuan Kangtai's face turned red, obviously thinking that the other party looked down on him. He shouted, "Impossible, Master Liang Long, you are underestimating me, I will choose this. If I don't cut it before the selection competition starts, I will be practicing here for a year and waiting for the next selection." Liang Longzuo showed a smile recently, and he said to the others, "You all heard what I said to Yuan Kangtai just now, and you are the same, after cutting the stone, you can participate in the selection." Then his expression became solemn, "If you can't, you should give up this idea as soon as possible, I have lost a lot of students, and I don't want you to follow their fate." The three of them all looked serious, only Yuan Kangtai was a little confused. Looking at Yuan Kangtai's puzzled expression, Master Liang Long said in an emotionless voice, "You are not my first batch of disciples, I have accepted a total of 15 apprentices, and your 11 senior brothers and sisters did not pass that selection and died in Teng Attack Mountain. So..." Master Scallop suddenly raised his voice, "Don't think it's child's play, I've stressed this to you many times just to tell you that when people die, there's nothing left. You must practice seriously here, otherwise you will be sent to death if you go to the battlefield." After saying this, Master Scales left the place. At this time, the mood of the rabbit also became depressed. He glanced at the somewhat frightened Zhenhu and the calm Yang, and said, "Train, cheer up, learn more from the new junior brother, this time a few of us will definitely be able to pass the assessment and become a qualified member of the ghost-killing team." He pulled out his forging knife from his waist, found a stone and began to practice. Everyone dispersed, and Yuan Kangtai also knew the gold content of the so-called selection at this time. And those who survived like raising Gu were the real elites. He reined in his mind and faced the rock, which was 2 heads taller than him, and a sense of unyielding defeat surged up in his heart. Yuan Kangtai took the initiative to change his knife to the same material as the others, and the ordinary knife they held was slightly lighter than the Japanese wheel knife used by Yuan Kangtai, which made Yuan Kangtai a little unaccustomed to using it at the beginning. Facing the boulder, he began to look for possible opportunities. Yuan Kangtai slashed towards the rock with a scream of knives in both hands, and the moment it came into contact with the rock, there was a sound of metal impact, with a slight resonance. Then Yuan Kangtai found that his knife was wrong, and the blade of the knife slashed across the surface, just cutting off a few pieces of minced pieces. He frowned, wondering what was wrong. His knife was aimed at the middle of the rock, but the strength couldn't cut into the middle of the stone. Zhen Kangtai began to try another method, and the sound of violent breathing sounded in this space, so loud that the 3 people who practiced in the same space couldn't help but cast their eyes here. The breath of water, the shape of one, and the surface of the water slashed, and the blade collided with the rock under the rapid slash, and after the blow, only a 1 centimeter deep cut appeared on the rock, which couldn't help but make Yuan Kangtai a little frustrated, but he wanted to try again. So a larger realm expanded, enveloping Yuan Kangtai and the rock, and the breath opened again. Water breath 2, the water wheel Yuan Kang's space turned around and slashed hard at the stone again, this time leaving a deeper trace, about 3 centimeters or so. Following this trend, he will be able to cut the stone apart with the help of a water mill a few months later, but this is obviously not realistic. But there were still 108,000 miles to cut through this boulder, and after using 2 breaths in a row, even his physical strength felt a little difficult after using it twice. Another time passed. Yuan Kangtai's face was covered with sweat, and the beads of sweat the size of beans fell to the ground and gathered into a small water tank. Yuan Kangtai gasped violently, and the rocks were covered with large and small cracks, of different depths, but none of them could reach the level that satisfied him. The moon hung high in the night sky, and was suddenly obscured by the blowing clouds, revealing a corner slightly, as if reminding Yuan King that it was time to rest. Rabbit and Tomioka had already completed their training, but they were embarrassed to see that Zhen Kangtai did not move back, and at this time they realized that there was a role like a king in their own team. Mako stood aside and gently handed the kettle to Yuan Kangtai. "Let's take a drink and rest, Mrs. Kang, it's late." Yuan Kangtai took the kettle and took a sip, wiped his mouth and hung the kettle on his body. He looked at the slightly tired Zhenhu and the other two who were also practicing hard, and said apologetically, "Rabbit, Yang, Zhenhu is sorry, I'm sorry to cause you trouble tonight." The rabbit jumped off the rock. "Whatever you say, it's all for the sake of common progress." Then he walked down the hill with his hands behind his back, and he yawned. "I'm here tonight, I'll go back first, I'll see you tomorrow." Tomioka silently followed behind him, waving at the two of them. Yuan Kangtai watched Janaya wave goodbye to them, and Ling Long's body looked particularly beautiful in the moonlight. Yuan Kangtai also felt an inexplicable atmosphere appear under their night sky, and Zhenhu turned his head to meet Yuan Kangtai's eyes, and Yuan Kangtai's eyes were as clear and gentle as a lake of water. The night fell on his face, so that Zhenhu couldn't see the blush on his face clearly, and he pretended to be calm and said, "It's getting late, let's go back. Yue is bright, thrush for her." Chapter 19. 2 weeks have passed in a flash, and during this time, because of Yuan Kangtai, the other three are training desperately, and the pressure brought to them by Yuan Kangtai is too great. Strong strength, high understanding, and trademark can roll so much, who can stand it? The rabbit was tortured by him and was about to go crazy. Tomioka Yoshiyang on the side comforted him. At this time the two pairs have been formed between them, and now everything needs to be tried. Zhenhu and Yuan Kangtai together, and Tomioka Yoshi together. However, no matter how hard he tried, Yuan Kangtai still couldn't cut the rock in two, as there were more and more cracks in the rock, but that last step was always missing. Would it be the case today? The rain and fog of the back mountain shrouded the entire back mountain, and at this time, a delicate young man held a knife that looked scarred, facing the rock that had no ball shape after many days of slashing under him. The blade is not as strong because it is not infused with special ores. A faint white filament of air emerged from the corner of Yuan Kangtai's mouth. Yuan Kangtai stared at this rock as if he was staring at the enemy. After so many days of training, Yuan Kangtai had already figured out everything about this rock. But he still couldn't split it. The rain was pouring down, making the ground muddy, and the dripping on Zhen Kangtai's face showed a touch of perseverance. Boom! Branch-shaped lightning filled the sky, like an evil ghost stretching out its minions. Yuan Kangtai looked up and watched this scene silently. The raindrops were getting bigger and bigger, constantly hitting his face, and in his eyes. It was almost impossible to open his eyes. Boom! A cloud of purple lightning exploded in the sky again without warning, as if it was the anger thrown by the gods to the world, and the huge bombardment sound made Yuan Kangtai can't help but cover his ears, but he stared at the sky deadly. It seems to be about to see something. Zhenhu, who was standing in the pavilion on the side, looked at the rain that was getting heavier and heavier, and couldn't help but go to give him an umbrella. But the old man on the side stretched out his hand to stop her. Master Liang Long didn't turn around and reprimand Zhenhu. He said lightly, "Don't bother him, he is comprehending something." The rain is getting heavier and heavier, and the torrential rain has swept the whole area, but it doesn't seem to be affected by Zhen Kangta. He entered a state of epiphany, and a new breath seemed to be born in his mind, like mushrooms after a rain. But it was still a little bit of a flash of inspiration. After so many days of hard training in chopping rocks, it didn't give him the idea of water milling. He wanted to open up a new path in another way, and he knew that the main thing that couldn't split the stone was that the lethality of the two breaths was not very high. Yuan Kangtai asked Master Xiang Long last night, "Is there a breathing method with great killing power, that can achieve the purpose I want?" I can learn it. And the master just told him that there should be, but he wouldn't. And it doesn't take a lot of effort to split a stone, the most important thing is to use some skills, including understanding the state of the knife, the internal structure of the rock, the right angle of the knife, and the extremely fast knife speed, to cut the stone. Hearing this, Yuan Kangtai did not refute, but just took a knife and walked silently towards the back mountain. He wanted to create a lethal breathing method to deal with his current slightly thin damage. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the sky exploded with thunder again, instantly turning a tree in the distance into ashes. A huge ball of light was reflected in his pupils. It's like a drink before an epiphany, and the dozens of steps in the peach blossom fountain are suddenly opened, and a new breath is born. Yuan King was so moving, people couldn't understand his movements, and there seemed to be providence between his gestures, like a witch Zhu dancing a dance to the sky with the staff in his hand. A purple electric current suddenly climbed up Yuan Kangtai's arm, and then covered his body down, and as the purple became thicker and thicker, Yuan Kangtai's eyes lit up, as bright as a gas lamp. He stared at his opponent, the biggest rock. He leaped high like a lion, drew his knife and slashed at the rock with 1,000 bolts of purple lightning. A breath that was very different from the other thunder breath of this world appeared. Thunder breath remnant 1 no-shaped thunderstorm. When the tip of the knife came into contact with the rock, the thunder fell towards the people as if it had been guided, and Mako covered his face in fear, revealing his kitten-like eyes and continued to watch this amazing scene. Master Scales and Rabbit narrowed their eyes in unison, staring at the thunderbolt that looked like a lightning dragon falling down. There was a loud boom, and the boulder and the tip of the knife shattered into small pieces, like another meteorite had fallen, and the 1.5 height rock shattered into powder, and most of the top rocks were shattered into powder. Liang Longzuo suddenly covered Zhenhu's ears, and his mouth opened slightly to balance the huge noise, and so did the rabbit Yiyang on the side, and at this time, the eyes of the two of them were undoubtedly full of yearning. Yuan Kangtai turned to look at the old man and raised the knife high. With a little pride on his face, he did it, just like what he said in front of Master Scales at the beginning, and he once again proved his strength. At this time, the old man was not stopping Zhenhu. She hurriedly ran to Yuan Kangtai's side and raised an umbrella for him. Makoto handed the pink silk he was carrying to Yuan Kangtai and asked him to wipe the water droplets on his face, and Mako's cute little face looked up at Yuan Kangtai with infinite admiration in his eyes. Then gently wiped the dirt off his feather weave. Kangtai! It's really amazing! Mako's voice rang out in admiration. Yuan Kangtai didn't speak, just smiled slightly, and then put the silk on Mako's head and slowly wiped her hair that was wet because she ran too fast. Jinayu's face turned red in an instant, like a red glow in the morning. The rabbit on the side was constantly coaxing, "Hey!" Someone blushed. Even Yi Yang, who has always been unsmiling, has a faint smile on his face. It's just that Master Scales showed a meaningful smile on his face, as if he had learned something interesting. Because he thought of an old friend of his. Their family has used the thunder breath as an inheritance for generations, but they are a kind of yellow lightning, and I don't know what kind of face they should have when they encounter Zhen Kangtai's completely different breath. I guess it's going to be exciting. Master Liang Long looked at the two people on the boulder training ground, and sighed in his heart, it's good to be young. Yuan Kangtai and Zhenhu trotted all the way here, they put away the umbrellas for sheltering from the rain, and stood still. Yuan Kangtai embarrassedly handed the broken blue chopping knife to Master Liang Long. He scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, Master Scales, I didn't mean to break the knife. It should be my fault. If you take the Rilun knife tonight, will it be easier to cut off the stones?" At this time, there was no rainstorm outside the sky, but it didn't seem so important. Chapter 20. Yuan Kangtai shook his head. I said that I would all use the same weapon. If I used the Rilun knife that Mr. Taihu gave me, wouldn't it be too unfair to the three of them? Master Scales looked at the pouring rain outside the pavilion and asked, "Is your breath called the breath of thunder?" "It should be, Master," I don't know very well, or you should give it a name. Zhen King stomped the dirt on his feet. As far as I know, your thunder breath is unlike anything I've ever seen. Oh. Listening to what Master Scales said, the other three people sitting around the pavilion also cast their eyes, obviously interested in these things. The former Naruzuka Wahima Jigoro of the Ghost Slayer team is the same identity as me, and they are both cultivators of the Ghost Slayer team, but he is responsible for cultivating the users of the Thunder Breath. As the predecessor of the Naruto, he and the Ghost Swordsman he cultivated are both users of the Thunder Breath. Master Scales paused, but most of their Thunder Breath shows yellow thunder and lightning, and yours has never had a purple one. The others also looked at Gen Soda curiously, and he explained, maybe it's because of the difference in the use of people? To be honest, I didn't know that there were other thunder breaths before this, and the creation of such a breath was just a whim and a coincidence. I felt the tyrannical power of the lightning, the power of destruction, and my greatest dilemma at that time was that I needed this power to help me cut through the rocks, so a new breath was born. Yuan Kangtai pointed to the huge crater and smiled bitterly, but I didn't expect that this blow actually pulled real lightning, and the power that seemed to be able to destroy everything made me feel terrified, and this is why it has reached such a terrifying destructive power. Master Scales nodded, that's true, the trick that was accidentally obtained actually has such a terrifying destructive power. I don't know if you can still use this knife again. I feel that if this knife is hit, even the ghost of the upper wind will be greatly damaged. Yuan Kangtai shook his head, this knife is a manifestation of the right time and place, and under normal circumstances, you can master the ordinary thunder breath by practicing a few more times, but to achieve such a knife, you also need this special weather as an aid. Then he pointed to the rainy sky. On a field like this, if I'm lucky, I can do it again. Master Scales nodded and agreed with Yuan Kangtai's statement, and then Yuan Kangtai said two more words, almost making his jaw drop. I've also realized the other two moves, but the burden of those two moves is particularly large, and I don't think I can use them with my current strength. And, Yuan Kangtai paused, I should be able to improve the breathing method for the real ones now. In Master Liang Glong's slightly shocked eyes, Yuan Kangtai continued, Master, your water breath is indeed very good, but I think that among the three of them, except for senior brother Yi Yang, who can go to the end of this road, Zhenhu and Rabbit may not. I don't think it's particularly suitable for this breathing method, and I can improve their breathing method in the next few days to give them more strength. Listening to Yuan Kangtai point out their current situation, the three of them also showed shocked expressions, especially Tuntu. He has been feeling this way recently. It may be that his innate affinity for water is relatively low, and the speed at which he learns the breath of water is indeed not as fast as his junior brother. Unexpectedly, their little junior brother could see it at a glance. The same is true for Zhenhu, because she is a little short, she is not outstanding in addition to her own strength, and her water breath is also progressing more slowly, not even as good as the rabbit. And the only suitable Yi Yang also feels that what Yuan Kangtai said is true. Because according to his progress, when he is selected, he can even break through to the 10th form. Yuan Kangtai looked at the expressions of the three of them, and he knew it even more. I don't think they have found the right breathing method, so their progress is relatively slow, and I asked the master to allow me to modify their breathing so that they can use the breathing method that suits them more freely. Master Scales nodded, looking at Yuan Kangtai's eyes full of relief. I'm relieved that you can think about them like this, you can teach boldly, and if you don't understand something, we'll discuss it together. Zhenhu couldn't help but let out a cheer, and the eyes of the rabbit also burst out with joy. If senior brother Kangtai can really be like what he said, then they should be sure of 9 out of 10 in this selection. My Ayama Genking drank the ginger soup that Minamoto had boiled for them, and the bright yellow ginger soup had a hint of spiciness, and at the same time had the fragrance of Sydney. Yuan Kangtai couldn't help but drink a few more bowls, and even the real mushroom, who had the smallest appetite, blushed and said that he wanted another bowl. Minamoto also made several large bowls of miso ramen with sliced wild boar meat on top and a few green leaves that were brought up by Minamoto. Looking at the few people on the table who were gobbling up, Minamisa showed a gentle smile. Watching the food she cooked being eaten by them, Minamisa also felt that she was also needed by others. At this time, Master Scales reminded him, "Misha, before the selection begins, I will first send you to Fuji Attack Mountain, and then tell the owner of this generation of Butterfly House to let you join there to study. Your medical skills are very good, I hope you can shine in another place." "Okay." Genmisa nodded vigorously. Yuan Kangtai couldn't help but ask, "Master Lai Long, won't my sister go up the mountain with us?" Master Scales shook his head, "She belongs to the logistics staff, and she doesn't need to fight and kill with you. Everyone's tasks in the ghost killing team are different, and the logistics and medical staff are as important as you ghost killers." "Well, then I see." Genkata put the big bowl of ramen on the table, "I'm going to rest first, and we'll meet in the back mountain tomorrow. I'm going to think about how I can transform your breathing method tonight. Mrs. Kang, I'll see you tomorrow." Mako waved his hand at Yuan Kangtai. Yuan Misha on the side brought a bowl of soup to Master Liang Long. "My brother is such a stubborn character, and he has caused you trouble during this time." Master Scales took a sip of the soup and shook his head and said, "No, Yuan Kangtai is the most talented child I have ever seen, it is my honor to teach him, such a genius cannot be buried in this place, my role is to let him go to more places to save more human beings. He is responsible to his fellow disciples. He will be a qualified Ghost Slayer team, and in time there will be one more towering pillar in the team of the Ghost Slayer team." Listening to the old man's praise of his brother, Minamoto Misa thought of the figure that rushed towards him desperately after she met the ghost at the beginning, and her heart was full of warmth. "Yes, my brother is such a person. It's pouring rain outside the door, but it's warm like spring inside." Chapter 21. In order to fill the gap in the stone he had split, Gen Kangtai went to the mine next to the narrow fog mountain to bring back a suitable rock. Although he didn't find such a big one, he was going to pay it back with several small cobblestones, and by the way, he could also exercise his strength. In the middle of the night, a huge rock moved on the mountain, so that the people who saw it thought that they had seen a ghost, but they didn't know that under the stone was a beautiful young man walking on his back. Yuan Kangtai's head was constantly dripping with sweat, but his breathing was still steady. This was the 11th he had memorized in the past few days, and the senior brothers and disciples in the back mountain were also extremely diligent under the stimulation of Yuan Kangtai. The more Yuan Kangtai carries, the more they cut, the fewer stones there are, and the fewer stones Yuan Kangtai carries. So the more stones you have on your back, the fewer stones you have. Hey, hey! Gen Kangtai walked towards the mountain with the stone on his back, but he didn't know that there was an evil ghost following him behind him. Minoru Toto, who was originally a bandit in the mountains, became an evil spirit, and gradually became fond of hunting woodcutters who went up the mountain to cut trees, or little girls who dug wild vegetables. He was very cautious, because he felt that there was an unusual aura on that mountain, an instinct that had been tempered after countless life and death battles, and that mountain had ghost swordsmen who could slay him at will. Even after becoming a ghost, Minoru Tomoto is still cautious, because in this way, he can survive well in the vicinity of the ghost swordsman's life. These days, he has been eyeing this young man who has been coming out to carry stones, and he wanted to do it at the beginning, but he looked a little afraid of the knife on the young man's waist. And seeing the young man carrying such a heavy stone up and down every day, he has been holding back for fear of being pretended to be a pig and a tiger. But today he couldn't help it, fresh flesh and blood were in front of him, since the mermaid ghost and ape ghost he knew were killed by unknown ghost swordsmen, he hadn't eaten meat for a long time. As if God had mercy on him, the terrifying knife that the boy had been carrying at his waist was somehow replaced with a bamboo knife, and his desire for fresh flesh gradually overcame his caution. He has been following Yuan Kangtai, and the reason why he has not been discovered is because of his blood ghost technique. As the name suggests, this blood ghost technique can greatly reduce the level of perception of humans as an individual. He had been following Yuan Kangtai for half an hour, but the boy still looked like a teenager going to the mountains to hunt pigweed, stupidly happy, and did not perceive the danger behind him at all. Suddenly there was a slip under Jen Soda's feet, and the rope that was pulling the stone behind him suddenly broke. Smack! There was a crisp sound, and the rock fell to the ground and rolled down the mountain rapidly, the weight of a hydraulic press crushing the demon named Minoru Tomoto, crushing him into a mural. Shin zip file, zip package. Minoru Tomoto didn't expect this scene, and his keen escape ability saved his life at the best moment, and he stretched his neck more than 10 centimeters before the boulder hit his head. Just avoiding the boulder's crush. Ah, oh no, how the rope is loose, so that the master can't see it and scold me to death. The young man's crisp voice rang out, chasing the boulder down the mountain. Here's your chance. Minoru Tomoto thought about it. When Jen Soda ran to him, he would definitely bite this hateful boy to death in one bite. The neck bounced like a spring. Minoru Tomoto opened his bloody mouth at Jen Kangta, and the fangs in his mouth flashed a chill in the night. A small sound sounded, like the moment the key opened the door lock. Yuan Kangtai suddenly felt a touch of danger, so he instinctively used the bamboo knife to wave, and the demon's head was split in two from the middle. Damn, what the hell, scare me. He didn't think about how he died until he died. Obviously the young man's hand was just a wooden knife. Yuan Kangtai looked at the sudden burst out of a head and jumped instantly, and under the emergency response, the bamboo knife on his waist instantly unsheathed and slashed, all in one go. In Jen Kangtai's slightly confused eyes, he saw that the demon's body was wiped out, and a black bead was left on the ground. He picked it up and kicked it in his pocket and continued to chase after the falling stones, without even looking at the place again. Damn, it's really good luck. You can kill a ghost when you come out and carry a stone. This evil ghost is too intimate. When Yuan Kangtai came back with the stone on his back again, it was already late at night, but there was still the sound of gold and stone colliding one after another from the back mountain, which was obviously the sound of the senior brothers training hard. At this time, there are still 3 days before the start of the audition. During this time, Yuan Kangtai improved her water breath for Zhenhu, so that her breathing was mainly closer to the agility aspect, and Yuan Kangtai handed over his speed breathing skills to Zhenhu. Then show her the fusion of water breath and speed breath, and how to play after the fusion, and give her the third form of his speed breath. Yuan Kangtai also thoughtfully cut down the killing skills of the third type. What is left behind is fast-moving, bordering on flickering. As for the transformation of the rabbit breathing method, Yuan Kangtai combined his character and gave 2 plans. One is the combination of water breathing and speed breathing, which are mainly life-saving like real mushrooms. The other is the second move that Yuan Kangtai realized last time, that the breath of thunder was not shown in front of people, and the combination of the breath of water in the rabbit made it clear that he liked the kind of move that opened and closed and had a particularly destructive power, so a fusion move was born. Fusion breath, thunder water ball, and surge electricity doma. And when rabbit used this move, a circle of purple balls suddenly appeared around him, and the water and lightning formed a domain-like existence. He slammed into the rock, and a violent roar rang out, and even though the wind and dust were blowing on the rabbit's face, it was difficult to hide his excitement, because a large hole had been blown out of the back of the rock in front of him. What shocked the old man was not only Jen Kangta's ability to breathe on his own. He has also met many such geniuses. Changing other people's breathing methods is even more genius among geniuses. After the original swordsman created the breathing method and passed it down, the swordsman who changed the basic breathing method to the 5 basic schools of water, thunder, flame, rock, and wind were all amazing. And Yuan Kangtai in his eyes can not only stand side by side with those people, but even surpass them. This trick has already taken shape in the field. Even though he had studied deeply in the breath of water, he had learned a lot from it. Chapter 22. And unlike the two of them, Yi Yang rarely rejected Yuan Kangtai, not because he had any opinions about Yuan Kangtai, but because the breath of water was originally very suitable for him, and forcibly modifying the breathing method would easily outweigh his gains. Tomioka Yoshiyong's water breath has made a qualitative breakthrough under the hard practice of these days and the tremendous pressure brought to him by Zhen Kangtai, and he can now use the first 10 forms taught to him by teacher Liang Long more proficiently. He thought that even if he didn't participate in Zhen Soda's breathing transformation plan, he would be able to pass the teacher's training with the original water breath. Today is the last day of the assessment, and it is also the day before the selection starts, and tomorrow the 4 of them will go to participate in the selection of Fuji Raid Mountain. Teacher Scales put on a Tengu mask, the red mask isolated his slightly gentle face, and the temperament of the whole person changed, which means that he will inevitably be ruthless in his assessment today. Are you 4 ready? Master Scales looked around, and the 4 people who were about to be assessed stood straight. Ready. The sound of a uniform voice represents their self-confidence. So who to start with? Master Scales said. The rabbit stood up. He put on a yellow-green feather weave with pine needles today, and his expression was different from the previous grin. I was the first to come to the narrow foggy mountain, since you all call me a senior brother, then start with me first. Zhang. A sharp voice rang out, and the rabbit drew his knife and faced the human tall rock in front of him. Yes, he wasn't going to challenge ordinary rocks, but rocks that were about to approach the largest in size, and he thought he could do it. Yuan Kangtai and the 3 of them, who were standing beside him, took a few steps back, so as not to block the power of the rabbit. The rabbit closed his eyes and suddenly inhaled a breath of air, and the airflow around him also changed direction at this time. His body began to heat up, and the green tendons of the hand holding the handle of the knife burst out. A water-blue glow began to surround him, and then he took another big breath, and the purple light filaments climbed up his body, gradually merging with the aqua-blue light. A purple-blue ball of light appeared beside him, and the huge force caused the airflow next to him to change direction and rush towards his domain. There was a faint purple in the grey eyes of the rabbit at this time, and his eyes suddenly condensed, and he raised the knife that was enveloping the domain high and swung it down, and the voice seemed to be cut off at this moment. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the smooth cobblestone cracked in the middle, no. More like an explosion, and under the huge impact, all parts of the rock were devastated. He wiped the sweat on his head that had not been revealed, and looked at Master Scales with expectant eyes. Well done! Master Liang Long did not hesitate to praise his students, especially the children he picked up, who were like successors in his heart. Rabbit, pass the assessment. The rabbit put away his knife and raised his fist in a joyful cheer. The 3 of Yuan Kangtai on the side gave him a round of applause. Next, Masa. Master Scales' voice sounded again. Yuan Kangtai gave her a cheering look, signaling that she would definitely be able to. Rabbit returned to his original position, and Mako picked up the knife and stood on the field. She exhaled slightly to calm her nervousness. She whispered to herself in her heart, "Come on, you can definitely do it. Don't live up to the expectations of the master and Kangtai." Holding the knife in both hands, facing the rocks that were smaller than the rabbits, she knew that she was not the type with great power, and she did not demand so much from herself. Short, rapid breathing sounded, and power erupted from Mako's petite body. The breath of water, fusion, and flowing water triple-slash jumped high on the tip of its foot, and the blade collided with the rock 3 times. When she fell, the rock split in 2 and fell to the ground and splashed dust. Wow, Zhenhu is so powerful, she has made great progress in the past few days. Yuan Kangtai clapped his palms too hard, cheering for Zhenhu's passage, because among the several of them, only Zhenhu was the most difficult in this level. Her strength was too small, and she was not suitable for such a high-intensity split. But despite her efforts, she still completed the task. Master Scales also nodded approvingly to her. Tomioka Yoshiyong came on the field. He looked extraordinarily calm, and his black hair moved with the wind. The breath of water, the wanton type, and the tide of strikes slashed at the rock many times in succession with a thick stream of water, and the rock broke off in response, and all this happened quickly, and Tomioka passed the test with a flash of light. Master Scales applauded him. Before Gen Soda, Tomioka Yoshida was the most gifted swordsman he had ever seen, and his talent for comprehending the breath of water was unmatched. Tomioka Yiyang put away his knife and bowed slightly to Master Yuan Long, and retreated to the back to look at Yuan Kangtai. At this time, they all looked at this boy, because of his arrival, a lot of changes had taken place in the narrow fog mountain, and what they didn't know was that the gears of fate had been misaligned because of Gen Kangtai's arrival. Avoiding their tragedy in another timeline also makes the current Tomioka seem less reticent. Yuan Kangtai smiled slightly and walked up with a knife. He picked a rock that was bigger than the last time, and this one was excavated and polished by Master Liang Long, and it took the strength of the two of them to move the stone here, which shows the weight of this stone. But in Yuan Kangtai's opinion, his final trial should be like this, and if it is too easy, he will not have too much pressure. This time, Gen Kangtai wanted to test where his limits were. He was in a state of full concentration, the whistling wind sounded in this space, and Yuan Kangtai seemed to inhale all the air into his lungs, only to see that his chest was bulging high, but his heart was as dull and powerful as a drum. White filaments of qi, blue streams of water, and purple lightning all converged on his body. Yuan Kang's deep voice sounded, "Stand back, I'm going to make a big move." Seeing that everyone retreated, Yuan Kangtai completely released his own knife. At this time, there was not even a single cloud in the endless sky, but at this time, the people who were watching the knife in the rear heard the sound of thunder. Boom! A muffled thunder exploded in this space, making it impossible to tell whether it was from the sky or from Gen Kangtai. The huge rock was split in an instant. And a few pieces of broken stone even exploded towards everyone, but they were all intercepted by Yuan Kangtai one by one, and he still had the strength to take down the rocks at this time. As if a detonator had been blown through the inside, the huge rock was shattered into pieces by the knife, as if a bomb had been thrown. Thunder breath, mixed domain, heavenly punishment god thunder. At this moment, it suddenly dawned in the mind of the Scales Longzuo, and the opportunity to resolve the confrontation between humans and ghosts that had been opposed for thousands of years seemed to be on the handsome young man in front of him. Chapter 23. The last time he stood in front of the mountain and waved goodbye to them. He still wears a red Tengu mask, because he doesn't want the children to see the tears on his face under the mask. As a breeder, he sent away 12 children in succession to be selected. But none of them joined the Ghost Slayer team, and the old man knew that they all died in Fuji Attack Mountain. He was already old, and there was no way to avenge them, but this time, Scales saw hope in Yuan Kangtai's body for the first time. He silently prayed to them in his heart, hoping that this selection would go well. Wow! On the mountainside of the Vine Attack Mountain, Yuan Kangtai and the others couldn't help but let out an exclamation, and in their field of vision, the entire halfway up the mountain was covered with wisteria flowers, like a purple ocean. They slowed down and walked up the stairs to the pavilion and saw a large number of people gathered in the pavilion. Zhenhu explained to a few people in a low voice, "At this time of the year, it is the selection competition of the ghost killing team, and here is the assessment of becoming a ghost swordsman, and the butterfly house, that is, the medical team where your sister is now staying, and other jobs such as the logistics team have another selection method. The wisteria flowers on the mountain bloom all year round, and the ordinary demons are disgusted with this breath, and there is no way to stay on the mountainside, so the ghost-killing team uses this place as a selection venue." "You're amazing, it's a moving encyclopedia, where did you hear all this knowledge?" Yuan Kangtai praised her. A blush appeared on Zhenhu's face, and she whispered, "These are all what Master Scales told me." Tomioka gently tugged at the corner of Gen Kangtai's clothes and motioned for him to look in the middle. Under the wisteria tree stood 2 identical little girls, wearing wisteria flower decorations on their heads and purple kimonos, making it easy to see at a glance that they were the owners of the place. The two girls spoke at the same time, and childish voices were heard in the area. Thank you all for coming to tonight's final selection for the Demon Slayer team. When all the people looked at the place, they continued, this Vine Attack Mountain is imprisoned by the ghosts who have been captured by the ghost killing team, and the ghosts cannot leave here, because the wisteria flowers that disgust the ghosts are grown halfway up the mountain to the bottom of the mountain. But there are no wisteria flowers up here, and you need to stay on the mountain for 7 days, and those who survive can pass this trial. The two girls bowed to them, good luck to you. Then an irritating voice rang out, hey, those two kids, where is my neon knife? How can I kill ghosts without a good knife? It was a young man with black hair and blue eyes, his eyebrows were thick, and he wore a green Megatama pendant around his neck. His expression seemed impatient, do you want me to die for you without giving me a knife? The black-haired girl said with a blank face, this gentleman is sorry, only ghost swordsmen who have passed the trial can get the opportunity to choose oars, and now they will not provide knives. The young man's forehead jumped up, and with a hint of anger he pointed to Yuan Kangtai, who was watching the play on the side, why does that little ghost have a Nichiren knife, and you say that you don't provide it? Yuan Kangtai, who was quietly eating melons on the side, looked confused, he didn't know why he ate melons and ate himself. The white-haired girl spoke, the gentleman's knife is not provided by us, if you are interested, you can ask the gentleman yourself. It's not too early, so please climb the mountain early. The black-haired man who listened to this explanation snorted disdainfully, and then strode in the direction of Yuan Kangtai and the others. Hey, little ghost, I'll lend you a knife and return it to you when I get down the mountain. As soon as the young man stretched out his hand, he was about to pull out the knife on Yuan Kangtai's waist, but Yuan Kangtai not only did not stop him, but looked interested. There was a crisp sound of the bell, and a red mark appeared on the young man's hand, and the rabbit smashed the unsung scabbard into the young man. The young man retracted his hand in pain, his face began to turn red, and he stared at the rabbit who took out the knife viciously, do you want to die, little ghost? The rabbit put away the knife with an indifferent expression, did your parents tell you to ask other people's names first when you meet? Don't always scream as little ghosts, who do you look down on? The young man became particularly angry at this time, the green tendons on his arms burst out, and he reached out and pressed the handle of the knife, as if he was about to burst out and kill people in the next moment. Seeing this scene, Mako's whole body tensed, and she felt that if there was a conflict in a while, she would definitely be faster than this young man. Tomioka Yoji also stood silently in front of Yuan Kangtai, staring at the young man in front of him who seemed to have a sick brain, although he didn't think that the man in black in front of him could hurt Yuan Kangtai. Yuan Kangtai took the initiative to take a step forward and protected the three of them behind him. The young man's body was like an electric current through the muscles, as if he had encountered some terrible evil spirit, and he looked at the boy in front of him who had not even touched the knife, and realized that he seemed to be the core of the squad. Hello, my name is Yuan Kangtai, and I hope to give more advice in the ghost-killing team in the future. Yuan Kangtai smiled and stretched out his hand to the young man in front of him. Although this stunned young man wanted to come and get his knife, he didn't give anyone a dismount, because outside they represented his own teacher, and they were all members who contributed to the slaying of ghosts, and he thought that such a trivial matter could be endured. The young man stared at the white fox mask hanging from Yuan Kangtai's waist and showed a contemptuous smile. Who should I be? It turns out to be the waste apprentice taught by the previous wastewater pillar. As he spoke, he began to count his fingers, 1, 2, 3. 12 waste apprentices, ha 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 ha, that old man taught so much, and none of them passed the trial, what a waste. Let me think. The young man pointed his finger at them again, 11, 12, 13. Yuan Kangtai shook his hand expressionlessly, if he was not facing a person but a ghost at this time, this distance would not be as simple as breaking a finger. He actually dared to insult Master Scales, if it weren't for the fact that they were in the selection of the Ghost Slayer team. He really wanted to hack this brain dead to death with a single sword. He stretched out his hand to stop the crowd who wanted to continue to do it, and the young man's insulting words made the always good-tempered Zhenhu angry, and the dull hair on his head jumped angrily. Tomioka looked at the young man indifferently. If you get lucky this time, I will challenge you, and you will be at your own risk. Yuan Kangtai looked at the young man who was holding his fingers and showed a murderous smile. Say your name. The young man almost squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth. Miao Yu. Yu looked at the 3 of them with a resentful expression. He realized that this time he had encountered a hard stubble, which was not something he could provoke now, so he decided to find an opportunity to retaliate against them in the future. Yes, there will be a period in the future. Try not to die on the mountain. Yuan Kangtai led everyone to the mountain. Chapter 24. When night fell, the cries of insects gradually sounded in the grass on the mountain, and a few scattered fireflies flickered in the night sky, providing the only light for those who went up the mountain. There was a soft sound, and a demon with an arm full of spikes died under Yuan Kangtai's knife again, and then a black bead burst out. Yuan Kangtai remembered the last time he asked teacher Liang Long about the use of this kind of bead. The old man was vague, but said that it could probably restore qi and blood to the body. And he didn't dare to try it at will during the usual training, so he continued to carry the beads in his arms, and I heard the old man say that there is no such record in history, and only the evil ghosts who died in the hands of Yuan Kangtai seem to be able to leave the beads. At this time, Zhenhu's slightly complaining voice sounded, Mrs. Kang, you are like this again, you will kill the evil ghost in seconds when you meet, and we will not be able to train after you. Yuan Kangtai scratched his head. He said embarrassedly, at that, I'm not afraid that you will be injured. There are more opportunities to kill ghosts in the future, so it's important to pass the assessment first. Not true. It's rare that Makoto doesn't agree with Gen Soda's point of view. Without this training, can we always follow you when we kill ghosts? In that case, what's the point of us taking the assessment? It will also bring you a lot of pressure. Mako's little face was wrinkled, obviously a little dissatisfied with Gen Kangtai's machismo. The rabbit also came with a knife in his hand at this time. Zhenhu is right, you can't protect us for the rest of your life. Why don't we separate and finally gather at the top of the mountain, and we have all learned a lot from you, this place will not be too dangerous. Tomioka Yoshiyuki also nodded slightly in agreement. During this time he was like a treasure knife that had been tempered for thousands of years, and the whole person seemed calm and restrained. In that case, let us separate as you say. Yuan Kangtai said. Then he looked at the 3 of them with a serious face. But you have to remember that if you really encounter an evil ghost that you can't fight, you must try to run away, and the most important thing is to survive, and if you really reach the scene where you can't escape, you will make a big noise, and I will rush back immediately when I hear it. After all 3 agreed, a few dodges left the place. Yuan Kangtai watched the direction of Zhenhu's departure, and walked towards the top of the mountain unhurriedly. He had this confidence. He didn't have to dodge the attack of the ghost like others, and the ghosts who blocked him on this road would die one by one under his knife. In the dense forest, which Yuan Kangtai couldn't see, a demon dressed in grey lowered his head and reported to the figure on the stake. Are you sure it's him? A majestic voice came from above. The grey-clothed demon raised his head. Sure, my blood ghost technique has made me feel the smell of ape, mermaid, and Minoru Tomoto in his body, and I'm sure that 3 of your subordinates died at his hands. The figure on the stake stood up and threw the bloodied head in his hand to the waiting demons, whose head had been dismembered by the demons with a terrified expression before he died, apparently pleased with the fresh food. The ground was littered with severed arms, thighs, and broken knives. As if someone had carried out a massacre here. The black figure stretched his body to the fullest. Let's go meet that boy for a while, and see if my strength can go up a few more rankings after eating him. There was a hint of joy in his colored eyes, as if he was cheering for the food that was coming, and several terrible numbers were reflected in his pupils. Yoshiyuki Tomioka kept running to the east, the easiest place to get in touch with the sun, and he was going to get there before the sun rose, and he decided to spend his 7 days in that place. In fact, Tomioka is not as calm as he seems. He remembers that when he was 13 years old, he first worshipped under the door of Master Scale, and became friends with his own unrelated rabbit. When he was cultivating in the narrow foggy mountains with the rabbit, he often said the frustrating words of "it's better to die on his sister's behalf," and he was slapped by the rabbit. Tomioka touched his left cheek and smiled faintly. He remembered what the rabbit had said to him at that time: "If you say this kind of thing again, I will break off your friendship. You have to take your sister's hope and live well, you can't die in place of her, you have to avenge her." His expression became resolute, and he was right, it was a coward's sign to escape, and all he had to do was to cut off the head of the man behind all this. The sound of the whistling wind blew in front of him. "There is a situation." Tomioka grabbed the hilt of the knife for the first time, and slashed to the left with a bang. A faint stream of blood flowed down the blade of his sword, and he slashed at the demon. The demon had a white horn on its head, and its eyes were red, and it stared at Tomioka like a rattlesnake. "You are that kid's companion, our leader has spoken, and he wants to bring your body back, so that kid can also feel the loss of his companion." Tomioka Yoshiu's pupils constricted slightly when he heard what the demon said. He didn't know where the words came from, and instinctively told him that this time the rules seemed to have been changed by a strange ghost. He shook his head and didn't think about it, the tip of his knife pointing at the demon. The breath of water begins with the first form. To the west, he was leaning against a big tree. He had just saved a boy who was crying in tears, and seemed to be frightened by the immortal nature of the evil spirit. At that time, he rested against a tree, and watched the boy who was chased by the ghost jump off the tree and cut off the ghost's head with a single sword. The young man glanced at him, did not thank him, and ran down the mountain in a panic. Wanting to remind him that there might be more evil ghosts under the mountain, the rabbit looked at the distant figure and sighed silently. "Forget it, take care of yourself first. There are no living creatures around, and the rabbit is trying to rest." Bang! The trunk shook, and the rabbit was startled, and in an instant he entered the state of battle. He searched for the source of the sound, and looked down to see a demon with a baseball bat striking the trunk of a tree, which he smashed into a huge dent. The rabbit hurriedly jumped down. The demon smiled hideously. "The leader asked for your boy's corpse by name. I don't know if you died under my baseball bat and didn't have a whole corpse, the leader won't blame me. I can't understand a word of what you're talking about. Can you speak human words? Oh, I forgot, you're not human, ha ha ha." The rabbit taunted him mercilessly, holding the hilt of the knife with one hand. The aquablue sphere began to take shape around him. Fused with the breath, thunder balloon, and surge current field near the water source, Genhu was dipping her silk handkerchief in the water, carefully wiping her face. She had been on the road for so long, and she didn't want to be like this the next time she saw Yuan Kangtai. The light in the water began to slowly deepen, as if something was about to burst out. Before the real mushroom could react, a black shadow fish jumped out and pounced on the unsuspecting real mushroom. Chapter 25. Breathing sounded, and the demons nearby heard the inaudible sound. The girl who was supposed to be unable to dodge fled to a distance of 3 meters away from him like a broken frame, dodging the mortal blow. Masu gasped slightly, beads of sweat gradually appeared on her head. This blow she didn't expect at all, and she could only use one quick breath in a short time. Without any time to prepare, she only moved a distance of 3 meters before stopping. That's what it takes to fight the demons. He doesn't wait until you're completely ready. Surprise is their favorite way, insidious, cunning, one-hit killing. This also allowed Makoto to see their true colors. At the beginning, a few people watched Yuan King kill one ghost after another too easily, and they also felt that this ghost was nothing more than that. It wasn't until this moment that she understood the huge gap between them and Gen Kangtai. Genhu slowly pulled out the knife. Her spike-like knife was like a writhing snake. This was the soft sword that Master Scales specially built for her in order to take care of her. Although this sword is not suitable for the kind of knife technique of slashing vigorously, it has a flexibility that ordinary knives cannot match in stabbing, pumping, and winding. Mako began to use her breathing technique, and white air flowed into her body, and as the blood flow increased, her vision became clearer. The breath of water, the type of one, changed, and the water-dancing soft knife continued to swing, bringing up water blades in the air that would not die, and while the toes hit the ground, the real mushroom actually took the initiative to rush towards the evil ghost. The water blade continued to cut through the demon's body, and bright red blood continued to flow out, and Mako realized that this level of attack did not seem to be effective in harming the demon. The demon opened his eyes after the initial pain, and with a painful joy on his face, he saw that the wound cut by the real mushroom was slowly healing, at a speed visible to the naked eye. He reached out to grab the real mushroom's weapon, to take it. Just as the demon grasped the soft sword tightly with his severed and bloody hand, it seemed that in the next second he would be able to seize control of the knife. At this moment, the force coming from the knife became smaller, and a white air flow began to appear on Mako's body, and she used a new breath. The third type of fingertips that Makoji used to breathe quickly flashed behind him in an instant. Looking at the girl who abandoned the knife and left, a triumphant smile appeared on the devil's face. "Do you want to escape, little ghost? Have you ever asked me if I will agree?" But there was a smile of pity on Mako's face. 3, 2, 1. Mako counted the numbers softly, and the demon who was running towards her with the knife suddenly stiffened, and his face was full of disbelief. He threw down Mako's knife, knelt on the ground and pinched his neck. The green tendons on the forehead burst out, the brain began to dizzy, and the wound that had healed showed a state of ulceration at this time. "Damn imp, what did you put on the knife?" The demon's eyes were full of bright red bloodshots, and an abnormal purple intent began to appear. "Of course it's wisteria flowers, the poison used to deal with evil spirits. The dose I smeared on it is enough to make you lose all your combat effectiveness. But I didn't expect you to stupidly take my knife, which was all stained with wisteria flower juice by me. Really said lightly. The demon's body is constantly festering, and the other half is constantly rebuilding, as if to take this opportunity to expel all the venom of the wisteria flower." Makoto was also amazed at the recovery ability of the ghost in front of him. To be on the safe side, she picked up her knife and slashed the demon head. She slowly walked to the lake and sighed, "What a horrible evil ghost, but fortunately I smeared wisteria juice on it in advance." She wiped her hand, which was trembling slightly from the first time she had slain a demon. In the open space to the east, Tomioka put his sword into its sheath at this time, and the evil spirit slowly dissipated like quicksand behind him. The Tomioka Yoshi of this world is not cowardly frightened by evil ghosts like in another timeline, and has seen what Gen Kangtai taught him to be a real strong man, plus his unparalleled understanding. He simply killed the demon who wanted to take his body back, and he frowned and looked in the direction of the top of the mountain, realizing that this time there seemed to be something else going on. He decided to change his direction and make peace with Yuan Kangtai and the others early. In the western jungle, there are smashed trees everywhere, and the demon with the baseball is fighting with the rabbit in close quarters at this time, and both sides are not in good shape. The devil's baseball bat was only a short section at this time, and he was covered in blood, and there were countless small wounds on his body, but he did not heal the wounds like other ghosts. Because he no longer has the spare physical strength to recover his body, he can only drag this body full of scars and continue to fight with the young man in front of him. And the rabbit is definitely not in a good state at this time. His left shoulder is exposed, and there is a scratch mark on it, which is just in order to avoid the fatal grasp of the evil ghost. He used his shoulder to bear it. The rabbit was gasping for breath at this time, and his physical strength was a little lacking because he used too many moves, but his face was full of joy and even excitement. He enjoyed the thrill of fighting with the evil spirit. In fact, he could have killed the evil ghost a long time ago, as long as he used the trick that Yuan Kangtai taught him. He believed that the evil ghost in front of him would not be able to resist this power. But he knew that he couldn't do this, because it was only the first day, and the physical exertion of using that move was particularly high, and he would be exhausted if he used it now. He didn't want to just kill a powerful demon and die on other imps. He gripped the hilt of his sword with his right hand and looked at the demon in front of him. This is the last cut to solve you. The rabbit arched and fired like a cannonball, twisting its blade and slashing at the demon's neck. Brush the head flew high, and the demon's face still showed a touch of incredulity, and the last thought in his heart was, why are people related to that young man so strong? The rabbit leaned against a tree and gasped violently, and he wiped the sweat from his head. Boom! Boom! As if an earthquake sounded, the rabbit felt the ground shake. And a little ghost who was hiding behind and wanted to give the rabbit a fatal blow was carried out by a big hand. The rabbit hurriedly stood up and immediately entered the battle state, and countless grass and mud horses ran through in his heart. There are really little ghosts. But the rabbit saw that the little ghost was lifted by the giant blue hand, and the body of the owner of the giant hand was as huge as a small mountain. Its whole body seemed to be covered with giant cyan hands, and the hands on its face were separated, revealing yellow eyes, and it looked indifferently at the little imp in horror. A buzzing sound rang out. Who? You are allowed to come to my territory and steal my food. Chapter 26. Yuan Kangtai hummed and walked for a long time, and the road seemed to be too peaceful, which once made him think that he had found a way that had never been a ghost. And what made him feel strange was that there were not only ghosts along the way, but even people. Yuan Kangtai did not meet a single one. He longed to meet the young man named Miaoyu. Don't let him meet this time, or let him suffer the old sin. At this time, Gen Soda came to a wood, with neat white trees growing on both sides, and a slightly crowded path made of dirt in the middle. Gen Kangtai stopped. He was still humming softly, but the muscles in his body began to contract. He slowly moved his hand to the hilt of the knife, for he felt a hint of danger here. No. More than a moment, he sensed that there seemed to be a myriad of dangers in the woods. The sound of violent and lengthy breathing sounded in this space, as if it was a high-power exhaust fan, and Yuan Kangtai seemed to want to suck all the qi in this space into his lungs. The next moment he pressed the handle of the knife, and a breath several times that of the real mushroom was triggered, and the white air flow beside Yuan Kangtai continued to surround him, as if he was about to draw the knife and rush into the dense forest in the next moment. Ling Yuzai, who got the title of the fifth of the lower string, looked at the young man in front of him with interest. He didn't expect the other party to have such a high guts. This is knowing that there are tigers in the mountains, and he is biased towards the Tiger Mountains? Is the threshold for recruiting the ghost-killing team so high now? During the period when Ling Yuzai became a ghost, countless people and ghost swordsmen died in his mouth, and now he thinks he is invincible except for the fact that he is a little scared. And this moment of Gen Kangtai made him feel more dangerous than he had ever felt before, and he decided to reward him with a decent death after catching the boy for a while. He would eat all the boy's corpse. Gen Kangtai didn't know that the ghosts inside were so complicated. The breath of speed, the three shapes, and the fingertips were like a meteor falling in an instant, and Yuan Kangtai rushed towards it. In the rear, he actually escaped. Yuan Kangtai thought that he was a character who knew the times and was a handsome person, and he found that there seemed to be multiple evil spirits in the woods, and he resolutely decided on one thing. Run! The wisdom of the old ancestor told him that the last of the 36 plans definitely had its truth. Yuan Kangtai fled in the opposite direction quickly, and he decided not to fight them first, and it was not too late to break them one by one when he had the opportunity. At this time, thick vines quickly rose from the ground, and the rest were like lurking poisonous snakes wrapped around the surrounding trees, exuding a dangerous aura. Blood demon technique poison ivy imprisons. These vines seem to have a consciousness of their own under the control of the fifth of the second string. They stretch out like a gust of wind to form a huge web-like structure. The vines are wrapped with tiny, sharp thorns that give an idea of how people will be hurt if they touch the cage. As if it were an invitation, the invitee did not have the ability to flee the place on their own initiative. The fifth of the second string pressed his hands on the ground, and if he hadn't reacted quickly, the handsome boy would have escaped. As if he was being played, Ling Yuzai was furious, and he didn't want to use his blood ghost technique. Go, kill him for me. Zero Yuzai called out his men, and one figure after another came out of the woods, and there was a group of evil spirits gathered here. They were dressed in tatters and holding all kinds of weapons in their hands. Some were holding a dagger, some were holding axes, and what was even more terrifying was a one-eyed ghost with a bow and arrow standing behind him. Yuan Kangtai stood in front of the vines, watching a puff of green smoke fly on the ground covered with slime, and sure enough, as he expected, the vines were poisonous, so he couldn't escape anymore. He didn't want to use his body to try to fight the venom. In that case, Yuan Kangtai turned around and his arm began to swell, and he seemed to flicker to the demon holding the knife at the front, and slashed out. The swift breath of the Ichino broken bayonet swept over the ghost's fragile neck, and with a slash on the head of the demon, the remaining demons suddenly became nervous, and their whole bodies tensed up for fear that it would be their turn next, but they didn't have much sympathy for the demon that Zhen Kangtai slashed to death. As if it were a miracle, the demon whose head was cut off did not die. His head gradually grew out. Looking at this sudden change, Yuan King was too shocked. He had never seen a demon with such tenacious vitality. Yuan Kangtai quickly retreated away from the evil ghost who had cut off his head and didn't die, and this time the pressure in his heart doubled. Because in his cognition, all the weaknesses of evil ghosts are the sun and the head, and the only ones who cannot die by cutting off their heads are the Ghost King Wu Miao and the powerful evil ghosts located in the upper string. Could it be that he touched Shang Feng in this place? Yuan King was too surprised. He looked at the thin demon, trying to see a trace of the aura of a superior person in him, but unfortunately his eyes were about to see the flower, and he didn't see where it looked like Shang Feng. But at this time, Zhen Kangtai suddenly observed that there seemed to be a tumor growing on its right arm. Yuan Kangtai's eyes narrowed. He seemed to realize something. Could it be a special blood ghost technique? It must be so. The sound of breathing sounded again, and after using it a lot, Zhen Kangtai seemed to have a deeper understanding of the breathing method. He felt that this thing was like a skill, and it couldn't be used if it wasn't opened, but he found that when he was unconscious, he seemed to be able to maintain this state of breathing. He turned his neck, thinking to himself that after this battle was over, he must learn the trick of normalizing breathing. Just as there must be enlightenment before the war, before the official start of the war, Yuan Kangtai has already realized enough benefits. The whistling wind passed in an instant, and this time Yuan Kangtai aimed at his shoulder, and slashed down with his head and right arm. The extreme intention sword technique, one knife and two cuts. The demon's thin body was split in two from the side of his right hand, and he still had an incredible expression on his face before he died. He felt that his blood ghost technique would not be recognized, but he did not expect the intelligence of the young man in front of him. At a glance, you can see why it can cut off its head without dying. Blood demon technique, flesh transfer. A seemingly useless blood demon technique, allows him to transfer his brain to another location in one day, and can make the ghost swordsman who is not familiar with it suffer a big loss for the first time. But it ran into Gen Soda, the founder of the Breath of Speed, the representative of the speed of God, this breathing method suitable for assassination, so that this weak ghost could not even move in his hands. Its corpse gradually disintegrated into pieces, leaving black beads behind. Who's coming next? Yuan Kangtai's quiet voice sounded. It sounds like the deadliest taunt to the demons. Chapter 27. Ling Yuzai saw that the substitute demon under him, who was known as the Two Immortal Lives, was actually killed by the young man in front of him so easily, and his face became ugly. And hearing Yuan Kangtai's mocking words, his mood was even worse. In fact, this time the remnants came prepared, and with the help of the blood ghost technique that his subordinates could create films, he easily passed through the wisteria flower forests that were harmful to them. Then more than a dozen of them lurked on the mountain, wanting to kill the next batch of fresh blood that was about to join the ghost-killing team. Then go down the mountain and kill the guards and the two girls below. Their plan was well thought out, and they had done it fairly well until they met the boy in front of them. After they killed 80% of the people, they met the hard stubble of Yuan Kangtai. At first, Yu Zai didn't take the boy seriously, and it was only after his subordinates heard that he had killed his other two subordinates that he became interested in him. But the current situation clearly does not make him happy. His blood ghost magic is so powerful that it is literally made for siege and killing. It's just that the shortcomings make him unbearable, and he needs to unleash his blood ghost magic all the time and can't move. So of all the lower strings, he accepted the most younger brothers. He needs enough combat power to be able to quickly kill the besieged subjects during this time. Jingzhen, Kongtai, you two go over and test the water. Chuanhai, you prepare a bow and arrow in the back and shoot him. Ling Yuzai spoke up and motioned for his other two subordinates to step forward. Hearing the instructions of their leader, the two ghosts with the dagger and the other with the axe began to run, and one of them used his limbs together and ran towards the boy at a rapid pace. Chuanhai, who had an eye in the back, began to twist his bow and arrow, and a blood-colored eye brought Zhen Kangtai's figure into his field of vision, adjusted his bow and arrows and began to aim, seeking a one-hit kill. Yuan Kangtai looked at the two ghosts running towards him without panic. A touch of water condensed on the body of his knife, the blade turned blue at this moment, and the sound of water began to appear, like a river rushing. The breath of water, the shape of one, and the surface of the water slash was caught off guard by a demon slashed in the waist, easily splitting him in two, and the demon who was moving forward on all fours dodged the knife with a pounce. The slashed demon had a pained look on his face, and he stopped moving forward to repair his body. The other demon threw the axe he was holding at Gen Soda, and then jumped high and pounced on him. With a slight swing of his knife, Yuan Kangtai chopped the axe in half from the middle. This kind of weapon made of ordinary materials was not enough to see in front of his high-end version of the Nichiren knife. The evil ghost in the air was about to pounce down, and Yuan Kangtai's lungs bulged slightly, and he quickly slashed 3 times. The hideous expression of the breath of water, the wanton type, and the flowing water 3/demon suddenly froze on his face, and it was broken into 4 under Zhen Kangtai's moves. Seeing his companion die, the other demon did not flinch, but continued to rush forward after repairing his body. Before he became a ghost, Jing Zhen was a gangster who collected protection money on the street, and he was a partner with the recently dead Kong Tai, and they often collected protection money on the street, scolding the vendors who had no money to pay. And there was a fight with other gangs to grab the territory, and it was at that time that they met the rest of the strings. Should have casually seen the 0 remnant they killed for the sake of his bitter begging, and gave him and Kong Tai a little blood, let them turn into ghosts, and after becoming ghosts, they became more vicious, and after killing all the people from other gangs, they began to kill people with 0 remnant. He stabbed the sharp dagger into Genkita's body, while the other claw grabbed at his abdomen, and he wanted to see how Genkita made his choice. Yuan Kangtai looked at the evil ghost that did not run away and rushed towards him. He did not panic, but his body kept flashing. He was not afraid of the evil ghost in front of him who looked like a gangster. His tense nerves told him that the evil ghost that had been aiming at him in the rear was very terrifying. It is very likely that an arrow will incapacitate him, so he keeps wrestling with the evil ghost in front of him in order to avoid the hidden arrow behind him. And seeing that Yuan Kangtai, who was so brave just now, was constantly dodging his attacks, which made his weak psychology greatly satisfied, and he thought that Yuan Kangtai was afraid of his attack. He laughed maniacally. "Why, you coward, don't you dare to fight me!" With a wave of his hand, his claws stirring up a voice in the air, "Just run, don't wait for me to catch you, or I'll tear you to pieces." "Ha ha 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 ha, boss, do you see? This little ghost is afraid of me." Although Zhen Kangtai couldn't clearly see the movements of the demon holding the bow and arrow behind him, at this moment, he clearly felt that the sense of danger had weakened. So he waved his knife without hesitation. A line of blood suddenly appeared on the head of the evil ghost named Ijin, who seemed to be unaware of it, and continued to chatter, Come on, fight me, don't continue to run away, follow a coward. With a snap, the demon's body was broken in two, falling to the ground and slowly dissipating. It's noisy. Yuan Kangtai said lightly. Gen Soda, who had been paying attention to the archer ghost, didn't listen carefully to what the demon was saying. His whole attention was on his own safety, and it was difficult for the demon with the dagger to bring him any danger. At this time, a whistling bow and arrow pierced the air and shot towards Yuan Kangtai. The contact between the tip of the bell knife and the bow and arrow produced a huge sound of gold and stone colliding, and Yuan Kangtai's hand trembled slightly. There was no way he could avoid the arrow, and the moment he slashed it, he showed a flaw. The demon with the bow and arrow noticed his momentary stiffness, and at this time he had no way to dodge it, but to take the arrow hard. Can't be passive like this anymore. Yuan Kangtai thought to himself. Chuan Hai, who was standing in the back, shot an arrow and wanted to continue to look for Yuan Kangtai's figure, although the arrow just now did not achieve the result he wanted, but he was not in a hurry. His arrows were also poisoned by vines, which could turn him into pus and blood in a few hours once he came into contact with Gen Kangtai. As he was aiming, he noticed that the boy's figure had disappeared. A touch of alertness appeared in his heart. It was panic from instinct. He continued to pull his bow and arrows, trying to look carefully for the figure, but he was shocked to find that his bow was actually broken. A Japanese wheel knife was plunged straight into the tree next to him, and the blade reflected Chuan Hai's nervous face, and a neat cut appeared in the middle of the bow and arrow made of iron sheets. Before Chuan Hai could react to what was happening, the boy he was aiming at appeared in front of him with a body full of blood. Indifferent and ruthless, like a god of death from hell. Chapter 28. Chuan Hai was suddenly frightened by the boy's eyes. He didn't see how the boy appeared in front of him, as if a few frames had been removed from the video. As soon as he heard the whistling wind, the boy came to his side. But Chuan Hai soon changed his mentality. Without the bow and arrow, he still has his own body, and as an excellent archer, his physical strength is also extremely strong. Kawakai smashed his fist into the young man with a trace of blood on his body, and he smelled a delicious aroma on his body. He immediately realized that the boy was a legend that ate a special physique worth hundreds of people. Chuan Hai's expression became crazy, hoping to devour Gen Kangtai's flesh and blood, and the blood engraved in the cell made him lose his mind. With the crisp sound of the bell, Chuan Hai's crazy face stopped abruptly, and his head fell straight down. Yuan King was too out of the knife. This knife was particularly ruthless, and he cut off Chuan Hai's head with one knife. He swung his sword and performed a bloody vibrate, and the blade was as clear as water, not at all like a fierce battle. Yuan Kangtai glanced at the evil ghost that slowly disappeared. Wasn't it very cool for you to shoot just now? Why didn't you continue to shoot? Immediately realized that this person seemed to have the strength of a pillar. This greatly exceeded his expectations. In his opinion, the most people who came to participate in the selection were the strength of the entry, otherwise they would not have come here. He misjudged Yuan Kangtai's strength. Because he is not suitable for the state of two people catching and fighting, his strength is his blood ghost technique. As long as he has a sufficient number of imps, he can wantonly surround and kill others, and make himself invincible. He quietly put away the vines that were surrounding outside, because there was no need to prevent the boy from escaping at this time. All he needed was to think about how he was going to get out of here. Looking at the companions who died one by one, there was no wave in the heart of the remaining sun. It was just a battery that could be replaced at will, and it was re-recruited after the death. This kind of cannon fodder is not how much or how much. Zero Yuzai began to run away, and he did not forget to use the remaining demons when he fled. You hold him back, and I will first deal with his companions, and then I will join you. At this time, a loud roar sounded, as if a small mountain was moving. Zero Yuko was overjoyed when he heard this voice, and he knew that there was a companion of theirs imprisoned in this mountain, whose name seemed to be Hand Oni. The opponent's strength is comparable to him, but he didn't participate in the battle of the lower strings because he was trapped here, and the hand ghost has been here for such a long time. I don't know how many fresh humans have eaten. It must be a great increase in strength, if I can join forces with him. Zero Yuzai decided to flee in that direction. Yuan Kangtai also heard the loud noise. He knew that it might be the rabbit and they were in trouble. He looked back at the remnants who were about to escape. He frowned. The vines outside had been retracted, which meant that it was not a trap for the demon, and he didn't know why the demon who looked so powerful had escaped. That's right. In a flash of inspiration, Yuan Kangtai noticed the details he hadn't noticed. As he leaped here, he noticed that the demon's hand was pressed to the ground, unable to move. It seems that this is the limit of the demon. You have to catch up with him and kill him, or you won't have such a good chance next time. He turned his head to see Zero Yuzai running towards the place where the sound came from. Can't let him escape there, they seem to be there fighting the demons. Thinking of this, Yuan Kangtai looked at the ordinary evil ghost in front of him who was blocking his madness, and the body that had just been slightly injured due to overuse erupted at once. The new move of Swift Breath, Wu Ji type, and Moon-Cutting Void was used by Yuan Kangtai at will. If Master Scales was here, he would definitely be shocked by Yuan Kangtai's jaw. He didn't know that Yuan Kangtai had created a lethal move at will. The demons who stood in a row and wanted to block Yuan Kangtai couldn't feel what was happening at all, and a streamer slashed, and the demons in a row were all cut off their heads, and their bodies slowly dissipated, and they died without pain. Yuan Kangtai casually loaded those black beads and hurried to the place where Ling Yuzai fled. In the dense forest, the rabbit spat out a mouthful of blood to the ground. His forehead was covered with sweat, and there were countless small scars on his body, and one arm hung down weakly. A big hand slammed into the rabbit, as if to slap the rabbit to death after losing its physical strength. At this time, Tomioka Yoshiu used the fourth form of water breathing, the tide of strikes, and cut off the large cyan hand that the hand demon stretched out. Seeing the opportunity, Mako grabbed the rabbit's body and placed him on a tree. The forest of trees looked as if it had been cut down, littered with broken branches and trunks, and flanked by a hill-like oppressive hand ghost that laughed uncontrollably. The scaly bastard has locked me up for so long, and every year he still sends his students here to die. You are the 12th, 13th, 14th who are about to be eaten by me. The hand ghost pointed at the three rabbits with his fingers of red nails. I'm going to kill all his apprentices. The three of them were extremely angry, and when they first met the hand ghost, they felt that its huge body was invincible, and decided to leave here to join their juniors and disciples, and when there were many people, they would kill this evil ghost. But he knew from the mouth of the evil ghost that it was the evil ghost who had been abusing and killing Master Long's disciples, and in a fit of rage, he rushed forward desperately, but there was a big gap with the evil ghost. And he had already experienced a vicious battle, and there was no way to release the thunder breath given to him by Gen Kangtai, but at this time, Tomioka Yoshi and Mako rushed over after hearing the movement. They also experienced a vicious battle like the rabbit. Even if they were extremely angry, they could not kill this evil ghost, because its regeneration ability was too strong, and coupled with its unparalleled defense, the three of them could not cut off its head. Tomioka Yoshito said to the rear, Mako, you take the rabbit to the top of the mountain to find Kangtai, tell him what happened here, I'll hold him back first, you go quickly. Tomioka Yoshiu's body was already wet with sweat, and he had been fighting for a long time, even using the skillful 8th form, but he was interrupted by the hand ghost. And now he didn't have much strength, so he could only pray that Gen Soda would hurry here. Zero Yuzai finally arrived here, and he was extremely excited when he saw that the hand ghost was besieging the three of them and gaining the upper hand. Hand ghost, please help me, I'm the 5th of the next string, let's work together to kill and devour these little ghosts, and then we will work together to fight. Chapter 29. Seeing a new demon join the fight, the trio fell into despair. The rabbit struggled to stand up, and even if he died, he would die with his junior brothers. He could still lift the knife, and he wanted to try again if he could cut off the head of the hand ghost and avenge the dead brothers. There was a hint of purple in the rabbit's eyes, and he wanted to fight hard. A white figure appeared in their field of vision with an endless glow. It was like a galley blowing, rushing down with an unparalleled sword. The white blade of the knife aimed directly at the neck of the remnant, trying to cut off his head with a single sword. The huge power seemed to carry endless rage, and slashed at Zero Uzi with a white sword. But unexpectedly blocked by countless cyan hands, the Nichiren knife cut off countless arms, but it still didn't stop it and pulled away the remaining children. The hand ghost saved the rest of the child, although I don't know why he looked so embarrassed as the next stringer. The cyan arm placed the Zero remnant beside him. Kangtai. After Zhenhu saw that the white figure was Yuan Kangtai, the heart that she had been carrying finally relaxed, and for a moment she felt as if she had something to rely on. Fugong Yiyang and Bunta saw Yuan Kangtai coming, and finally had a glimmer of hope in their hearts. They know Yuan Kangtai's strength, and what they can't do, Yuan Kangtai will definitely be able to do. Before leaving, Master Scales called the three of them to a place and told them that if they encountered a life and death crisis in the trial, and they had no way to fight it, you should go and seek the help of your junior brother. At that time, Tuo Rabbit and Yi Yang still felt that what the master said looked down on them. Only Zhenhu nodded, but he didn't expect that they would soon encounter an unsolvable death crisis, and at this time, Yuan Kangtai came to them like a descending from the sky. He didn't get angry when he couldn't kill Yuzai with a knife, and he was not angry, watching Fugong Yiyang being attacked. Yuan Kangtai flickered, cut off the arm that was constantly entangled with Fugong Yiyang, and helped him to the tree where Zhen Gang and they were standing. Sorry, I'm late. I've encountered a dozen demons in the mountains, and it took a little bit of effort to deal with them. Yuan Kangtai turned his head to look at the three of them. Right now, only Makoto is in better shape, because she is not the main force fighting against the hand ghost. Fugong gasped for breath, obviously with little strength. And the rabbit's state is even worse. He is covered in injuries and constantly bleeding out, and now he is still awake and he is already determined. Kangtai, are you okay? There were some tears on Mako's face, which were tears from the hand ghosts humiliating their master, Makoto, who was angry, and she looked at Yuan Kangta, who was covered in blood, and was a little worried about his state. Most of them are not my blood, you don't have to worry, the next battlefield will be handed over to me. Zhenhu, you take senior brother Rabbit to rest for a while, and I will take senior brother Yiyang together to kill the two evil ghosts below. Zhen Kangtai turned to look at the hand ghost. The hand ghost looked at the chattering people and didn't interrupt them, it was also recovering its severed arm by Zhen Kangtai. But the arrival of Yuan Kangtai made him feel a little bad in his heart. This boy was actually chasing down the lower string behind him, and killing all his men? The hand ghost raised the danger of Yuan Kangtai up a notch, and it asked the Zero Yuzai in the rear, this young man is really as strong as he said. He may be stronger than you think, and his breathing can make him very fast, and we let him find his chance in the spur of the moment, and all my men were killed. But this time we joined forces, I will cooperate with you in the back, you just pay attention to protect me. Zero Yuzai knelt on one knee, pressed his hands to the ground, and unleashed his blood demon magic. Countless vines were imprisoned by the blood demon technique and poison ivy, and countless vines grew wildly, gradually enveloping the place. It's up to you next, after killing these 4, 3 will be yours, and I will only want that boy. The hand ghost glanced at him, I can only give you that girl, the boy is obviously stronger, and it can make my strength go further. Ling Yuzai has a kind of heart that is seen, okay, then follow what you said. Girls are girls, it's better than nothing. The hand ghost arm rebounded and then shot out suddenly, rushing towards the 3 people on the trunk like countless cyan vipers. Yuan Kangtai turned his head to Zhenhu and said, pay attention to dodge, I and Yiyang are going to go. Yuan Kangtai grabbed the hilt of the knife and cut off all the arms that the hand ghost rushed over, and blood gushed out. They ran in the direction of the hand ghost, and on the way, Tomioka Yoshiu told Gen Soda, his arm can be infinitely regenerated, so it is useless to cut off more, we must cut off his head. Yuan Kangtai cut off an arm again and nodded, I know, I'll look for a chance. There was a sound of shaking on the ground, and suddenly countless arms and venom-laden vines appeared, as if to pierce them. Gen Soda and Tomioka Yoshiu jumped high to dodge the attack from the two demons, and at this time, Gen Soda suddenly shouted, throw the knife. Tomioka Yoshi immediately understood what he meant, he threw the knife in the direction of the hand ghost, and he fell towards the place of the fifth of the lower string. Gen Kangtai stepped on the knife thrown by Tomioka Yoshi with precision in the air, and he jumped up again with his strength and slashed towards the head of the hand ghost. The breath of water, one type, and water slashed at the head of the hand oni like a mighty river, and a trace of horror appeared on the hand ghost's face. At this moment, a huge number of vines appeared at its neck, protecting it like a shield. The blood demon technique Poison Ivy imprisoned the remnants who knelt behind the hand oni, and it summoned countless vines around the hand ghost's neck, acting as a defense for it. The blade of Gen Kangtai's slashing hand ghost was entangled in countless vines, wasting a lot of strength, and he knew that this knife could not cut off its head. But he was unwilling to end it like this, because the next time there might not be such a good opportunity. Yu Yang also threw his knife because he believed that he also threw out his own knife. If this knife did not make a contribution, Yu Yang was likely to be killed by the hand ghost with a punch. Yuan Kangtai closed his eyes, and the blue water disappeared, replaced by a sharp purple intent. A rumbling sound sounded in the sky, making it impossible to tell whether the thunder was coming from the sky or the boy. Purple wrapped around Gen Soda's sun wheel knife, and the surging purple intent continued to emerge until it filled the entire blade, and the thunder and lightning with destructive connotations continued to shock the turquoise vines, and the vines continued to wither and turn into ashes and fall. The blade broke through the protective layer made of vines and rushed towards the neck of the hand ghost with an indomitable momentum. The thunder breath, mixed realm, and heavenly punishment god thunder exploded violently, like a muffled thunder above the 9 heavens, and the moment the neon wheel knife came into contact with the hand ghost, it shattered the head of the hand ghost, turning it into countless blood-stained fragments scattered around. Chapter 30. The moment when the hand ghost finally disappeared was still filled with disbelief. How could he break through my defenses? How could he? No, no, no. The body of the hand ghost kept disappearing, and the last moment of its life thought of the memories of before it became a ghost. That night, as a child, he ate his brother who loved him the most, and when he woke up he felt the endless darkness envelop him, and since then, no one has held his hand again. Yuan Kangtai chopped off the head of the remnant with the remaining knife momentum, but showed no mercy in his frightened gaze. Ling Yu's eye was not suitable for close combat, and he didn't have much ability to resist after losing his companions. Zhenhe walked over with the rabbit in her arms, and she handed the rabbit to Fugong Yoshiyang and hugged the detached Yuan Kangtai. She whispered to Gen Kangtai, I feel the smell of sadness on the hand ghost. Yuan Kangtai glanced at the body of the hand ghost that was about to disappear, and nodded, presumably he was also a teenager who worked hard before. I hope he doesn't have to be a ghost in the next life, and becomes a good life. It seemed that he felt what Yuan Kangtai said, and the last body of the hand ghost disappeared, and in the last memory, he seemed to see his brother, and he tried to catch up, running to the sun and holding his brother's hand. Brother, I'm afraid of the dark. I can't help you, you're always so cowardly. Yuan Kangtai gasped violently because of the loss of strength, and he suddenly felt the fog in front of him, and he seemed to see more than a dozen figures, carrying fox masks around their waists, waving to him and saying goodbye to them. Did you see that too, Mrs. Kang? Zhenhu whispered. Yuan Kangtai tilted his head, yes, we promised the master to go back together, and now we have done it. The 4 of them had their backs to the tree, the morning light shining through the sparse clouds on the ground, and the breeze gently brushed everyone's face, and everyone's face was full of happiness for the rest of their lives. 7 days later, the wisteria flowers were still in full bloom halfway up the mountain, shining in the sunlight, and the four of them leaned against the red pillars and waited for anyone else to come down on the mountain. It's a pity that except for the one who doesn't look like there are any scars on his body, no one has come down. This time, only the 5 of them passed the trial. He has been hiding in the cave for the past 7 days, and when he is hungry, he goes out to find something to eat, and he doesn't go out to fight with others, and he unexpectedly survives to the end. It's just that the clothes on his body look extremely tattered, and his green eyes have dimmed a lot at this time. He actually survived. Zhenhu leaned next to Yuan Kangtai and whispered. Yuan Kangtai glanced at Miao Yu, who was intact, and knew that he might not have had any battles with ghosts in the past 7 days, but the rules were like this, and he couldn't say anything, just for those teenagers who were killed by the strings were a little worthless. He replied lightly, no way, the requirements are like this, luck is also part of the strength. 2 girls wearing wisteria-colored kimonos walked out. I don't know if it was because they passed the assessment, and there was more joy in the originally plain voice. Congratulations on your selection. It's okay everybody. At this time, an inopportune voice sounded. Breaking the words of the 2, where's my knife? Said Michugaku impatiently. Please don't worry, let's hand out the uniforms first, measure your measurements, and then engrave the class you belong to. The white girl said. Then the black girl spoke, there are 10 classes in total, and the division of classes is divided into A, B, C, D. And a few of you have just passed the competition, and you are the last one, and you can use it to improve your rank by killing evil spirits. With that, she clapped her palms, and several birds hovering in the sky swooped down and stood on their shoulders. There was a black crow on the shoulders of the rabbit and Tomioka, and the one of the kodake was also a crow, and on the shoulder of the real mushroom stood a cuckoo, and Gen Soda's was even more special. The goshawk has been landing on his shoulder, and his martial arts are extraordinary, and he looks different from others. From now on, you will be accompanied by crows, who will be responsible for delivering tasks to you, mainly for communications. But Maya waved his hand impatiently to drive away the crow standing on his shoulder. He walked towards the 2 of them, and pressed the black girl's hair. I don't want a crow, nor a team uniform, I want a knife, it's a Japanese wheel knife, do you know? At this time, another voice sounded, not loud but with an undoubted voice, I'll give you 3 seconds to take your hand off someone's head, and when the time comes, I will see your hand lying around, then you don't want this hand. Yuan Kangtai reached out and pressed the hilt of the knife. It's also strange to say, obviously it was the second time they met, and Yuan Kangtai felt disgust in Miao Yu's body, and he clearly felt that he hated this person, and felt that there was a sense of alienation in him. It's as if this person lives in this world, everything is just for himself. Seeing that Gen Kangtai's hand had already pressed down on the Hinawa knife that he had been longing for a long time, his face twitched, and he remembered the finger that he had broken before going up the mountain, and still took his hand away. It's just that he is still not to be outdone. When will my neon wheel knife arrive? If it is not for a special knife to use, who will join your ghost-killing team? The black-haired girl did not comment on their actions, and she pulled the purple cloth from the table, revealing pieces of ore of various shapes. At a glance, Gen Kangtai could see that their materials were very similar to the ones he had seen in the Akaishi cave, and he knew that they were orangutan's crimson ore, which could be used to make the Nichiren knife. The girl spoke, next, please choose a piece of ore, and the steel to protect your sword is up to you. A few people stepped forward, looking at the rocks of different sizes on the table. They couldn't help but have some headaches. They had never seen this thing, so they naturally didn't know how to choose. Yuan Kangtai walked over, he stood next to Zhenhu, and took out a piece and handed it to Zhenhu. That's it, there's this ore in the mountains near my house, and I know which one has the highest content and is best for making knives. Zhenhu covered her mouth, her face full of disbelief. Can Mrs. King still do this? It's really amazing. Yuan Kangtai, who was a little embarrassed to be praised, continued to pick 2 pieces and handed them to the 2 behind him. and reluctantly pointed out one to him in the eyes of Miaoyu, who looked a little envious. If you don't say it, I know that I have to choose this piece. He stretched out his hand and pressed the stone. Even if he received Yuan Kangtai's favor, he was reluctant to say thank you. Damn, why are you so shameless? Yuan Kangtai rolled up his sleeves as if to give him a little color. The rabbit grabbed him. Forget it, it's all an organization now, so let's feed it to a dog. After selecting the ore, the Nichiren knife will be delivered to you after the 10th to the 15th. In an empty house, a feather weaver dressed in beige sat on his knees in the middle of the room, with the crow standing in his hand, and his voice was gentle and kind. Well, 5 people have survived, it's really good. The tone was full of appreciation. My children have increased again, and I wonder what kind of swordsman they can become, especially the one who killed the lower string. What a surprise to me. Raven, do you think I should raise his rank a bit? Then he shook his head slightly. You're right, you can't be too pushy, just let him practice like this, I believe he will surprise everyone in the near future. Chapter 31. The 4 of them walked together, really bouncing, looking extremely excited. I don't know what Master Liang Glong's expression will be when he sees a few of us. It should surprise him, after all, after 5 this time we have 4 places. The rabbit looked thoughtful. I should be more excited, after all, we are all students taught by him, and this time we have all passed the assessment, and the teacher will be very pleased. Tomioka said lightly. Master Scales is so gentle, maybe you'll cry when the time comes. If I guess right, remember to save some face for Master Scales. It's like a cute rabbit. What do you say, Mrs. King? Asked Zhenhu, and the other 2 also looked at Mrs. Yuan curiously. I'm thinking about how much I'm going to eat when I go back in a while, and I don't know what Master Scales has prepared for us. A smile tugged at the corner of Yuan Kangtai's mouth, as if he thought that he would be able to eat something delicious in a while. Everyone let out a sigh, and then burst into laughter, obviously shocked by this junior brother's obsession with food. Speaking of which, Master Scales should be lonely sometimes. Yuan Kangtai looked up at the sky. He didn't know what the old man was doing at this time. Worried about them. Master Scales is a very special existence for me and the rabbit. Brother Rabbit and I are both orphans, and we were picked up by Master Scales since we were children, and he taught us to understand the world and teach us to breathe. When I was a child, I felt that Master Scales was the gentlest and loveliest person in the world, and I would like to be like him in the future, becoming a cultivator and taking over the burden of his old man. Mako's tone began to lighten, as if he didn't want to disturb the warm memory. But the master is sometimes not happy, he has his own knots. Once I watched the master cry at the tombstone behind the mountain in the back mountain. That's the master feeling guilty, although I don't have much contact with Master Scale, but I know that he must have died in that place because so many disciples who were cultivated by him failed to pass the selection of Fuji Raid Mountain, and he thinks that as a teacher, he has the greatest responsibility. Yuan Kangtai looked at the narrow foggy mountain that was about to arrive and said lightly. He stretched out his hand and pressed the white fox mask on his waist. This mask is the only thing he can do for his disciples, the meaning of the mask to ward off evil spirits. I really want everyone to be safe, this is Master Liang Glong's greatest wish. Yuan Kangtai looked at everyone because there was some silence because of what he said, and he changed his tone. Haha, everyone, cheer up, after a while, Master Scales will see the 3 of you and think that you have lost the election, we will bring the best joy to the master. Immediately after that, Yuan Kangtai ran forward in great strides, and the sound of joy resounded in this valley. Let's compete to see who arrives in the narrow foggy mountain first, and the last one will brush today's tableware, and learn to call a pig. Kangtai, wait for me, I don't want to be a pig. Hey, Mrs. Kang, you're too laid back, see if I catch you in a while, let you feel what kind of love comes from my senior brother. Tomioka, who fell at the end, just smiled faintly. This scene was very warm for him who lost his sister. But the pace under his feet gradually accelerated, after all. Who wants to learn to cry a pig? The top of the mountain scale Longzuo kept pacing at the door recently. He received the news of the crow, and learned that his disciples actually passed the test this time, but he was still a little worried, afraid that they would be seriously injured. After getting the news, he would come to the top of the mountain every day to wait for them. The noisy sound kept coming from the mountainside, and the sound of boys and girls laughing sounded as pleasant as heaven in the near future. He stopped walking and walking, not wanting his disciples to see his nervousness. A crowd of people dressed in various colors of feathering appeared in front of him one by one. Master Scales, I'm back. Master Liang Long, we have all passed the selection, and we have given your old man a hard boost. Master! Master! Zhenhu suddenly jumped into the arms of the scale Longzuo and rubbed hard. Liang Longzuo looked at the intact four people recently, and finally couldn't hold back his emotions, hugged them together, and tears continued to flow down his cheeks. It's good to be back, it's good to be back. The usually stern old man stumbled nervously at this time, and he hugged everyone hard. Great, you're all back alive. None of the children sent over the years have come back again, and seeing the four people intact this time finally can't suppress their feelings. The four of them hugged each other and cried. Even Zhen Kangtai had a trace of sadness. He regretted the unfortunate fate of many senior brothers, although he avenged them on the mountain, but it seems that the evil ghost is also a victim. He clenched the neon wheel knife in his hand. No misery, I will definitely kill you, just wait, I hope that day will come soon. In the evening, the five people sat around the boiler, and the boiler made fat cow hot pot, red soup, and the four of them ate with their mouths full of oil. Only Master Liang Long looked at them, and they ate very little. Master Liang Long, why don't you eat it? Are you reluctant to eat it? Asked Yuan Kangtai curiously while chewing a piece of winter bamboo shoots in her mouth. The master is so happy to see that we all come back and can't eat. Zhenhu picked up a piece of freshly scalded fat cow and put it in Yuan Kangtai's bowl. Is that so, master? You should also eat more. Don't be afraid that there will be not enough vegetables, and tomorrow I will go up the mountain and hunt a few wild boars for you. Let everyone taste the taste of wild pork. Yuan Kangtai picked up a piece of potato again and said vaguely. Awesome, Kangtai, or let's go fishing another day. I remember if you like turnip salmon. Yi Yang, who was eating a piece of radish in a small bite, paused, nodded, and agreed with senior brother Rabbit's statement. Salmon, salmon, do you like stew, brother? I remember that there seem to be a few places where this fish is particularly suitable for sashimi, and you must remember to try it the next time you have a chance. Zhen Kangta put down the dishes and chopsticks, indicating that he was also very interested in salmon. Let's wait for your team uniform and the Nikiran knife. You may be very busy after becoming a member of the Ghost Slayer team. If your first mission location is near the sea, you can just go down to fish. If it's inland, forget it. Master Scales spoke. Then wait like this, Master, you eat slowly. I have a little feeling when I fought with Xiaoxian on the mountain. I will go to the room and think about it. Yuan Kangtai put on his shoes and walked outside. Everyone is no longer surprised. With such a talented little junior brother, they also feel more down to earth. I don't know what Kangtai realized this time. Zhenhu looked at the back of Yuan Kangtai leaving, and was a little distracted. Hey, Zhenhu, be Wangfu Stone, right? The rabbit teased. Senior brother. Zhenhu's little face turned red, and he didn't know if the hot pot base was too spicy. Chapter 32. Zhen Kangtai came to his hut and knelt up, and there was an aqua blue futon on the ground. He began to conceive of his breathing, and he learned from that battle that his breathing skills were not mature. Assuming that he can be in a state of breathing all the time, then the improvement of himself will be a notch. Breathing in full concentration is like a technique, and if you want it to reach the state of full concentration and normalization, then proficiency is essential. As far as I am concerned, each of my 3 breathing methods has its own merits, and if I choose one of them as the object of the regular application, then the remaining few will have to be one step slower when I want to use them. If I can find the similarities of all the breaths and use the most basic breathing methods that are common to every breathing method, it will not only strengthen my body, but also allow me to have other options when fighting. Yuan Kangtai stood up. Yes. Without further ado, I'll go to the back mountain to exercise. A black curtain shrouded the entire back mountain, only a glimmer of moonlight sprinkled down, and the back mountain was constantly chirping frogs and insects. Zhen Kangtai came to the place of the waterfall in the back mountain, where the water content is the richest. Zhen Kangtai wanted to start with the first breath he touched, carefully feel the power of breathing, and try again how to normalize breathing. He didn't ask his master, he didn't know if he could make a basic breathing method that was completely different from this world, and after asking the master, after using their method in a preconceived idea, he might not be able to find the one that suited him best. The breath of water all concentration. Yuan Kangtai's whole body was full of a faint sense of water, the temperature of his body increased, the blood flow was rapid, but his heartbeat dropped, and the muscle strength and endurance of his whole body increased greatly. This is the strength of his breathing enhancement, and he wants to feel this strength now, so that this state can be normalized. Yuan Kangtai closed his eyes and closed a perspective, so that the inner vision was more focused, and Yuan Kangtai looked at those meditation masters before crossing over. Not knowing exactly how to start, he thought of the practice of meditation. Genkata began to slowly feel the flow of each breath, focusing on the sensation of exhaling and inhaling. Each breath brings a lot of oxygen, and it is this oxygen that is broken down by the cells and brings great strength to itself. Yuan King pays too much attention to the depth of his breathing, whether it is shallow or deep, the greater the power will be generated, but the time to gain strength will be slower. Just like listening to music, once the rhythm of breathing is out of order, not only is the sword incoherent, but the increase in strength is quite limited. Once the body can't adjust its breathing and let the consciousness adjust, the energy will be separated, and the speed of the knife will be much slower. Yuan Kangtai gradually entered a state of meditation, and at first there were a lot of distracting thoughts in his heart, thinking of the world before the crossing, and thinking of the different look that Zhenhu looked at him. He thought of what Master Scale Long and Mr. Tetsu Torotaro expected of him, but these were quickly forgotten by him. He began to feel the increase in the strength in his body. The blood carrying a huge amount of oxygen to all parts of the body, and the power far beyond ordinary people began to emerge. The heart beats at a very low frequency, but each vibration sends blood throughout the body to provide oxygen. What Yuan Kangtai didn't know was that in the outside world, his body sitting cross-legged next to the waterfall had gathered a large amount of water elemental, and the water flow surrounded him, which seemed to resonate with his breathing. With each breath, the flow of water changes, faintly fitting into this world. Zhen Kangtai entered an ethereal state. He didn't know what was going on in the outside world, he just felt that his body became light, with a cool feeling, as if there was a huge water ball outside his body that wrapped him. In this state, he had forgotten to maintain the breathing method, but the breath of water still existed, like Zhen Kangtai's most determined partner, existing in every corner of his body. After eating, several people also came to the back mountain, and they saw a surprising scene in front of them. The rabbit asked Master Xiang Long in a low voice, "Master, what kind of state is Mrs. Kang? How do I feel that he wants to become an immortal?" With the sound of bell, Zhenhu gave him a fierce chestnut, and she didn't dare to speak loudly. "Senior brother rabbit, how do you speak? What is the name of Feather Dengxian? This is obviously a great achievement." Master Liang Long couldn't complain about how happy the words of the two were. He said softly, "Your junior disciple's full concentration of Changshong's water breath is almost complete." What? Several people were stunned for a moment when they heard this, and they didn't understand what it meant. Alas! Master Liang Long sighed, "Is this the back wave of the Yangtze River pushing the front wave? This newly recruited disciple is too demonic. When you reach this level, it is equivalent to you using the breathing method to strengthen your body all day long, and this state is also known as the entry method of the pillar. When you have reached a certain time, you have one foot on the threshold of the pillar. Hearing this, several people showed surprised expressions. It turns out that the junior brother is already so strong, he can actually compare to the pillar, said the rabbit. His mouth was a little sour. After all, he was the senior brother of several people, and the result was not as good as the junior brother of the righteous and brave, and he couldn't compare with the new junior brother who had joined for a few months. It's not as exaggerated as you said, I'm just talking about the admission ticket. Your junior brother should still have a way to go before he becomes a pillar level, although he definitely didn't have to run in the end, but I don't know what kind of name he will have in the end after so many breaths. Master Scales said. I'm really curious about that day. I hope I can always fight side by side with senior brother Kangtai in the future. Tomioka smiled for the first time in a long time, clearly looking forward to his future life. Master, senior brother, look at Kangtai, said Zhenhu, pointing to Yuan Kangtai's position. Everyone hurriedly looked over, only to see that the huge water ball that Yuan Kangtai had originally condensed had disappeared without a trace, and now, a faint purple color appeared under his feet, and then gradually crawled all over his body. When Thunder Breath Complete Concentration Changsheng Yuan Kangtai was meditating, his subconscious mind kept telling himself that he wanted to take a completely different path from others, and he didn't really want the constant state of each breathing method. What he wants is a basic breath that everyone can learn and that every breath can be used perfectly. Under his intentional guidance, the thunder breath gradually disappeared, and the white air began to crawl all over his body. The breath of speed, concentration, and constant concentration is a new state of constant concentration. The four people on the other side couldn't suppress the surprise in their hearts. Senior brother Kangtai actually completed the normal state of the three breathing methods in these few minutes, and it was done in a rapid switch. It doesn't matter if Liang Longzuo is at this time, his heart has long been numb, and now that Yuan Kangtai says that he is the Ghost King, he has nothing to say. Chapter 33. Gradually, the white glow has faded. Zhen Kangtai felt that they each had different states, and they had the most basic similarities. He put the breath of water, the breath of thunder, and the breath of speed together, trying to find what they had in common. Purple lightning, white light, and blue streams of water appeared beside him at the same time, and three breaths were used at the same time, and now it was time to remove their differences. Poof! Yuan Kangtai spat out a mouthful of blood. This is because it is the first time to use so many breaths. His body is a little unbearable, but his eyes are still tightly closed. Seeing that Yuan Kangtai was being counterattacked, Zhenhu looked nervous and wanted to rush up to see how he was doing. One hand grabbed her clothes. It was Yoshi Tomioka. He looked at Zhenhu and said seriously, "You can't go now." Kangtai is at the best moment of comprehension, and he vomited blood because he may have to strip out all the particularities of the three breathing methods, and it is normal to not notice the injury for a while. If you go over and interrupt his inspiration this time, you don't know when the next time it will be. Yu Yang is right, Zhenhu, you still care about it, you have to believe him. Master Scales looked at the stabilized Zhen Kangtai and remembered what his grandfather had told him about the strength of the initial swordsman when he was a child, and it was said that the first breathing method was created and passed down by him. Kangtai, can you reach that height? Let's wait and see. Spit out a mouthful of blood without realizing it, Yuan Kangtai felt that his breathing was much easier, and the use of all three different breaths had caused a great burden on his body, and he was now gradually removing their unique things one by one. Everything outside of the body is gone. The sound of long breathing sounded again, like a hidden dragon ascending to the sky, and the dragon in the abyss rose to the sky and breathed heavily. It's like a baby landing for the first time, wantonly and greedily absorbing the air between heaven and earth. A basic breathing method that has never existed before. It does not contain any elements, it does not have any moves, it looks even inferior to ordinary breathing, but its future is infinitely broad. It's like an activator that allows you to use any other breathing technique while maintaining your regular breathing. Why didn't anyone invent this kind of breathing before this? Only a person as gifted as Zhen Kangtai would create new breaths and thus use plural breathing methods. Yuan Kangtai also discovered that Changzhong in this state can increase the power of the breathing method that is usually used alone by 30%, like an amplifier to amplify the breath carried on it. Yuan Kangtai slowly opened his eyes. Even at this time, he still maintained the Changzhong breathing method. His vision became clear, and his hearing became very keen, as if he had opened the door to a new world. With a movement of his ears, he heard 4 breaths not far away, which he knew were his friend and teacher. Master Scales, Rabbit, Yiyang, Zhenhu, why are you here? Yuan Kangtai jumped off the boulder and walked in front of them. Of course, it's to see what peerless martial arts you are secretly practicing in the back mountain, my good junior brother. He said sourly, but he was really happy for his junior brother. The 3 of them looked at Yuan Kangtai and suddenly felt that they couldn't understand him. A few months ago, they could still feel Yuan Kangtai's youthfulness. Even if they created new breaths, new moves, even if they were far from Zhen Kangtai, they felt that there was a chance to catch up. But this time, standing beside Zhen Kangtai, Tsunedo felt that the person next to him seemed to have undergone some essential changes, like a tsunami that was immeasurable. Master Scales looked up at Yuan Kangtai. It's done. Yes. Yuan Kangtai nodded. Then he looked at the people around him who were expecting him. I have realized a new trick, named the normal breathing method. Do you want to learn it? Think. Happy voices come and go, there is a colorful warmth, fitting together is like honey flowing by, just like their days in the past few days, incomparably beautiful. In the next few days, Yuan Kangtai unreservedly handed over to them the breathing method he had realized last time. In the past few days, you can see the figures meditating on the boulder in front of the waterfall. The first thing they tried was the most familiar breath of water, and even if they didn't learn the breathing method given to them by Zhen Kangtai, the constant state of water breath was enough for them to use on a daily basis. Yuan Kangtai took the teacup, took a sip gently, and let out a sigh of admiration. This cup of tea is a cup of tea that he randomly picked a few leaves of plants that Master Scales said were not poisonous, dried them and collected them, and brewed a cup when they were fine, and they tasted unique. How does it feel to make your own tea? Liang Longzuo stood next to Yuan Kangtai recently, and followed Yuan Kangtai's perspective and looked at the few people cultivating on the boulder. Master, you know me, in my evaluation, there are only 3 states. You can drink, and you can't drink. Can you guess what kind of cup I have in my hand? Yuan Kangtai shrugged his shoulders and looked at the real mushroom who was quietly kneeling on the stone, and his solemn expression made Yuan Kangtai feel amused. Master Liang Long didn't answer his question, he said lightly, count the days, it's time to come. You mean the day of the knife? Asked Yuan Kang curiously. Master Liang Long nodded. Yes, it's been the 14th day, and I don't know which knife forger will come to deliver the knife this time. Master, when will I see my sister again? I haven't seen her for half a month, and I don't know if her life in the butterfly house is good. Zhen Kangtai used his thumb to feel the pattern on the teacup, and a burning sensation appeared on the tip of his finger. It should be busy, after all, people are different from ghosts, people will die if they are seriously injured, and if they are not treated quickly, they will also die, so the 2 places of logistics and medical care are the busiest. Master Scales looked at Tomioka Yoshiyang, who had already stood up, and continued to say to Yuan Kangtai, but with your sister's qualifications, you are now a senior member of the butterfly house. I heard your sister say that you almost fell to your death on the mountain at the beginning, and she rescued you from it. Zhen Kangtai nodded like a chicken pecking rice. I almost thought I wouldn't survive at the time. At this time, a black crow flew to the old man's shoulder, as if to convey some news. Master Liang Long clapped his palms and shouted softly to the 2 cultivators. That's all for today, your uniforms and Nichiren knives have arrived. The 2 of them, Rabbit and Zhenhu, withdrew from their cultivation state. The two of them also gradually mastered the breath of water in Changzhong. Because they still want to learn a stronger breathing method from Yuan Kangtai, the two of them are also working hard to practice the normal breathing method given to them by Yuan Kangtai. Tomioka Yoshi felt that he could master the breath of water, so he politely rejected the new breathing method taught by Zhen Kangtai and continued to practice the breath of water. Chapter 34. What's the matter, Master? Is our Readaloud knife here? Chi Tu looked very excited. He had been coveting Yuan Kangtai's Readaloud knife for a long time, and he was the only one who was most anxious. Because of Zhen Soda's relationship, Mako got a dagger that could be used for self-defense. Only he and Yi Yang haven't touched it yet, and he is still very curious about what will become of his Nichiren knife. It is said that it will change to a different form depending on the user's breath, but the appearance of Zhen Kangtai's blade will change constantly. Is it because the breath he uses is different? Several people stared at the intersection expectantly, as if their things would arrive in the next moment. Only Yuan Kangtai was not interested, leaning against the pillar. After all, he had already obtained his own Readaloud knife. A burly figure appeared, with a red fireman mask on his face, and a huge box on his back, which seemed to be filled with things, and kept making noises. Yuan Kangtai's face showed a hint of surprise, as if he had seen an acquaintance. Mr. Taihu, is that you? Asked Yuan Kangtai tentatively. He had already stood up, and he still held the colorless Hinawa knife in his hand, and with the slight tremor of the blade, it seemed that he had touched a familiar person. Zhen Kangta knew that this person must be Iron Tiger Taro, otherwise his soul snatcher would not have such a reaction. The burly man took off his mask, revealing a majestic face, and then let out a loud laugh that softened the majestic countenance a lot. Kangtai, you really did it, and you really didn't live up to my expectations of you, nor did you live up to my Nichiren knife. Tetsudaro put down the large box he was carrying and greeted everyone. Fugong is brave, Rabbit, Zhenhu, and Mr. Scales, it's been a long time. Taro, you're still so strong, we must have not seen each other for 5 years. With a faint memory, it seems that he has met an old acquaintance. Zhen Kangta was a little surprised. You know each other? Scales and Tsudoko Taro glanced at each other. Haha, that's of course, I once invited Taro to be my stepson, and his status in the forging knife village is just like you now. Don't look at Tetsu Kotaro as a knife forger, he may be more skilled than you in picking up a knife to slay demons. Master Scales opened the chest that was placed on the ground and took out a small box and 3 sheathed sun-wheel knives. Haha, it's not as exaggerated as you said, Mr. Scale, and now I don't think about swordsmanship anymore, I just do my job. Tetsutaro scratched his head, apparently agreeing with Scales' statement. Tetsutaro came up and gave Zhen Kangtai a big hug. Really good, you kid, let you pass the game, you chopped a lower string to death, right? It's amazing. He had obviously received a message from someone else, and even he was surprised that he had great hopes for Yuan Kangtai, as if the teenager was growing up too fast. Feeling the huge pressure on his chest muscles from Tetsutaro Taro, Yuan Kangtai finally poked his head out. No, that lower string is not suitable for fighting at all. After I kill all his little brothers, he has no combat power to rely on, and all of them will die. Hearing that Yuan Kangtai had made things so simplistic, he just smiled faintly. He slapped Yuan Kangtai's shoulder heavily. All in all, this time it's a good job, and it's equipped with the Readaloud knife I specially built for you. At this time, the rabbits and the others turned out the black combat uniforms in the box and kept gesturing on their bodies. When Tetsudaro saw it, he explained to them, this is our special costume for the Demon Slayer team, which is fireproof, waterproof, and breathable, and can also prevent the claws of some weak demons. Then Tetsudaro pointed to the Hinawa knife on the ground. The Hinawa knife, also known as the chameleon knife, since you all know it, I'll make a long story short, it is taken from the orangutan crimson ore you selected, and it was made by us knife forgers. The Nichiren knife will have a different color depending on the user. You can pull it out and give it a try. When the rabbits heard this, how could they not give it a try? Yi Yang pulled out the knife, and the blade slowly turned aqua blue. Tetsudoro exclaimed, the purest breath of water. Then the rabbit also pulled out their wheel knife. The blade of the rabbit turned light blue, and the rabbit turned dark blue, apparently under the influence of Yuan Kangtai, one with a little speed breath, and the other with a little thunder breath. They are all relatively rare colors, so I guess we put a lot of effort into breathing. Tetsudoro said. Then the few of them put on the black combat uniforms brought by Tetsudoro, with blue feathers with flowing cloud patterns on the outside, and white fox masks around their waists. Tetsutaro looked at this harmonious scene. Why don't you give a squad name and independently form the Ghost Slayer team? The 4 people who passed the trial are all from the same school, and it is also a rare existence in the history of the Ghost Slayer team. Master Scales nodded. It's true, after the formation of the team, you can always be together in the future. Yuan King asked curiously, is there such a team among the ghost killing team? There shouldn't be any, but shouldn't there be a precedent for everything? You set up a team this time, I can write to the head of the family and let him see if this matter is feasible. Scales said recently. Speaking of which, Iron Tiger Taro turned his head to look at Yuan Kangtai. Kangtai, did you pick up a kind of bead after slaying the evil ghost with the soul snatcher? Yuan Kangtai was stunned for a moment, and then he took out dozens of beads of different shapes from his pocket. Are these things? Iron Tiger Taro was particularly surprised after watching Yuan Kangtai take out a large handful. Kangtai, how many evil ghosts have you killed? I forgot to tell you, this is something that will only be left after you kill with the soul snatcher. He also took out a fiery red bead in his pocket. I call it Suansu, it originated from a demon I slayed. His body did not dissipate after death, leaving only a red heart. I used the material of that heart to forge 2 Nickeloon knives, both of which you used. At that time, I discovered that the Hinawa sword with the addition of special materials can plunder some of the peculiarities of demons when they kill them. Then he threw the fiery red bead into his mouth and chewed it heavily. The effect of Suanzu is to improve human physical strength and speed up recovery, and the more rare the color, the stronger the effect. Then when I first killed the evil ghosts, he also dropped one. Isn't it because I have a special physique? Yuan Kangtai asked curiously. He really thought that this was the benefit he had crossed over. But now he told him that it was the invention of another genius? This made Yuan Kangtai difficult to accept for a while. Tetsu Tiger Taro laughed, looked at Yuan Kangtai and said, Kangtai, have you forgotten that the one I picked up at the beginning was also made by me? In that case, let's eat a little bit and see if it's useful. Brother Rabbit, you eat first. Gen Kangtai handed the cyan bead dropped by the mermaid demon to the rabbit. Senior brother, eat first. You are senior brother, you take the lead. Chapter 35. The rabbit looked at the turquoise beads that didn't look like they could eat in his hands, and fell into the biggest crisis in his life. He took the bead and looked at everyone with a look of embarrassment. Do you have to eat it? Taste it, senior brother, don't you see that Mr. Taiho has already eaten one? Yuan Kangtai said leisurely. He also wanted to know if there would be other harm if this thing was eaten. Rabbit looked at his figure, and then at Iron Tiger Taro's burly body like the reincarnation of Hulk, and he said weakly, I feel that we can try it with another person, and senior brother volunteer will be fine. Iron Tiger Taro quietly looked at the prevarication of the rabbit. He hammered the rabbit's shoulder hard, and laughed. What are you afraid of? Didn't I just eat one in front of you? Do you think this thing can be seen everywhere? Its value may be too great for you to imagine. Suanzu can only drop one on each ghost. The higher the rating, the higher the level of the Suanzu dropped. This one in your hand is estimated to be able to slightly improve your physique. You quickly eat it and feel it to know if what I said is true. Seeing Tetsutaro's non-fake expression, he gritted his teeth and prepared to fight. He swallowed the turquoise beads in one gulp, and his face flushed, as if he had eaten poison. After a while, under the expectant gaze of everyone, the rabbit opened his eyes. His eyes became bright, and he changed his previous embarrassment. He grabbed Yuan Kangtai's arm. Good junior brother, give me a few more, this thing is really useful, I feel that my strength is 3 points higher than what I didn't eat just now, it's really incredible. Hearing his disciple say this, Liang Longzuo was also slightly shocked recently. He knew that although this disciple was a little off the line in normal times, he would definitely not talk nonsense at such a time. It seems that the Suanzu that Tetsu Torotaro said is really the kind of effect he said, and he is really a great genius. He opened his mouth to stop the rabbit. Rabbit, your junior brother still wants to keep it for himself, why don't you want to cultivate more? Just think about finding a shortcut. Your junior brother uses his life to kill the evil ghosts one by one, you just ask for it, do you think it's appropriate? Listening to the master's slightly serious tone, the rabbit stopped his movements and scratched his head shyly. Isn't this a moment of excitement, master? Don't you know, the moment the green bead melted in my body was like a warm current passing through, and then I felt that my strength had become a lot greater. Yuan Kangtai handed the black beads in his hand to the rabbit again. Since it is useful, I will give you a few more. These beads were dropped by my subordinates who killed Xiaoxian on the mountain, and the quality should not be very high, you can use them as healing agents. The rabbit hesitated for a moment, but still shook his head. Forget it, junior brother, you can keep it for yourself, the master is right, since the opportunity is what you get, we can't force it. And it is also very dangerous to kill ghosts. Without saying a word, Yuan Kangtai put the 3 black Suanzu into the rabbit pocket, and then took out 2 different colored Suanzu and put them in the hands of Zhenhu and Tomioka Yoshi respectively. Without waiting for them to speak, Yuan Kangtai preemptively said, you take these. Don't be polite to me, don't say that I can get these again in the future, now I still have 2 of the most bizarre ones in my hand. I want these higher quality ones to be enough, and the rest can be made up for by killing a little more evil ghosts in the future. Tomioka Yoshiyong looked at the Suanzu in his hand with a slight warmth in his heart, although in name they were Yuan Kangtai's senior brothers, but in terms of action, Yuan Kangtai had been taking care of them. He clenched the beads in his hand and put this heart in his heart, if there is really a scene that his junior brother can't solve in the future, then let him give his junior brother a cushion. Unlike the 2, she smiled playfully at Yuan Kangtai, and was about to put the blue bead in her mouth. Yuan Kangtai saw this scene and hurriedly stopped her. Zhenhu, don't worry, I'll give you another try, you senior brother rabbit don't know if what you say is reliable or not. He swallowed the Suanzu dropped by the hand ghost and the 50 or so of the lower string in one gulp, as if to verify something. As soon as he took his mouth, he felt a fragrant taste, as if he was eating a delicious fruit, and then a warm current came from his abdomen, which spread to all parts of his body. It's like a great river flowing endlessly, and it feels strengthened everywhere in the body. The calluses on both hands gradually fall off from holding the knife for a long time, revealing skin as smooth as a baby. The black hair began to lengthen, and the face became slightly resolute, a little more solemn than the original delicate face. Several people felt a little surprised when they looked at the changes that Yuan Kangtai could see with the naked eye. The power of this Suanzu was too amazing. Yuan Kangtai opened his eyes, and a watery blue light radiated from his pupils, attracting everyone's attention. He was slightly surprised. It's really useful, I feel that after eating Suanzu, all aspects have improved, and now in terms of physique, the speed under normal conditions has increased by a few grades. Zhenhu, Yiyang, you can eat too, it should exceed your expectations. After the 2 swallowed it, they also showed surprised eyes after a while, obviously getting a great gain. Yuan Kangtai came to the side of Zhenhu and gestured with his hand a few times. Zhenhu, you seem to have grown taller. Really? Really? Mako became very surprised, even more excited than her gaining strength. For girls to grow taller is really a dream thing, more important than what to gain strength, improve speed. She carefully gestured between herself and Zhen Kangtai's shoulders, and found that she had indeed grown a centimeter taller. She let out a cheerful cheer and hugged Yuan Kangtai. Thank you Kangtai for the gift, I like it very much. Yuan Kangtai blushed slightly and wanted to say that this was not a gift, but looking at Jinayu's happy expression, he still dismissed this unpleasant word. And after watching Jen Kangtai give all the beads he had worked so hard to give to everyone, Scales and Tetsutaro exchanged a look, each admiring their good eyes. They thought that Jen Kangtai already had the basic qualities that a leader should have. Tetsutaro smiled as he looked at the boy and girl in his arms, and then he carried the box on his back, as if he was about to leave. Kangtai, Rabbit, Zhenhu, Yiyang, and Mr. Scale, my purpose has been accomplished, it's time to get out of here. Remember to familiarize yourself with your weapons and combat uniforms, I believe that soon you will encounter new missions. Tetsutaro said. I have other things, so I won't talk to you more, Kangtai, my final work is still in the process of collecting raw materials, you can rest assured that you will have a peerless divine weapon in the future. Tetsutaro looked at Gen Soda, his words soothing but undoubted, he knew that what he said would definitely come true. Yuan Kangtai nodded vigorously, he had a very good impression of the big Mr. Taihu. Goodbye. Mr. Iron Tiger. Chapter 36. Everyone said goodbye to Tetsutaro. Master Scales looked at everyone dressed neatly, and felt extremely relieved in his heart. This was the first batch of Ghost Slayer members he brought out. And it's a rare 4-person squad, which has never been seen before in history. Liang Longzuo is proud recently, but it is not for his own training, but he can continue to send talents to the ghost-killing team and make some contributions to solving those man-eating evil ghosts. Have you thought about it? Do you need to create a team? Yuan Kangtai looked at the 4 people who were dressed similarly, and they exchanged glances with each other. It's confirmed, Master, the 4 of us can set up a team. I heard Mr. Taihu say that there has been no such result in the ghost-killing team, and it is better for the 4 of us to act together. Yuan Kangtai proposed, and then the rabbit took over, and the 4 of us have different personalities and are good at it, and the 4 of us can also cooperate well together and can complete the task at high speed. Seeing this, Master Scales nodded his head, then you can give your squad a name, I will write to the current head of the Ghost Slayer team in the evening, asking him to agree to your request to set up a team. Speaking of the name, everyone immediately became excited, and the rabbit took the lead in proposing, since several of us can breathe water, the name of this team is called the Water Squad, and we will know what we are good at when we hear it. Zhenhu immediately shook his head, Senior Brother Rabbit, the name you gave is also too much to say, let people hear it at all, let me think about it, how about calling it the Qingchuan Squad? She looked at Yuan Kangtai with anticipation, and Yuan Kangtai looked at Tomioka Yoshiyang, I don't care, I don't know what you think, Senior Brother Yiyang. Yoshiu Tomioka, who has always spoken very little, unexpectedly opened his mouth, the Kyosan team sounds pretty good, but I think we are all from the Sasagiri Mountains, so we can bring one of these words and point out the fact that we are all users of water breathing. I think the name of the Fog Shadow team is good, what do you think? Hearing Tomioka Yoshiyuki say that he would bring the name of their cultivation hometown, they all raised their hands in agreement. Then, let's call it the Fog Shadow Squad, Master Scales, what do you think? Yuan Kangtai clapped his hands, and several people looked at Scales left. Everyone didn't forget to bring him as a master, and they felt a trace of warmth in their hearts. Since this is your choice, then so be it, I will write a letter in the evening, have you thought about which one will be your captain? Let Yuan Kangtai come. Everyone said in unison. Ah, let me come, I don't have experience as a captain. Well, I also think it's good to have Kangtai as the captain, more wisdom than someone. It's normal to have no experience, after all, not all people are born to be captains, so get used to it. Looking at everyone's expectant eyes, Yuan Kangtai scratched his head, okay, I'll work hard. Since you have no objection to these things, let's eat a big meal today, after all, I don't know when you will be called up to complete the mission. He took out a few pieces of iron from the small box and handed them to everyone. This is your status and rank, you are all the last level now, work hard to complete the task and improve your level. Mrs. Kang. Are you actually at the level of decay? Said Zhenhu as he looked at the same iron sheet in Yuan Kangtai's hand as them. I don't know what's going on, I guess my strength is too weak. Yuan Kangtai didn't care much, after all, this thing didn't reflect their strength, it was just a class identification. Yuan Kangtai was confident that in the next year, he would directly rise to the highest level. A few people in the back mountain sat around the boiler, holding chopsticks and constantly pinching the food in the pot. Wow, Mrs. Kang, your cooking skills are really good. Zhenhu praised Yuan Kangtai while eating, and today Yuan Kangtai showed them a hand, allowing them to see the cooking skills from the previous world. Including but not limited to, sweet and sour fish, pork hot pot, fried dried fish, braised pork ribs, pumpkin soup. Wait a minute. Do the children of the poor be in charge of the house early? My sister taught me by hand. Yuan Kangtai told a small lie without changing his face. Yuan Kangtai sandwiched a piece of pork ribs into the bowl of the real mushroom. Speaking of which, Master Scale, you said that the moment we became members of the Ghost Slayer team, we would be summoned by them for something. That's right, because the frequency of ghosts attacking humans is still quite high, and even now I still don't know where to be attacked by evil ghosts. In this case, then I should have more missions in the future to save the villagers from their attacks. Yuan Kangtai bit the rib fiercely, as if he wanted to tear the demon's body apart. This is the meaning of the existence of every Ghost Slayer member, most of them are ordinary people like you, it is courage and anger that make them strong, and it is also to destroy all the evil spirits in this world. The left of the scale of the dragon looked solemn. The next morning, Yuan Kangtai and Master Liang Long stood in the pavilion on the back mountain, looking at the three people who were cultivating Changzhong to breathe. A black crow stood on the shoulders of the left of the scales, and the crow spoke. The Lord said that he agreed to your request to form a team, and has great expectations for the team created by your disciples, and looks forward to your presence at the next meeting. Yuan Kangtai naturally heard the voice of the crow, and he had an inquiring expression on his face. Master Scales, is this the captain of the ghost-killing team agreeing with us? Master Scales nodded, yes, the leader of the ghost-killing team is not called the captain, we often call him the Lord, he is really a very gentle and easily convincing person. When I first met him, he was very young, and at that time he had already shown a different temperament, and even the most unruly members showed a respectful attitude towards him. In this case, the Lord must be a very powerful swordsman. No, on the contrary, the Lord is not a fighting talent, his body is so weak that he can't even hold a knife. Hey! Yuan Kangtai was very surprised when he arrived. Generally those who can play the role of captain in this kind of team are powerful and extraordinary, but Master Scales said that he has no combat power at all, which makes Yuan Kangtai even more curious about that lord. At this time, the sky suddenly cast a few shadows. Urgent! Urgent! Gather the Fog Shadow team to the town in the northwest to investigate the cause of the girl's disappearance. Chapter 37. A hay donking with green feathers flew to Yuan Kangtai's shoulder, rubbing his face affectionately, and the cuckoo flew to their respective owners' shoulders, repeating the task repeatedly. Several people by the waterfall retreated from their cultivation state, and several of them had different expressions on their faces. Rabbit was excited, Yiyang was expressionless, and Mako was worried about the missing girls. Yuan King clenched his hand tightly in the knife, and he said to Master Scales, without further ado, the four of us will set off, and more girls will be poisoned by evil spirits sooner. The other three also stood beside him and said goodbye to Master Scale. There are many plains in the northwest region, and there is a lack of trees, and Yuan Kangtai and the others are walking on the slightly desolate yellow land at this time. The sun shone on their backs, the noon sun looked a little scorching, and several people were sweating profusely. Yuan Kangtai looked at the map given to him by Master Scales in his hand, and compared it to the faint house in front of him. I think I'm almost close to my destination. I look at the map like this, everyone refuel, and we'll rest in the town later. Yuan Kangtai said. The four of them were wearing aqua blue feathers, and they wore a straw hat on their heads to shade the sun, which was made up by Yuan Kangtai for a few people on the road, and even a character like Yi Yang couldn't help but praise a few words, saying that Yuan Kangtai knew too many things. The beads of sweat fell to the ground and were immediately evaporated by the high temperature, and several people couldn't stay in the hot weather, and they all felt relieved when they saw the town in the distance, and their steps quickened. They enter the town's streets, which are lined with neatly lined up small shops and traditional Japanese buildings. Walking through the streets of the town, Minamoto and his family saw residents wearing traditional kimonos leisurely walking through the streets, with the cries of vendors coming and going, and some holding shopping bags and looking for handicrafts in small shops. Zhenhu couldn't help but sigh, will there be evil ghosts in such a peaceful village? Yuan Kangtai had already filled the other shops with water with the kettle. He picked up the kettle and took a sip. Evil ghosts will not appear during the day, no matter how much prosperity will be hidden at night. You can't just look at the surface. I'll ask where the village of the mission is. Then he handed the kettle to Zhenhu, walked quickly to the vendor who was shouting and selling sugar gourds, and handed him a few copper plates. Little brother, do you know where Pingtian village is going? A few of us went there to study, but we couldn't find the specific place. Yuan Kangtai asked. The vendor selling sugar gourds looked at the knives on the waists of several people and felt that they didn't look like students, but he didn't dare to say it. In these years, at least the people who go out with knives are at least the children of the practitioners, and if they accidentally provoke them, they will be in trouble. He put the copper plate in his pocket and said, "Are you going to Hirata village? Walk along this road and you will see Hirata village. But I've heard that it's not safe there lately, and that teenage girls often go missing. And people in the neighborhood don't even dare to send their daughters there during the day, so I advise you not to go there, lest your companions be in any danger." Yuan Kangtai and the others exchanged a look. It seemed that they had found the right place. He smiled and said, "It's okay, after we come, you can rest assured and boldly go to that village to play, and we will solve this problem." The young vendor pursed his lips, obviously not taking the words of the young man in front of him to heart, but only because others were customers that he did not put that disdain on his face. Yuan Kangtai didn't care what others thought, and took a string of sugar gourds when he left. After all, he had already paid. Casually handed the sugar gourd to Zhenhu. His expression was a little solemn. "Let's hurry up now, I'm afraid that if I delay another day, I will have one less girl." A few people walked across the bridge, but Zhenhu suddenly grabbed the corner of his clothes, signaling Yuan Kangtai to look at the corner. A girl with blank eyes sat on the ground obediently. Her clothes were tattered, she looked a little sluggish, and she was dragged with a rope, obviously to sell this girl. Yuan Kangtai's eyes narrowed, and there was a murderous aura on his body. He thought that Zhenhu and Rabbit were also the same identity, and he couldn't care about such a thing happening in front of him, and several people went there to try to save the girl, and at this time, two people stepped forward. A girl with black hair, purple eyes, emerald green butterfly hairpins with pink edges on either side of her hair, and a standard ghost slayer uniform with colorful butterfly feathers on the outside appeared. She was followed by a girl who was dressed similarly to her but a little shorter than her, and Yuan Kangtai heard the girl's soft and weak voice, "Excuse me, where did this girl come from, and why did you lead her with a rope?" Then he pushed the girl's shoulders with his large, scarred hands, trying to get her out of the way. Just when the girl behind her couldn't help but be about to make a move, a delicate boy stood in front of him. Yuan Kangtai held the man's wrist tightly, his brows furrowed. "Didn't you hear her ask you where this girl came from? What is the hand stretched out for? Don't you want it?" Yuan Kangtai gradually increased the strength in his hand, and the face of the merchant with a full face turned red. How did he know that a random boy actually had so much strength? "Quick! Let go! Ah! My hand is about to break!" The fierceness on the vendor's face disappeared, and he kept begging Yuan Kangtai for mercy to let him let go of his hand. A weak voice came, "This little brother, let go, we still have something to ask him," the girl spoke, gently brushing the butterfly logo behind her hair. Yuan Kangtai turned his head, only to find that the girl who looked a few years older than him had a knife hanging from her waist with an orange jaw, a four-leaf clover shape, and an emerald green hilt. And the girl behind her, who looks similar to her and should be a sister, also has a Japanese wheel knife around her waist. This time it was their turn to be surprised. "You are also from the ghost-killing team?" Yuan Kangtai let out a puzzled sound. At this time, the girl also found that Yuan Kangtai had a Japanese wheel knife hanging from her waist, and when she saw the three people coming from behind, there was a hint of understanding in her eyes. "You're the four people who won the last tryout, and I heard that you also formed a squad, which is big news for us," the girl said softly, and then stretched out her hand to Yuan Kangtai. "The first time we met, my name was Butterfly Channa, you can call me Channa." The weak and boneless little hand and Yuan Kangtai parted with each other, leaving a touch of floral fragrance in the air. Chapter 38. This is my sister Shinobu Butterfly, who is also a member of the Demon Slayer squad. Butterfly Chini said, pointing to the girl in the back. The girl named Butterfly Shinobu looks a little grumpy. But she looked at Yuan Kangtai, who came forward, and introduced herself kindly, "Butterfly Shinobi, meet for the first time, and take care of it in the future." Yuan Kangtai didn't expect to meet other people in the organization here. "Hello, my name is Yuan Kangtai, and this time I was instructed to go to the nearby town to complete the task of investigating the disappearance of the girl." Yuan Kangtai pointed to the three people who had already arrived behind him. "This is the other three of our Fog Shadow squad, and we are acting together on this mission." The vendor watched as they became more and more numerous, and the flesh on his face trembled, and his calves trembled with it. He's just a money-hungry villain, but he doesn't want to meet such a few characters with knives, and the eyesight he has trained over the years makes him see that these people are ruthless characters who have killed people. He took advantage of the fact that a few people were not paying attention, and ran towards the town in a puff of smoke. Seeing this, Yu Yang was about to stop him, but Yuan Kangtai waved his hand. "He is not our target this time, this matter is not so simple." Yuan Kangtai squatted down, looked at the slightly dull eyes of the girl on the ground, and tried to talk to her. "Hello, my name is Yuan Kangtai, you are free now, where is your home, we can send you back." The girl didn't react, and her face didn't change when she heard that she was free. Yuan Kangtai got up and shook his head at the three of them, indicating that there was nothing he could do. Butterfly Chini squatted down, and there was infinite tenderness in her eyes when she looked at the girl. "Hello, my name is Butterfly Chini, do you have nowhere to go, do you want to join the ghost-killing team with me?" The girl's eyes moved, and she instinctively believed in such a soft-speaking big sister in front of her. She reached out and grabbed the corner of Butterfly Chain's clothes, but still didn't speak. Butterfly Chini helped her to her feet, called out her sister's name, and a pink handkerchief was handed to her, and she carefully wiped the dust and wounds from the girl's body. Mako also squatted down, took out gauze and began to bandage the girl's injured area because of the rope rubbing for a long time. Yuan Kangtai and the others looked away. He met Butterfly Ninja's eyes curiously, and asked, "Butterfly Ninja girl, are you here also because of a mission? Are we taking over a task? Or do you have other things to complete?" Butterfly Shinobu said with a straight look, "My sister and I have completed a mission, and now we have to rush back to report, and it is said that the Butterfly House has accepted a few newcomers, and my sister needs to go back to teach them, and take on a new task by the way." Chini, the butterfly on the ground, wiped the girl's arm and said, "That's what Shinobu said, we will take this child to the headquarters of the Ghost Slayer at night, where there is an environment where she can live. I hope she can live well there, what a poor child." Yuan Kangtai and the others glanced at each other, and he said goodbye to Butterfly Chini. "In this case, the seniors and a few of us will go on the mission first, and this girl will be handed over to you." I hope you can treat her well. I wish you good luck. Butterfly Chini waved goodbye to a few people, and Butterfly Shinobu waved her hand slightly under her sister's gaze. At dusk, Yuan Kangtai and the others came to the end of the road that the sugar gourd vendor said. The village was quiet, one by one the bungalows were next to each other, but there were few pedestrians on the road. I don't know if I was scared by the case of the girl's disappearance. Yuan Kangtai only saw an old man on crutches wandering around the entrance of the village, and there was no one else. He stepped forward quickly. Hello old man, may I ask if this is Hirata village? The old man glanced up at Yuan Kangtai, his face was full of wrinkles. It's indeed here, it's not very peaceful here, some people have disappeared, the guards haven't solved the case here a few days ago, and the people in the village are constantly moving to the big towns outside. He looked at the few people who were carrying knives behind him. I don't know what you're here for, little brother. The old man carefully looked at the people in front of him, and his rich experience made him know that these children who were the same age as his grandson were not bragging, and his sad face also had a touch of joy. He threw down his crutches, as if he was about to bow down to them. Yuan Kangtai quickly supported him. Old man, what are you doing here? My granddaughter is missing. Just a few days ago, she said that she was going to go to the village to get some wine and come back. I waited for a long time and didn't see her, and I went out to look for the whole village and didn't see her. Tears welled up in the corners of the old man's eyes. I heard her. I wander around the door every day just to wait for one day she will come back. At this, the old man's tears could not stop flowing. Yuan Kangtai helped the old man up. He was going to ask the old man something. After all, they were new to the place and they were not familiar with each other, and they couldn't get much useful information with a black eye. Old man, I don't know when your granddaughter disappeared, and if there are any other people in the village who you know who have disappeared, tell me everything you know, so that we can help you find your granddaughter. The old man also knew that this matter was related to her daughter's life, so he didn't dare to hide it, so he invited the four of them to his house to rest, replenish their physical strength, and then catch ghosts. Yuan Kangtai exchanged a look with the three people behind him, realizing that several people needed to rest to replenish their strength. They agreed to the old man's invitation and came to the old man's house together. After the old man had entertained them, he began to talk about his granddaughter's disappearance. That day, after Mako went out to drink, I cooked at home and waited for her to come home, and when I didn't see her come back, I went out to look for her at the place where she sold alcohol, but when I got there, they told me that they didn't see Mako. Then I asked all the neighbors, and all of them replied the same, they hadn't even seen Mako come out, which made me devastated. I searched all over the village these days, and I didn't see any trace of her, and her parents who were working outside the home were almost home, and I didn't know how to deal with them. At this, the old man couldn't help but hide his face and weep. Yuan Kangtai comforted him, it must be the evil ghost who captured her, we will definitely do our best to find Mako and save her. Chapter 39. Old man, can you tell me how the other girls disappeared? Yuan Kangtai asked seriously. Let me think about it. Another family far away from our house disappeared 2 days after Mako disappeared, a girl named Mifang disappeared, and then 2 days later, another one disappeared, and another one disappeared last night, and now the girl doesn't dare to go out at night. There was a faint fear on the old man's face. Yuan Kangtai listened to this information, and gradually had a general idea in his heart. It must be impossible for people to disappear out of thin air, there must be other reasons, such as... He met the eyes of the righteous bravery. Blood magic. The two said in unison. It must be related to the blood ghost technique that evil ghosts can hide, and the last time I met a demon on the mountain that can lower my sense of existence, I almost didn't find him. Zhen Kangtai said to the other two who were confused. So, the evil ghost used some kind of blood ghost magic to hide his body and the body of the kidnapped person, and after being kidnapped, he went to a safe place. Old man, Take us to the place where your granddaughter disappeared and see if we can find useful information." Yuan Kangtai looked serious. They came to the side door of the old man's house. Mako disappeared on this path. I asked the neighbors near the house, and they all said that they didn't see Mako at their respective doors, so she could only disappear on this road. The old man pointed to the path between the two houses, and the ground was paved with cobblestones, which looked extremely smooth. Zhen Kangtai carefully searched the ground with the lantern, trying to find some useful traces, his eyes staring at the ground tightly, trying to find hair, blood, traces of resistance and other things. The other three were also constantly searching in this alley, and at this time, Zhenhu suddenly spoke, "I have traces here, you come and see." The few people who heard the sound immediately gave up their search and looked at the place where Mako's hand was pointing. The wall of the next house had a slight scratch, like a fingernail scratch, and there was a hair as thin as copper wire on the ground. Zhen Kangtai picked up his hair and narrowed his eyes. This hair didn't fall naturally, but was cut by some kind of sharp cut. Then he pointed to the end of his hair, "Come closer, see if that's the case." The crowd gathered together and tried to see something in their hair. "The fracture is extremely neat, it is indeed a mark of a sharp thing, but I don't know if it is a weapon like a sword, or something like a claw. There are indeed no traces of a fight at the scene, it should be that the victim's strength is relatively small, they are unable to fight, and they are frightened and lose their mobility, but I don't know why the evil spirits did not eat them." Yuan Kangtai said. "There's no blood on the ground at all, let's take a look at another place." Everyone explored the approximate places where several other girls disappeared, and found that most of them were like this, and the girls were not murdered at the first time after they disappeared, but were taken away and disappeared. Yuan Kangtai's brows furrowed, as if he had encountered some unsolved problem. Has the devil ever caught it but didn't eat it? Doesn't it mean that demons have an irresistible allure to human flesh and blood? Could it be because of the fear of being caught, so that they move to a safe place with their prey to enjoy again? He came up with a hypothesis. There's no need. Tomioka Yoji expressed his opinion, assuming that the demon's blood ghost technique is an ability that can carry living creatures to transfer. There is no difference between eating and taking away food at that time, and even if he doesn't eat it, it is a better choice to beat the prey into incapacitated, otherwise the screaming of the girl on the road will be affected after all. Yuan Kangtai nodded, Yu Yang is right. Now it is easy to conclude that the evil spirits may have been driven by some kind of power to make them make the act of taking away the girl, and this power is greater than their instinctive desire for flesh and blood, bringing the girl back instead of eating it on the spot. Now the goal is clear, then there is a high-ranking ghost, who drives his subordinates to go to various places to collect maidens, and then for him to achieve some kind of purpose, whether it is to eat, or to complete some kind of ritual. Without further ado, you summoned your crow to send a message to the Ghost Slayer headquarters, asking if there were any signs of a vanishing girl elsewhere. Yuan Kangtai said. The black crow rushed into the sky, taking away the news collected by Yuan Kangtai and the others. What are we going to do next? Zhenhu asked. The core of their team is Yuan Kangtai. I'll go and ask the old man to discuss with the rest of the village, to see if there is a girl with better physical strength who is willing to show up once. As a bait, I will use my life as a guarantee, and then a few of you will disperse according to the layout of the village. Once there is a situation to issue an early warning, try to entangle the evil spirits, and focus on your own safety. Zhen Kangtai entered the house and told the old man his reasoning, and he assured that there would be no problems with the girl. The old man was in trouble. Mr. Yuan, it's not a question of whether I'm willing or not. My granddaughter and a few others are missing, but most of them are not affected. Who would be willing to hand over their daughter's life to someone they don't know? Old Decay is also powerless. Yuan Kangtai pressed the hilt of the knife. Old man, you may not know my strength. Ordinary demons can't go a few rounds in front of me at all. I am the strongest newcomer of the Ghost Slayer this year, please believe me. Yuan Kangtai bowed to the old man, and this is also for your safety in the future. The old man was infected by the confidence of the young man in front of him. He stood up and helped Yuan Kangtai. Tonight I will ask for the opinions of others one by one, and do my best to do my best. If I can't persuade, then I can't do anything. Yuan Kangtai accompanied the old man to the door of the family, and most of them politely rejected them, thinking that such a young teenager in front of them did not have the strength to help them, and they were unwilling to gamble with their daughter's life. When she came to the last house, a middle-aged woman with fat powder on her face came out. Her waist was a little thick, and when she heard about the old man's proposal, she broke out and cursed. "Okay, you old immortal thing, your granddaughter lost it and came to harm our family. Don't think I don't know what kind of calculations an old thing like you makes. I want to pull a person to back it, right? Let me tell you. My family is no better than your family. How honest she is, she never goes out to hang out at night, so now she is safe. If you want me to see, the one in your family may have been hooked by a wild man." The old woman chattered like a sparrow in a tree that was annoying to the constant chirping. "Enough! Shut up, you!" Yuan Kangtai finally couldn't help but yell. Chapter 40. Faced with the boy who suddenly burst out with might, the woman suddenly became dumb. She didn't know what the identity of the boy in front of her was, and he was so majestic, she was at a loss for a while. The woman was a little frightened when she saw the young man pressing the knife. But it was found that the boy had no intention of drawing the knife, and her courage gradually returned to her body. "What's the matter, young man? What's wrong with what I said? If you don't promise you, are you going to kill me? Why didn't I see you so powerful when I was looking for demons?" The woman pinched her waist and spat on it. "That's not something you should worry about." Yuan Kangtai helped the old man with tears in his eyes, and said coldly to the woman, "You'd better stay at home honestly. If you meet evil ghosts, don't blame me for not reminding you." The figures of the two faded away, and the woman closed the door disdainfully. "The broom star-like figure dares to take care of our business." What she didn't see was that after she closed the door, a lump of shimmering black light followed her into her room. Yuan Kangtai came to the street, and there were 3 people standing on the street who were looking forward to him, and Yuan Kangtai looked at the 3 and shook his head, signaling that his plan had failed. "How so? Don't they believe in our strength? But we're also doing this for their sake. If the evil spirits don't get rid of each other, even if they run into the town, it's still dangerous. None of them are willing to let their daughters take risks, not only because they don't trust us, but because it didn't happen to them and they can't empathize with others." Yuan King said lightly. "If they can't catch the evil ghost tonight, they should be in a hurry tomorrow. Start the second plan. You can play the girl next door and see if the evil ghost will take the bait. But senior sister Zhenhe should have a murderous aura on her body. Can she catch out evil ghosts? The rabbit has its own doubts. I can't be sure, but there is no other way now. The village is too big, our number is too small. Let's separate. I'll follow Zhenhe to protect her. You have to pay attention to other places." Yuan Kangtai said. Tomioka nodded, and with a few clicks of his feet, he disappeared here. The rabbit ran in the other direction. "Remember to signal," Yuan Kangtai said to the rabbit. The rabbit head did not look back and compared an OK sign, which was taught to him by Yuan Kangtai, which means that I have heard what you say and will abide by it. In the middle of the night, the sky was overcast, and there was no other light on the street except the lights, especially on the streets around the corners. Yuan Kangtai walked down the street with Mako, who had changed into Mako's clothes. He kept following Mako, making sure she was in sight, and Mako, like a little girl from an ordinary family, quickened her steps and walked towards her home on the road, as if she was afraid of the appearance of evil spirits. Until they reached the end of the street, nothing happened. Yuan Kangtai appeared and stood with Zhenhe. "It seems that there is no way tonight. This time we didn't catch the evil ghosts. There are only 2 possibilities. One is that they found us and avoided it, and the other is that they may not do it tonight. So what now?" Maso raised her little face and looked at Yuan Kangtai, and suddenly her nose wrinkled. Seeing that Zhenhu's face suddenly changed, Yuan Kangtai subconsciously pressed the handle of the knife. He didn't know what was going on, and began to look around vigilantly. Kangtai, I smell the breath of evil ghosts, and it's still alive, it should have just appeared. Mako's eyebrows furrowed together, trying to find it. Yuan Kangtai followed her until Makoto stopped, and Yuan Kangtai was shocked to find them standing in the door of the poisonous tongue woman. This is it, the aura of the evil ghost disappeared at this door, it should be in. Masamu's little finger pointed to the gate made of pale yellow wooden boards. The door was closed at the moment, and there was no sign of any damage at all. Was this evil spirit invited in by the woman? Why is there no trace of destruction at all? Yuan Kangtai was questioning. Mako's nose twitched, and she pointed to the door. I should have gotten in from here, I smelled it. It is supposed to have used blood magic. The two looked at each other and decided not to signal for the time being, so as not to startle the snake. Yuan Kangtai knocked on the wooden door gently. Is anyone there? Please open the door, we apologize to you for what happened just now. 2 minutes ago. Kami, who was wearing pink pajamas, heard the conversation at the door. She subconsciously wrapped her clothes tightly, and she was not angry when she heard the boy want to use herself as bait. Mako is her friend, and although her personality is not as lively as Mako, she can still do something for the safety of her friends. But hearing her mother's harsh words, she hesitated again. Her character is so weak that she has to listen to what her mother says. She watched the door shut, and hurried to her room. She was afraid that her mother would see her and scold her again. Jiamei subconsciously quickened her pace. She didn't notice that there seemed to be two shadows on the ground under the faint moonlight, with an indescribable weirdness. Kami returned to her room. She covered the quilt, trying not to think about Mako's affairs and wanted to fall asleep quickly. But I don't know if it's because of the weather, she feels a little cold. She subconsciously tightened her quilt, and found that the cold feeling was getting closer and closer to her, and she was a little scared in her mind, and gradually thought of the stories of evil ghosts that had been passed down in the village in the past few days. She sat up abruptly and ran towards the door, stunned for a moment by the demon who was performing her blood demon magic. He wanted to eat her whole person with the bed in his blood ghost technique, and then transport it out, but he didn't expect the girl to have such a mobility, and she actually ran away directly. The demon's name is Ryasuk, and at first he was just a small minion in the demon, until that day he brought a girl to the adult, and the adult was happy to give him new blood. As a result, his blood ghost technique changed, and the scope expanded a lot. The blood demon spell Swamp World was originally a blood ghost spell that took a long time to release in a small range. At most it could only make the enemy difficult to move for a few seconds during the battle, and he was almost killed by a woman with a butterfly decoration in one action. After that, he began his own alternative path to becoming stronger, grabbing young girls for the adults and gaining great power. At this moment, most of his blood ghost technique had been completed, but the target suddenly ran out. This action made him embarrassed a little. Fortunately, most of the blood ghost spells that have been completed will not disappear, as long as he does not have fierce fights during this period. He turned the swamp world into a grey ring and placed it behind his back, and the whole person disappeared to the ground like water, turning into a black shadow and running in the direction of the girl. Chapter 41. An evil spirit named Ryasuk keeps following the sound of footsteps underground. He didn't seem impatient. At the door, he saw the boy with the knife. He knew that it was a member of the ghost-killing team, and he felt extreme danger in the boy, which showed that the boy had the ability to kill him. When the boy scolded the woman, he was also frightened, and at that time he wanted to leave here, and the vote was gone. No matter how strong his strength is, he is afraid of death. He thinks that he can avoid the limelight, and it is not too late to take the girl away when those few people leave here. But he smelled the scent of a young girl in the house, and he couldn't help it, so he followed him all the way here. With a poof, Ryasuk jumped out of the swamp like a fish jumping out of the water, and he stretched out his blue-gray hand to cover Kami's mouth, so that she couldn't make a sound even when she was extremely frightened. The other hand summoned the grey ring behind him, slowly sinking the girl's body inside. Kami's face was full of fear, tears, and infinite despair. She didn't know who else would come to her rescue at this time, but suddenly there was a knock at the door. "Is anyone there? Please open the door, we apologize to you for what just happened." A woman in purple pajamas came out of the back room, her expression was somewhere between disgust and impatience. "What bastard doesn't sleep in the middle of the night and comes out to borrow the toilet? There is no." "Yes." A shrill voice rang out, and the woman saw her daughter being dragged into the grey swamp by an ugly-looking demon. She was frightened, and under the strong stimulus, she casually picked up the mop next to her and threw it towards where Ryusuk was. With a click, the demon easily broke the wooden handle of the mop. With a bang, the doorway was breached. An incomparably sharp knife slashed straight at Ryusuk's head with an indomitable momentum, and Ryusuk was caught off guard and tried to block the knife with his arm. The blade sliced through Ryusuk's arm as easily as tofu and headed straight for his head. But with this buffer period of arm covering, he knew that the person who made the knife was the boy he had just met on the other side. His body suddenly fell half into the swamp, making Yuan Kangtai's knife miss, and he quickly put the girl in his hand who had fallen into half of his body as his own meat shield. A few bouncers stood on the roof of the house and fired a signal flare, and a pop of fire exploded in the sky, and the two people who received the signal began to rush here. Yuan Kangtai saw that the first knife did not work, he immediately changed his move, and the blade of the knife stabbed fiercely at the evil ghost on the ground like a meteorite falling, and the evil ghost did not have time to put the girl's body on his head. Ate him with the knife, red blood rushing out, with his painful roar. Ryusuk's eyes instantly turned red, but he didn't have a murderous intent towards Jen Kangtai, he had to escape, he knew that even if he fought alone, he was not the opponent of the handsome young man in front of him. But he couldn't give up on the girl, because if there were no hostages in his hands, he felt that he would die a miserable death at the boy's hands. Ryusuk whistled fiercely with a gesture, as if to convey something. In the darkness of the night came the sound of sci-fi suo, and something was coming out. Yuan Kangtai didn't have time to think about it, his purpose now was to stop the demon from taking this girl. He kept changing the Hinua knife in his hand, but he found that he couldn't do anything about the girl who kept sinking. He couldn't even pull it, for he was afraid that if the demon got vicious, he would tear her into several pieces regardless of the girl's injuries. Yuan Kangtai stood up, he decided to let the demon drag the girl down, and he gradually had an idea in his heart, as long as he didn't let this evil ghost leave here, he would definitely release the girl at a certain time, because every blood ghost technique has a time limit. This is especially true when he maintains such an enchantment like blood ghost technique. Maybe it won't be long before the demon will automatically reveal its flaws, and he just needs to wait for the demon to surface. The girl's entire body has been dragged down by the evil ghost, but Yuan Kangtai gave her a reassuring look, signaling that she doesn't have to worry. The girl glanced at Yuan Kangtai in horror, understood what he meant, and she obediently did not shout. It's just that the last gaze is filled with infinite expectations, after all, whether she can survive depends on the young man in front of her. The woman saw what Yuan Kangtai was doing but thought that Yuan Kangtai had let her daughter go alone, and she kept cursing Yuan Kangtai in her mouth, and then pounced on the place where the evil spirit disappeared, and asked Yuan Kangtai why she was helping to abuse. Yuan Kangtai didn't have any explanation, just followed the extremely fast shadow, and kept jumping up to the heights. Zhenhe followed Yuan Kangtai on his toes, and before leaving, he stuck out his tongue at the woman. "Old woman, don't worry, my junior brother is very steady, and he will definitely leave a whole corpse for your daughter." Only the woman who wanted to cry was left to sit on the ground, resenting everyone. At this time, the mutation was sudden, and several small and agile demons suddenly pounced on Yuan Kangtai, and the remaining few rushed to someone else's house to try to kidnap the girl in the house. Yuan Kangtai felt a little tricky, he drew his knife and slashed the evil ghosts that pounced on him, and with it, he was almost unable to keep up with the speed of the black shadow. A faint white color rose above him, and Zhen Kangtai slashed all the demons in the vicinity like a ghost, following the black shadow. After Yuan Kangtai used his breath to solve the evil ghosts that were approaching him, there were all kinds of screams from the nearby room, including old people, women, and girls, and the white light in Yuan Kangtai's eyes was even stronger. A whistling wind passed through Mako's ears. You go and keep an eye on that black shadow, and I'll deal with the evil spirits in the village as soon as possible. Like a meteor streaked by, Yuan Kangtai took over the battlefield. On the stairs, a demon was about to kill an old man on crutches, when it suddenly found itself in sight. What's going on? It was the last thought that crossed its mind. Yuan Kangtai stood behind the demon and waved his knife, slashing the head, and then he rushed to more places, 1 knife, 2 knives, and 3 knives, and the head of the evil ghost was constantly cut off. He didn't have time to pick up the suanzu dropped by the evil ghost, and quickly rushed to another battlefield. Yuan Kangtai wiped the sweat from his head. And the last one was in front of him. The sharp and scaly claws seemed to be about to pass through the middle-aged man's chest, but Zhen Kangtai slightly estimated the distance between himself and the man. It seemed that it was too late, and he was ready to pay some price to try the higher form of speed breathing, so that he would not regret it. An aqua blue knife fell from the sky and severed the demon's claws, and then a knife with purple light severed the demon's head. The Fog Shadow Squad, Tomioka Yoshitoi, Rabbit, arrive. Yuan Kangtai put away the quick breath that he was about to use and shook the sweat from his head. He didn't tell the two of them about the current situation. He said follow me and left. Chapter 42. Zhen Kangtai's toe point disappeared into this place. On the other side, Zhenhu, who was instructed by Yuan Kangtai, followed the black shadow closely. Her combat effectiveness has never been very good, but she still has a great advantage in this kind of intelligence collection and tracking. She always took a few steps behind the shadow, and she changed out of the Ghost Slayer team's uniform, fearing that the demon would attack her if she followed too closely, so she bit the shadow like a poisonous snake. Ryusuk's head was covered with sweat, on the one hand, because of the overuse of physical strength, and on the other hand, because of the oppression brought to him by the delicate boy. When he first saw the boy behind him change to a girl, he was still fantasizing about changing his strategy to make this girl pierce, but the girl was like an experienced hunter, and she kept a safe place with him. No, I won't even be able to save my life if I continue like this. Ryusuk thought to himself, and he decided to leave the girl and run away by himself. The girl in the pink pajamas is suddenly thrown in front of Mako, who has to stop and hug the girl who was thrown to prevent her from falling. Ryusuk appeared and hurried out of the village. As long as he escapes into the complex jungle, no one can find him, and he can hide in the trees so that others cannot find him. Just when Ryusuk was getting ready, he felt a chill coming at him from behind. The speed was so fast, the killing intent was so great, it made people shudder. Genkata slammed into Ryusuk like a meteor, pulled out a piece of white satin behind him and then dissipated. Genkata slashed at the demon's limbs with a knife, blood splattered, and the demon's cry of pain sounded again. Zhen Kangtai could have chopped off his head with a single sword, but in order to inquire about the whereabouts of the other girls, he only cut off the demon's limbs. Rabbit and Tomioka Yoshiu also arrived, and Yoshiu draped his own haori over the girl's body, holding the hilt of his sword and standing behind the demon to prevent him from escaping. The demon controls his hands and feet not to regenerate, because he finds that no matter how quickly he regenerates, he will be ruthlessly cut off by the boy, and he knows that the boy's intention is to make him lose the ability to escape. I advise you to get acquainted and let me go, otherwise the adult behind me will leave all of you with no bones, and you dare to intercept the adult's food. Ryusuk's expression was hideous. With a brush, Yuan Kangtai cut a mark on his body again, and blood flowed. Yuan King looked at him indifferently, and didn't have any reaction to the adult in his mouth. I didn't kill you now because of the so-called bullshit in your mouth, but because we still have questions for you. Genkata lifted the Hinawa knife against Ryusuk's neck. Now I'll give you a chance to tell the whole story completely. I'll let you go for a night, and then you'll encounter life and death conceit later. Yuan Kangtai didn't say that he would spare his life, which sounded ridiculous to both of them, but Yuan Kangtai gave him another choice, giving him a chance to survive at their hands. Ryusuk's face showed a hint of struggle, and he could intuitively feel that what the young man in front of him said should be true, and he imagined the strength of the adult. It must be easy to devour the few humans in front of them. And instead of sending them to death here, it is better for them to go to the place where adults live to fulfill their dream of sending them to death. Ryusuk's eyes rolled as he thought it was feasible. We are the subordinates of the adults, and we do some tasks for the adults to collect young girls, and the adults especially like to eat young girls, so our meaning as subordinates is to complete his ideas. The last batch of girls we have sent to the adults' ice cellar, assuming that we succeed this time, this girl will also end up with the others. Ryusuk told everyone everything he knew. Yuan Kangtai and the others frowned, exchanged a look with Fugong Yiyang, and he continued to ask, "What is the adult in your mouth, and is there anyone else besides you who is capturing the girl? Your Excellency can give us blood to make us stronger, we only know that your adult is the leader of a divine cult, and his strength is very strong, and we haven't even seen his face." Ryusuk didn't dare to lie under the pressure coming from his neck. Yuan Kangtai was thoughtful. He thought at first that it was the final boss Ghost King Wu Miserable, but he didn't expect that there was another person, and the strength of this so-called adult must have reached the level of the upper wind. "Tell me what characteristics you adults have and where you live." Jenny Koda exerted a force in his hand, and the tip of the knife seemed to stab Ryusuk's throat. Ryusuk swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He knew that it was a question of whether he could survive or not. He was not like those adults in the legend. He had the ability to cut off his head without dying. Once he was stabbed in the neck by a boy, he would be here for the rest of his life. The adult's hair is white, and there seems to be blood on his head, and the adult is wearing clothes like those of the gods in the shrine. The specific location is in, Ryusuk said everything he knew about pouring beans in a bamboo tube. Pray that the young man in front of him can give him a way to live. Jen Kangtai pondered the message from the mouth of the evil ghost, and the image of a powerful demon who loved to eat women and had no feelings for humans was established in his heart. He slowly withdrew the tip of the knife, but Ryusuk still didn't dare to move, because the distance between them was too close for the boy to be, and he really didn't dare to gamble with his life. Jen Kangta seemed to come back to his senses, and he said to Tomioka Yoshiyang, "What are you doing in a daze? Kill him, let him go and harm others." Tomioka Yoshide pulled out the Hinawa knife, and the breath of water opened from the third type, and the blade slashed hard at Ryusuk's head, and his head flew high. Ryusuk looked at Gen Soda with a resentful gaze before he died. "You said you would let me live, you shameless villain." The voice did not fall, and the body continued to disappear in the wind. Yuan Kangtai shrugged, "That's what I said, I didn't make a move, you see I didn't even pull out the knife." In the face of the evil ghosts that turned to ashes, Yuan King lacked the slightest sympathy. "I thought you were telling the truth, after all, we got a lot of news from him." Tomioka said that he really thought that Yuan Kangtai was going to let this evil ghost go, although he had some resistance to this in his heart, but if he came to interrogate, he might not get so much useful information. He was stunned for a moment just now. But he couldn't react to Yuan Kangtai's words. As if seeing Fugong Yiyang's incomprehension, Yuan Kangtai explained, "I have done everything I said, and your action is not included. If I let go of this evil ghost today, then all the bad things he will do in the future will belong to our sins. Kindness to the enemy is cruelty to the partner. And we've got all the information out, and he's of no value." Chapter 43. Jen Kangta put away the blue beads on the ground and said to Tomioka Yoshio, "Let's go, send the girl home, and see what message the crow will send us." Tomioka nodded, and several people helped the girl who had woken up to her home. On the way, the girl thanked her all the way and asked if they could save her friend. Jen Kangtai can only say that he will do his best. Even judging by the time, he didn't have much confidence that he would be able to take back Mako and the other girls under the hands of that adult. The two sent the girl to the door, and Yuan Kangtai said to her, "We won't go in, the province will make you embarrassed for a while, remember to live well in the future, our ghost-killing team will definitely end the rule of evil ghosts, so that you don't have to worry about this kind of monster in the future." The sound of mother and daughter hugging and crying came from behind, and Yuan Kangtai didn't have much trouble with this, he knew that he had other things to do. "Old man, we are here to say goodbye to you, and we have investigated the disappearance of your granddaughter." Yuan Kangtai paused, "She is not in this place, she was captured by others, we have to go to the place where she was arrested to rescue her, you wait patiently at home for a few days, maybe we will send Mako back." Yuan Kangtai looked at the old man who seemed to be much older in front of him, and he didn't know if his words could bring him comfort. The old man held the young man's hand tightly, he didn't know what to say, the only thing he could do was to believe in the powerful boy in front of him. The old man didn't dare to leave the boys for dinner, and he wanted to force them to find his granddaughter. But he knew that no one owed him. These children have done enough, and the rest can only depend on the will of God. Country roads. Yuan Kangtai and a few people were running on the road. The pitch-black crow flew next to several people. "The Lord has received a letter from you, and he tells you to do what you want to do, and he has sent Huazu and his sister to intercept the evil spirits. The Lord has also heard about what happened on the bridge, and has high expectations for you." "Mrs. Kang, where are we going now?" Rabbit asked. He didn't do much tonight, and he felt a sense of strength and nowhere to go. "Go back to the town and recuperate, and go to the land of bliss to rescue the other girls," Yuan Kangtai said. On the other side, Butterfly Shinobu and her sister returned to the butterfly house. Looking at the child who was picked up, Butterfly Ninja felt a headache, and she didn't have any experience with children, so she could only pray that her sister could teach her well. Butterfly Chini put the girl on the soft futon, and she said softly, "Little friend, what's your name?" The girl stared at her with wide eyes, as if she didn't know what she meant. A slightly hesitant voice rang out, "I." "It seems that there is no name. Doesn't such a beautiful girl have a name? Let me think about it, why don't I call it Chanel, it happens to be similar to my name, so that we are family, and this is also your sister." Chini pointed at the butterfly Shinobu with a serious expression and nudged her gently. There was a smile on Butterfly Ninja's face. "In the future, the two of us will be your sisters, remember to tell us if you have something, and we will solve it together if we encounter difficulties." The girl's eyes lit up. But she still didn't speak, and Chini knew that she might have a slight communication barrier, so she took out a pen and paper and wrote down numerous surnames, and then handed the paper to her. "These are better surnames, you can just point to a pleasing one, and you will have a name from now on." Butterfly Chini smiled very kindly. Let the girl gradually let down her guard, she casually pointed to a surname she couldn't understand. "Yikes! Is it a chestnut blossom fall? This is also a good surname, my Chanel really knows how to pick." Butterfly Chini gently touched her forehead. "From now on, you will be called Chestnut Blossom Chanel, and we will call you Chanel." The girl's eyes lit up, but she still didn't speak. She had a good impression of this gentle big sister, but she didn't know how to express her gratitude to her. Butterfly Chini seemed to see her problem, and took an old coin and put it in the girl's young palm. "If you don't know what to decide, just flip a coin and leave your fate to Providence, so that you won't regret it no matter what." Chini held the girl's slightly scarred little hand in the palm of her hand. Chanel felt a touch of softness from her sister's hand, and a tear flowed from the corner of her eye, who never knew what feelings were. Tears dripped on the grey floor, as if it were her grey life. After living for more than 10 years, the girl's life has been in a state of darkness. Beaten by her stepfather, forced to do heavy work that does not belong to this age, and will be sold after it has no value, she has long closed her heart and does not let anyone open the gap again. If you can avoid optimistic thoughts, there will be no sadness. But today, a strange girl brought her endless warmth, like a beam of light into her cocooned heart. Tears continued to flow from the corners of the girl's eyes, her mouth opened hard, and she spat out a few words with difficulty. Thank you. Sister. Sister, thank you, sister. Butterfly Chinny gently wiped the tears on the girl's face. What a good boy. In the next few days, just cultivate with us, and strive to make yourself strong and not be bullied by others. Butterfly couldn't help but complain about her sister. Sister, your way of letting her flip coins is too casual, you will teach bad children like this. Butterfly Chinny smiled slightly, it's just an opportunity, the most important thing is to let her make her own decisions. The human heart will bloom as long as it encounters the right opportunity, and when Chanel meets the boy she likes one day, it will also change. At this time, a black crow chirped and flew over. I received news from the Fog Shadow Squad, a large number of girls are also missing in the southeast, and the girls have been captured in the City of Bliss, and the Lord wants you to go and rescue those girls, and the Mist Shadow team will be your help. The crows surround the Butterfly Chinny and carry out their duties. Is there a new mission? What an eventful time! Butterfly Chinny stood up from the ground. In that case, then don't delay, bear with me, remember to teach your new sister well, I'll go back as soon as I go. What, sister, why don't you take me with you, didn't you say that you wouldn't be separated at any time? Butterfly Shinobu looked a little angry, she felt that her sister was underestimating her strength. In 2 years, I should also become a pillar. And then our sisters will be the two most dazzling golden flowers. Butterfly Chinny slowly walked to the door. Renda, what you said is very right, then I look forward to that day as soon as possible, remember to eat well, goodbye. Sister, you always help me as a child. Chapter 44. Children will become adults when they work hard, so I'm looking forward to that day. The departure of Butterfly Chinny left a fragrance in the room, leaving only the two people looking at each other. Looking at Chanel, who had been staring at her with wide eyes, even the grumpy Butterfly Shinobu didn't know how to deal with it, and rarely put her hand against her forehead. Do I have to raise a child for my sister when I'm still a child? What a headache! There are a few figures lying horizontally on the thick trunk, it is the Yuan Kangtai team. It was night, and they didn't know how far they were from their destination. Yuan Kangtai held a dog's tail grass in his mouth, savoring the sweetness of the roots. Alas, I knew that a few of us should have taken a car so far away, and we didn't have to go around here like headless flies. What you said is good, junior brother, you have spent the money I married my daughter-in-law these days. The rabbit sat next to Yuan Kangtai and looked at him with a resentful face, like a little daughter-in-law. Yuan Kangtai moved towards the place where Zhenhu was sitting without moving. Senior brother, don't say that, you are a senior brother, under the master, above the three people, if you don't give us money, who will we ask for? It's impossible for me and brother Yiyang to go to the street to perform a chest breaker. As he spoke, he lay down and suffocated as a result. Makoto laughed quietly. It's not as bad as you say, the main thing is. Your brother, I don't have any money in my pocket. The rabbit took out a yellow sewn purse, and there were only a few coins scattered in it. Hey! Zhen Kangtai sat up. How can there be only so much left, senior brother, you are too immoral, take so many of your senior brothers and junior brothers out to play, and take such a small amount of money, so that the ghost-killing team next door looks at us and thinks we are poor ghosts. The rabbit looked at Yuan Kangtai's eyes as if he was going to eat him. Senior brother, have you forgotten that I am an orphan, helpless? I am all the money from going up the mountain to chop wood and catch fish and sell it. This is my hard-earned money. Yuan Kangtai leaned sideways to prevent the rabbit's saliva from spraying on his face. He was also a little embarrassed. He knew that his senior brother was so poor, it was good to borrow a little from the master. The rabbit looked at him faintly. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking in your head, the master doesn't have any money, he is a cultivator who doesn't go out to stay in the narrow foggy mountain every day, what does he want money for? Mako slowly moved to Jen Kangta's side, took out a few coins and put them in his hand. I still have a few, you can take them first, and then we will spend them together. Yuan Kangtai looked at the few coins that were still warm in his hand, held them in his hand, and touched Mako's smooth short hair with his other hand. I still feel sorry for me, and I'll buy you something delicious when I get to town. Senior brother Yang, are you asleep? Jen Kangta raised his head and asked at the trunk of the tree several floors higher. There was a sound of urns on the branches. Senior brother, if you didn't shout at me just now, I fell asleep. Don't think about it, I don't have any money. I originally had quite a lot of family resources, and after coming to the narrow foggy mountain, I was already the same as your senior brother Rabbit. Yuan King bowed his head in frustration. He still wanted to experience what the train was like during the Taisho period. It seemed that he needed to find another plan. At this time, a shadow rushed straight down and stood on Yuan Kangtai's shoulder. It was his pale Hai Dongqing, who said to Yuan Kangtai in a sharp voice, "The Lord has sent Huazu to investigate the mastermind behind the girl's disappearance, and I need the four of you to assist her in gathering in the town in the southeast." After speaking, Hai Dongqing rubbed Yuan Kangtai's cheek affectionately. Seeing this, the rabbit also wanted to touch it, but Hai Dongqing pecked him hard and asked him to stop his ridiculous behavior. The rabbit put down his hand stupidly. "Mrs. Kang, you bird is really fierce, you can't touch it." Yuan Kangtai stood up and stretched. "Touch your own crow, it will be jealous and won't let you touch it for a while, then you will really become a loner. Let's go to the southwest town to meet the flower pillar. Let's see how strong the pillar is." Chain Butterfly stands on a large rock, and she has just arrived at the place where she is said to be meeting with the Fog Shadow team. She was prostrate with a lilac butterfly on her hand, which seemed to carry the pattern of the moon, shining in the moonlight. A scene of tranquility and serenity. Tonight's dark clouds covered the half-moon, and the trees in the distance were constantly shaking under the evening breeze, like dancing a tango, and several black figures were running on the ground, bringing up clouds of dust behind them. Butterfly Chini realizes that the person she was waiting for has arrived. Yuan Kangtai and the others stood still, looking at the familiar faces on the rocks and feeling a little surprised. Didn't they just meet the sister of the two girls a few days ago? Could it be that she is a column? Yuan Kangtai wiped his face with his sleeve, and he asked tentatively, "Huazu?" Butterfly Chini smiled softly, "It's me, isn't it surprising to you? I, a weak woman, actually stayed in the position of the pillar." Yuan Kangtai felt a little surprised, and then shook his head, No, I just felt a little surprised, I didn't expect Miss Chana's strength to be so strong." Then he climbed to the stone and sat down not far from Chain. "Anyway, when will we leave for the land of bliss, and will we use other means of transportation?" Butterfly Chini seemed to see Jen Kangtai's intentions, but she didn't debunk it. "The Lord has already booked train tickets for a few of us, we just need to set off at the specified time. If we run over, it will be a delay and a waste of energy." Several people's eyes lit up when they heard this, because a long journey really requires physical strength, and of course a few people can save money. Without further ado, let's go. The train was heading towards the platform, and the loud roar made Mako cover his ears and tremble slightly. This was the first time he saw something new. Several people who grew up in the mountains had never seen such a thing, and Jen Kangtai was just a little curious about this old-fashioned train because of his previous life. Yuan Kangtai gently grabbed Zhenhu's hand because he was afraid of holding the corner of his clothes. "Let's go, let's get in the car and get used to it after a few more seats." Several people made their way through the crowd and found their seats. Genkata and Mako's seat numbers were connected, Butterfly Chini and Tomioka Yoshida were together, and Tsutomu was sitting opposite them. Jen Kangta asked Makoto to sit close to the inside, and across from them were two girls lying on their stomachs, who seemed to have fallen asleep. As soon as Yuan Kangtai sat down, Zhenhu unnoticeably tugged at the corner of his clothes. Yuan Kangtai thought that Zhenhu was afraid, and he just wanted to open his mouth to comfort Zhenhu, but met her eyes. Looked serious, as if there was something important to say to Yuan Kangtai. Yuan Kangtai immediately understood, the toilet is here, I'll go with you and show you the way. Zhen Kangtai left his seat with Makoto and walked to the toilet. Kangtai, I smell the breath of evil spirits, just near our seats, those two girls may also have a problem. Zhenhu's expression was solemn, and he whispered to Yuan Kangtai. Chapter 45. When Yuan Kangtai heard this, his right hand habitually pressed the handle of the knife, but he found that he had pressed it empty. In order to pass the security check of the train, several people put the knife in a black bag 5 and secretly brought it in and put it at the foot of the flower pillar, and now Yuan Kangtai is unarmed. Zhenhu saw Yuan Kangtai's movements. She untied the rope around her neck, took out a blood-red dagger, and handed it to Yuan Kangtai. This is the one you gave me, you can use it first. The demons should not be far from those two girls, they should also be captured, and they should be sent to the land of Elysium, and we are the same destination. Zhen Kangtai's face became ugly, because this was the place where the train and the flow of people was the most dense, and he was worried that there would be no way to kill the demons quickly and cause extensive damage, which would be too bad. Let's go back and take a look first. You can't startle the snake, if not, it's not too late to do it at the moment you get off the destination, it's too unsafe to do it on the train. Yuan Kangtai said. Zhenhu nodded, it's only going to be like this, the main thing is that we don't know how many evil ghosts there are on the train, and missing one is also a huge disaster for the ordinary people on the train. That's it, let's see how many demons there are first, and then see how the situation acts, and we have to find a way to pass this matter on to Huazu. Yuan Kangtai and the two walked back, and in order not to be seen by others, they also went to wash their hands. When the two sat down in their seats, the two girls were still lying on their stomachs on the table, as if they were sleeping soundly. Yuan Kangtai deliberately kicked the table with his foot, making a loud noise, but the two people on the table did not move, but the other passengers behind him glanced at Yuan Kangtai dissatisfied. Yuan Kangtai immediately folded his hands and apologized, and the man did not continue to investigate, leaning back in the chair to rest. He realized that the two girls in front of him seemed to be unconscious, and he didn't know if they had been drugged or had special blood magic. Yuan Kangtai thought about it, they had to take the initiative to find the place where the evil ghosts were, it should be not far from these two girls. Yuan Kangtai stood up and asked Zhenhu, and his voice was very loud, what do you want to eat? I'll go to my senior brother and get them. Okay, do you want water? You are waiting for me here. Yuan Kangtai left his seat and walked to the place where the rabbits were. Yuan Kangtai came to the seat of Butterfly Chini. At this time she was closing her eyes to recuperate. Yuan Kangtai grabbed Chini's hand, and the eyes of the rabbit on the opposite side immediately widened, and the eyeballs were about to pop out. His heart was full of astonishment. Okay, you have thick eyebrows and big eyes, you can't see that you are still a demon in the color, aren't you enough to have a little junior sister? Wouldn't it be good to provoke other girls and leave a few for your senior brother? Yuan Kangtai seemed to be coquettish. Sister, you can bring us some snacks at your feet in a while, Zhenhu is a little hungry there, this train seems to be different from what we think, and the girls are not woken up when they sleep. The butterfly Chini, who was originally caught in her hand, was a little puzzled. But she quickly reacted to the meaning of the source Kangta's words. Her eyes suddenly sharpened, and she glanced around and found the two people who were sleeping well in Yuan Kangtai's mouth, and she knew that something else must be wrong. Otherwise, Yuan Kangtai would not have done this. She casually caught a glimpse of a man in a yellow trench coat with a black hat, wrapped around his body so tightly that it was impossible to see what he looked like. Butterfly Chini instantly figured out the crux of the matter. She smiled lightly, are you in such a hurry to eat? Otherwise I will invite you to eat delicious food when you get off the train, we only bring fast biscuits, which may not taste good here. Yuan Kangtai took the hand of Butterfly Chini and shook it constantly. Sister, give me a piece, I'm dying of hunger, give me a piece, I won't ask you for it again before I get off the train. Butterfly Chini thought for a moment, really took out a biscuit, and handed it to Jen Kangta. Let's eat it at 8 o'clock, it's too early. Yuan Kangtai, who got the key information, no longer entangled, returned to his seat, leaving only a confused look on his face. Tomioka Yoshiu's eyes flashed with a faint sense of water that no one saw, and he understood the conversation between Gen Soda and the two, and he reached out to the bottom of the seat, and Butterfly Chini pressed his hand. Softly, now is not the chance. Even if you are as sluggish as a rabbit, you can now realize that something may have happened. He tried to scan the carriage but was blocked by Butterfly Chan Ahui. She took out a cup and smiled at the rabbit. Please go and help me get a cup of boiling water, I'm a little thirsty after a long ride. The rabbit understood and left his seat. Carefully observed the different passengers in the seats. It really made him discover the well-dressed weirdo, and at first glance he was hiding something. He walked towards the front with the water glass, but did not stop where the water was boiled, and walked all the way to the cab. There are dangerous people in car 6, possibly carrying bombs. I need your help to evacuate the crowd in the car, and then we will take down the criminal. He didn't say that the man was a ghost. He didn't know how much the girl in front of him accepted the ghost, and if he had never heard of it, it would be troublesome to treat him as a psychopath. Say that a suspicious person is carrying a bomb, so that others can easily accept it. The attendant saw that the rabbit did not look like a fake, and realized the seriousness of the matter, and she hurried to find their conductor, which was beyond her ability. The rabbit returned to his seat and made an okay gesture to Jen Kangtai. Suddenly there was a sound from the horn in the carriage. Passengers are reminded that an emergency notice is now being announced. Due to a short circuit in the control system, the air conditioner in car 6 was broken, and the conductor needed to repair it. Passengers in car 6 should take their luggage and take it to the cafe car to rest, and we have good refreshments for you. The conductor said on the radio. At this time, the carriage sounded one after another complaining, no wonder I feel so hot and sweaty. Let's go, why don't you eat the refreshments for free? Then I'll eat a little more later, and I just save money for dinner. The people sitting in car number 6 gradually left here. And they couldn't die of heat without air conditioning in such a hot day. Until the personnel left, there were still a few scattered left, and a middle-aged man looked at the Butterfly Chini and the others did not move, and he kindly reminded, aren't you guys leaving? There will be no good place to go late in a while. Rabbit showed a smile, thank you, uncle, my foot is broken, and I have to wait for everyone to finish before I can go out, otherwise it will not be very convenient. The uncle didn't say much when he heard this, and walked to the front of the train by himself. At this time, the man in the trench coat frowned, as if he felt that something was wrong, but when the girl was still lying there and did not move, the heart of the person who was carrying it was relaxed. Whether or not to change the carriage is nothing to a demon like him, and he always wants to kill everyone with fewer people. At the moment when he relaxed, a quenched dagger rushed straight into his head with the sound of a whistling wind. Chapter 46. The middle-aged man finally sensed the danger and knew that he had been exposed. So he no longer hid his body, and his trench coat and hat were torn apart by him, turning into a hairball to block the dagger thrown by Yuan Kangtai. Do it! A loud shout. Tomioka kicked out the black bag and delivered the Hinawa knife to everyone's hands. The rabbit and the mushroom quickly retreated, gradually forming an encirclement of the evil spirits. The demon's eyes looked at the two girls lying on their stomachs, wanting to take them hostage. Yuan Kangtai's figure flashed, cutting off the demon's gaze. Jen Kangtai slowly pulled out the knife at his waist, and his clear voice was like a cheerful sonata, about to send the evil spirits in front of him to hell. What are you trying to do? Yuan King took out the knife too much, and the blade instantly approached the demon's body. Caught off guard, the demon could only use his shoulder to eat the knife. So fast! A drop of sweat flowed from the demon's head. How can it be so fast? Did you actually meet a pillar on the train? The red flower of the flower breath one-shaped dream rose flickered, and the mark of red petals appeared on the demon's face, and he found that he could no longer control his body. Butterfly Chinny took control of the evil spirit with a single sword. How could Yuan Kangtai let go of such a good opportunity? He immediately followed up with a knife and cut off the head of the evil ghost, and the evil ghost couldn't believe that he would die on the train until he died. If he knew that the destination of these men's trip was to go to the land of bliss in search of his master, he didn't know what would happen to the expressions on his faces. The demon's body slowly disappeared, and Zhen Kangtai picked up the Suanzu dropped by the demon. Is it Suanzu? Mr. Iron Tiger has finally turned that heart into a weapon. Butterfly Chinny said with a little surprise. Yuan Kangtai was stunned for a moment. Sister Chan Ahui, do you also know Mr. Taihu? Butterfly Chinny covered her mouth. Of course, there are very few characters in the ghost-killing team that I don't know. I am the owner of the Butterfly House, and everyone who is injured has basically seen me. I saw your sister a few days ago. What a talented girl. Mr. Iron Tiger was seriously injured after slaying that evil spirit, and was carried to me, and I rescued him. Didn't he tell you about it? I don't think Mr. Taihu will tell me much about his troubles, but how my sister is doing in the Butterfly House. Butterfly Chinny fell into deep thought. Your sister should have a good life in the Butterfly House. She is very diligent every day, as if she has found something she really loves. That's good. Hearing this, Yuan Kangtai was relieved. He had been worried that his sister would not be able to adapt to the life of the ghost-killing team, and it seemed that he was too worried. By the way, let's see if we can wake up the two unconscious girls. I think they're controlled by this demon's blood magic. Gen Soda came to the seats of the two girls, and he asked Butterfly Kane to come forward and watch the two of them. Well, the body is fine, it's just frightened. The reason for the coma may be that they are controlled by some kind of spirit of the evil spirit. Just let them sit back when they wake up. Butterfly Chinny touched the foreheads of the two of them and said to Yuan Kangtai and the others. At this time, the conductor hurried to ask if they had controlled the gangsters. Yuan King said lightly, the gangster jumped out of the car, and he may not be able to catch him. Under the questioning eyes of everyone, several people finally sat at the terminal. The five of them stood on the platform of another station and waved goodbye to the two girls who were going to take the return trip. Yuan Kangtai has a chance to come to us and play with us. The little girl with the ball head made her hands trumpet and shouted to several people. Yuan Kangtai said to the rabbit, what did the girl just say? The rabbit fell into deep thought. It seems that we are going to finish. Hey! Yuan King was taken aback. Is this girl so vicious? She already knew that she was looking for them to ask for money as a reward. A few people looked up at the city of Bliss, which looked extremely prosperous in the moonlight. The city sits on a wide plain, surrounded by towering mountains and verdant forests. The floor is paved with smooth stone slabs. Unlike the dirt roads they had seen, pedestrians weaved through them, dressed in ornate traditional costumes. The neon lights on both sides of the street flickered with colorful light, making Gen Soda feel as if he had come to the previous world. The rabbit nodded at the back of Yuan Kangtai. Are you sure we didn't come to the wrong place? This is not like a place infested by evil ghosts. It is so prosperous. I have never seen such a big high-rise building. Yuan King stabilized his mind. A city can't just look at its superficial prosperity. There are all kinds of shady things happening in the mainland, but you don't know. He held down his neon wheel knife and walked towards the city. Besides, the address we asked for is here, and even if we are wrong, we can only try to find out the location of the adult they are talking about, and don't forget that we promised her grandfather that he would take her back. Butterfly Chinny smiled slightly. Kangtai is really a responsible swordsman. I believe we can definitely rescue them. The capital of Bliss is very prosperous, and as soon as Yuan Kangtai entered here, they were dazzled by all kinds of snacks, fans, toys, and all kinds of vendors. Yuan Kangtai looked confused. How to find someone here? He turned to look at the crowd, hoping for some revelation. The rabbit whistled calmly, not looking at Yuan Kangtai's eyes at all. The main thing is one, I have no morality, you can't kidnap me with morality. Zhenhu looked at Yuan Kangtai with an innocent face, signaling that she had no way to find someone. Yu Yang coughed a few times, indicating that he was also a child in the mountains and had never seen such a big city in his life. In the end, it was Butterfly Cheney who solved Jen Soda's embarrassment. Let's go separately and ask questions all the way. Then gather in the middle of the city every morning and report the results of your search. What do you think of my proposal? Butterfly Cheney thought a little and came up with a solution. Yuan Kangtai thought for a while, that's the only way to go. After all, we are not familiar with each other, but we are such a big organization, don't we have a stronghold or anything in the City of Bliss? Butterfly Cheney said softly, our ghost-killing team is self-organized, without the help of official forces, many people have not even heard of us, and there are only a few strongholds in us. Then she looked at a few people. All our tasks will be so heavy, not only me, each pillar has a lot of tasks, some even have to complete several a day. Yan Zhu is said to be also on a mission, but I don't know where his task is. If we see it, maybe he can help us a little. Several people exchanged glances with each other, and determined that Butterfly Cheney's method was the safest. Yuan Kangtai suddenly thought of something, by the way, you can work on this thing in the church then. When we pressed the evil ghost, he told us what that adult seems to be, the leader of the Eternal Bliss sect. We just need to find their base and we can wipe them out. Chapter 47. Then let's go our separate ways, and if we really catch an important person this time, we will reward you for a good meal in this place. Butterfly Cheney smiles brightly. Looking at the brightly lit tall buildings in the distance, Butterfly Cheney thought to herself that if this operation went well, it would be better to bring her sister and the children of the Fog Shadow team to play together. Butterfly Cheney has an important mission on her shoulders, and since the loss of her parents that day, she has rarely come to such a place where she can have fun. Every day, I either complete the task or preside over the overall situation in the butterfly house, and every time I want to relax, I remind myself that I still have responsibilities on my body. Even if she is said to be weak by her sister, she has an unknown strength in her heart. Butterfly Cheney has a hunch that the mastermind they are looking for this time may be very strong, and I don't know if they can survive this time. Let's hope this time is a good ending. Several figures flickered and disappeared into the vast sea of people. Yuan Kangtai was close to a stall selling sugar gourds. Uncle, can you try this sugar gourd? Yuan Kangtai looked at the bright sugar gourd, and his saliva was about to flow out. Where did you come from, the little kid? You want to eat white food? Go and go, I'm from a small family, I'll give you a taste, hurry up, don't delay my business. The old man waved his hand impatiently, as if chasing flies. Yuan Kangtai scratched his head, and he was not angry. Money, money, a penny is difficult for a hero. The reason why I'm begging for food here is because he has no idea about finding people. Yuan Kangtai thought that the search for the church was to pull a few people on the road and ask, and the passers-by kindly told him where the church was, and then he hacked the head of the church to death with a knife, and finished the work. But he found that after asking a dozen people in succession, he didn't get any useful information. Moreover, he encountered someone who wanted to call the police and say that he was propagating a cult. Yuan Kangtai stopped this meaningless behavior stupidly. Now he finally knew what the shadows under the big city meant. Let me think, what's next? Yuan Kangtai fell into deep thought. Obviously, he didn't know how to find such a small sect in this society, unlike in his previous life, where he could find where he wanted to go at will. Yuan Kangtai slapped his forehead. Hey, the evil ghost on the train was still killed early, he should be allowed to lead the way. Now it's okay, I'm going to find a needle in the bottom of the sea. He walked aimlessly down the street, paying no attention to what the people around him said. A young girl pear blossom with rain tightly pulls on a middle-aged woman's clothes. Mom, the sects are all deceitful, there is no so-called heaven and hell at all, the sect is just to cheat you out of your incense money, please don't go. The girl's face was full of tears. My father's money for treatment is almost gone, and I heard that there are girls going missing there constantly, maybe it will be your turn next, do you still want to be so obsessed? The girl hugged the middle-aged woman. Father is still lying on the bed, you are afraid that he will die. As if touching a piece of reverse scales, the woman with a wooden expression finally came back to her senses. Her face was hideous. And she pulled the girl's collar fiercely. Who do you think I'm for? Not for your father's old immortal. Why did I go back to that kind of place? The sect leader said that after a few more times, my merit will accumulate enough, and then I can make your father's illness better. You are an unfilial daughter, do you want your father to die a good death? The woman forcibly pulled away the girl's hand, grabbed her, and hurried towards the place she expected. Like a kite with a broken string, the girl watched her mother stride away, not knowing what to do. She slowly squatted on the ground, buried her head in her arms, and sobbed quietly. Suddenly, a shadow obscured the neon lights cast at her, but instead of feeling dark, the shadow sheltered her from the wind and rain like a mountain. A polite voice rang out. Just now, you mean your mother is religious? With tears on her face, the girl looked up at the boy who seemed to be talking to her, and the boy's face looked exceptionally handsome in the light, and his voice had a hint of magic. The boy held out his hand to her, and she took it and stood up for some reason. Hello, my name is Jen Kangtai, can I learn something about your family? The boy whispered to her, I don't know if you've eaten, so I'll invite you to eat ramen at that ramen restaurant. The girl hesitated slightly, choosing to believe the handsome boy in front of her, because she also needs to vent her emotions at this time, and listening to the tone of the boy in front of her, it seems that she can solve the problem for herself. The two of them sat on a small stool in front of the ramen restaurant. The boy's voice at this time was very neutral, Boss, let's have 2 ramen, 1 big bowl and 1 small bowl, and the big bowl is spicy. Then Jen Kangtai turned his head to look at the girl, is your portion spicy? The girl shook her head to signal that she didn't need to, and the boy continued, don't be spicy in the bowl. Okay, wait a minute, your pork bone noodles will be ready soon. Jen Kangtai pulled out the tissue on the table and handed it to the girl. The girl looked at him in a slightly surprised light, and cleaned up her face, which looked a little messy from crying. Hello, I don't know what to call it. Yuan Kangtai wiped his hands with paper and asked the good-looking girl in front of him. Yuko Furagaki, you can just call me by my name. The girl replied at once. She didn't know why she looked a little reserved in front of the handsome boy in front of her. Miss Yuko, I'll call you okay too. Jen Kangtai paused and looked at Furagaki Yuko. She waved her hand to signal that this would be fine. From what I just saw, did you have some conflict with your mother just now? Furagaki Yuko nodded, yes. Then may I ask you the reason for the quarrel with your mother? I seem to have heard the word religious just now. Yuan Kangtai looked at the girl tentatively, not knowing if such words would offend her. The girl hesitated, as if wondering if she should talk about her ugly things outside. Seeing this, Yuan Kangtai was playful, and he immediately added fire. At present, I am an intern in the guard team, and recently the state has been very strong in cracking down on cults. If you know something, maybe I can help you. Hearing this, some of the swaying girls made up their minds. I'll tell you everything I know. Yuko begins to tell stories about her family. A few months ago, my mother was a very traditional ordinary woman, until my father was diagnosed with a tumor at this time. The doctor said that if the treatment was done at this time, there was still half a chance of cure, but my mother firmly disagreed, believing that the high cost of treatment could not be guaranteed a certain cure. She began to treat her father in her own way. Chapter 48. I don't know where my mother came into contact with a mysterious sect. She began to become abnormal, and often told my father to let him be happy and not be bound by rigid treatments, and said that she prayed to the sect leader in the church, so that he could enjoy endless joy in Elysium after death. The girl looked at Zhen Kangtai and noticed that there was no shame or mockery on his face. He looked at her with a serious expression. She continued, "In this way, my father's health deteriorated day by day, and my mother thought that this was the reason why my father was not religious. She just came home and asked her father to go with him to their master, so that his pain would be less, but my father said he would rather die than believe the master in her mouth. They had a heated argument and my mother thought he was unreasonable, and I was still in school, and it was only when a neighbor told me that I knew my father was so sick." Speaking of which, Yuko Furagaki's eyes turned red again. "So when I persuaded my father to go to the hospital for treatment, the doctor said that it was not his level that could be saved, and that he should recuperate at home for a period of time, and he would not ask again." The girl wiped her tears with her hands. "So this time my mother's departure may be a farewell for my father." Yuan Kangtai quietly listened to what Furagaki Yuko said, and he didn't evaluate them for the first time, but sorted out the information in his head. He said, "I sympathize with your plight, I am sorry for your father's matter, but I don't know if I can help you. There is a person in our organization who is particularly skilled in medicine, she will meet us tomorrow, I don't know if she can help your father." "Do you know where the headquarters of the sect where your mother went? I don't think such a cult should exist in this world, my companions, and I will destroy it and send their leader to the so-called Elysium." Zhen Kangtai looked at the girl and said. The girl shook her head, "I don't know exactly where it is, but I do know where they connect, and when you get there, you need to go through a series of procedures to prove that you are indeed a member of the sect before you can enter. One time I followed them, and after they had been selling me the teachings of their sect for a long time, I didn't agree to them, so the door didn't open to me." Yuan Kangtai tilted his head, as if he was thinking about something, "So if we want to go in, why don't we go in directly?" The girl nodded, "Yes, I don't know what the reason is now, the sect has expanded very much at the beginning, from a few people to hundreds, but now it rarely recruits new members. But if you want to get in, we have other options." The girl hesitated for a moment but then spoke, "I don't know why, the sect leader there seems to be particularly fond of young girls, so I can pretend to join there and see what kind of person their sect leader is." "No, it's too dangerous." Yuan Kangtai immediately shook his head, and then he realized that he had said the wrong thing, because in front of this girl, she just thought that her mother had fallen into a cult or something, but she never thought that she was a threat to her life. The girl listened to Yuan Kangtai's words and realized that there was something she didn't know about, and she asked with a little hesitation, "Danger? How can there be danger? Is there something else that Mr. Kangtai is hiding from me?" Looking at the girl's disbelieving eyes, Yuan King knew that if he didn't tell her about this matter, his plan would also be blocked. So he told the girl everything, such as that they were members of the Demon Slayer squad, that the leader was actually a powerful evil spirit, and that he liked to eat young girls. "Wait a minute." The girl was unable to digest this information for a moment, and the impact of these things on her was even more severe than when she first learned that her father was sick. At this time, a little guy with a towel on his shoulder broke the silence. "Hello, tonkatsu ramen for two, please use it slowly, and you can add another one at the counter after eating. Have a nice meal." Zhen Kangta looked at the girl who was slightly distracted, and pushed the ramen in front of her. "Eat something first, digest it slowly, I'm hungry, I'll start first." Yuan Kangtai brought his large bowl of ramen to him, stirred the noodles in the bowl with chopsticks and mixed well, the slightest heat floated up, and he picked up a large piece of pork bone barbecued pork and sent it to his mouth. "The ramen in this big city is delicious, and it's expensive." Zhen Kangtai looked happy and gobbled up ramen. The girl on the side, Yuko Furagaki, saw the appearance of Yuan Kangtai, who had not seen food for 800 years, hesitated for a moment, and pushed her bowl to Yuan Kangtai. Who knew that the moment he pushed it to Yuan Kangtai suddenly stopped his movements. "Don't you eat?" The girl shook her head, "I'm not very hungry, you can eat, and I'll give you both portions." Yuan King looked at the girl suspiciously. You can take a bite, it's so late now. The girl hesitated, but shook her head. Unexpectedly, Yuan King looked at the girl directly, and the girl looked confused, not knowing what she had done wrong. Well, if you don't eat it, I'm embarrassed to make you pay. I only have enough money for a bowl of mine. Yuan Kangtai scratched his head, and he was not embarrassed to say this. Oh, you said this, it's okay, you can eat it, I'll eat as much as you can tonight. The girl was a little confused at first, but she realized that the boy might not have enough money to eat. Hearing this, Yuan Kangtai's eyes lit up, as if he had heard some great news. He buried his head in the bowl and ate it heavily, and said vaguely while eating, since this is the case, then you are welcome, let Miss Yuza break the bill tonight. Halfway, looking at the 4 large bowls piled up on the table, Yuko Furigaki began to wonder if she was wrong to eat casually. Yuan Kangtai lay on the chair with a happy face, rubbing her stomach comfortably. Since I got out of the narrow fog mountain, I've never eaten so cool, and I was just inviting myself to eat with the intention of inviting a girl to dinner, but I didn't know that I met an atmospheric girl. Thinking of this, Yuan Kangtai's eyes became grateful when she looked at the girl. Speaking of Miss Yuko, have you thought about it? If you can take me to the place where they connect, I'll try to get in first. If I can't get in, I'll trouble you to help me find out the situation inside. Gen Kangtai put down the last bowl and said to Yuko Furigaki. Looking at Gen Soda who had eaten so much, Furigaki Yuko instead believed what he said about evil spirits. After all, a few minutes ago, you said that the delicate boy in front of her ate more than pigs, and she didn't believe it. Chapter 49. You can take me to see how it is tonight, and when the rest of my team members come here, treat your father first, and then think about the rest of the matter. Yuan Kangtai wiped the corners of his greasy mouth. Yuko nodded. She chose to believe in the young man in front of her who could eat. Yuko took out a few bills from the mezzanine and put them in front of the counter. After paying for the meal, he gestured to Yuan Kangtai and motioned for Yuan Kangtai to follow her. The two of them kept shuttling along the crowded crowd. After crossing a few streets, Gen Kangtai noticed that there were significantly fewer people on these streets. Walking through the narrow passage again, the dark space made him frown slightly and feel uncomfortable. After several twists and turns, I came to a dilapidated alley. The noble moon shadow didn't seem to be able to shine on this place. The trash can was empty, except for what appeared to be black blood stains on it, and it was unknown what animal left it. Gen Kangtai smelled a pungent smell, like the smell of rotting like a dead rat. Genkata covered his mouth and nose and stood behind Yuko, observing the doorway. In the dim light, Gen Kangtai could barely see 2 burly men standing at the door. The black feather weave is draped around the body, wrapped around the thick figure, and the tiger head knife is carried around the waist, giving people a sense of slaughter at a glance. It was hard for Yuan Kangtai to believe that the two of them were guarding the same thing as the sect, and those who didn't know thought that they were guarding a confidential occasion. Yuko Furigaki took Gen Soda to stand in the corner, observing the scattered pedestrians on the road to see if anyone had entered again. The 2 strong men looked around vigilantly, not knowing what they were guarding against. What did this sect need to guard against? Superintendent? Yuan King was so puzzled that suddenly he thought of the demons he had killed. Several of the demons who helped the adult capture the young girl died at their hands. Is it because of this? Yuan Kangtai had a hint of realization in his heart. He had a way. Then he pulled down the corner of Furigaki's clothes and motioned for her to come with him. The two came to a safe place, and Yuan Kangtai looked at the girl. I have a better way, that is, I disguise myself as a demon, and you will treat it as a girl who was captured by me, and then get in. I don't believe that the 2 people at the door dare to stop us. What do you think? The girl hesitated. She didn't know whether to trust the boy in front of her. Her instincts told her it was possible. But in case she meets a bad guy, isn't she a sheep? As if seeing the girl's hesitation, Gen Kangtai explained, if you don't believe me, you can wait until tomorrow when my team members arrive here. If that's the case, you can go back tonight, and I'll see if there's a chance to sneak in." Yuan Kangtai quietly looked at the girl in front of her, waiting for her choice. Zhen Kangta has never been an egoist who is willing to sacrifice others for his own sake. If the girl doesn't want to, he'll find another way. After a brief hesitation, Yuko grabbed his arm. "That. What should I do?" Half an hour later, Gen Soda, who had finished his disguise, carried Yuko Furagaki, who pretended to be dizzy, to the door of the church. Yuan Kangtai was covered in blood, which made it clear that he had done something dangerous. He's mimicking the evil spirits he encounters in the small town to the west. Zhen Kangta's mind struggled to develop a demonic and hideous tone. He looked at the two guards with a fierce face, and the fierce murderous aura made the two of them slightly startled, and they didn't dare to look at him. "My lord is not in the church tonight, and I caught a young and delicious girl for my lord. I really don't know how the adult will reward me. Ha 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 ha, maybe he will give me more blood." Yuan Kangtai raised his head and laughed, revealing a little fierceness between his words. He tried to imitate the demon with the information he knew. The two sturdy men were momentarily frightened by Yuan Kangtai's momentum. They glanced at each other, and tacitly felt that it was better not to understand this matter in depth. A man with a samurai hair bun bent down and said, "Your Excellency has instructed us to put the food we brought in the warehouse so that he can enjoy it later, and as for the reward, we are not very clear for the time being, so I hope you will ask your lord personally." The two of them turned sideways and gave way to Yuan Kangtai. "Very well, I will show your seriousness to your lordship, and you will also receive some small rewards when the time comes." Yuan King swaggered inside. The two men at the door whispered, "Do you think we are raped like this? So many innocent girls have been adult." Another man glared at him, then looked around and found that no one else had heard. "Dare to discuss this? Let the adults hear it. Maybe you will be next. Little people like us don't care what we do so much, and adults can't just pay us salaries." Then as if helpless, "In this era, ghosts eat people, don't people eat people? Anyway, for the two of us little characters, it's okay to live." Then the man stood up and straightened the knife at the waist of the man with the samurai's bun. "When tonight's mission is completed, my brother will take you to eat something delicious." "Good." Inside the door is a dark passageway, and the left and right sides of the passage are connected to a white wooden door that I don't know where to go. Zhen Kangtai gently put down the Furagaki Yuko that she was carrying on her shoulder, and the girl was holding Zhen Kangta's Hinakura knife in her hand, and the vision of the two people was stuck so that they didn't notice it. "Where should we go next?" Zhen Kangta put the knife on his waist and looked at Yuko. The girl's face was slightly red, but Yuan Kangtai didn't see it clearly under the darkness. Furagaki Yuko steadied because of the inexplicable emotions dangling on Genkana's solid arms. She observed the environment. "Isn't our goal to rescue the girl first? They said it's underground, or let's see which path leads to the underground." Yuko Furagaki proposed. Zhen Kangta nodded, and walked slowly towards the wooden door at the end of the road, followed by Yuko Furagaki. Yuan Kangtai gently pressed his ear against the door frame to hear what was going on inside, but he didn't hear anything, and Yuan Kangtai motioned for the girl to stay away from him. He didn't know how lucky he was tonight. It would be bad if he met the final boss as soon as he opened the door, and it would hurt her for a while to let the girl stay away. Yuan Kangtai pressed the wooden handle and pressed it down gently, and the wooden door that had not been repaired for many years brought a slight creak. Yuan Kangtai pressed the handle of the knife behind him with his other hand, guarding against possible danger. The door was opened, and a grey staircase came into Yuan Kangtai's eyes, and there seemed to be a huge space under the staircase. Scattered torches are tied to the sides, lighting the way to the underground. It's like a man-eating demon, making it impossible to see its true face. Yuan Kangtai motioned for the girl to stand in place, and he went in first to explore the way. Yuan Kangtai pulled out the Hinakura knife, and a clear voice sounded. Chapter 50. There was not a single sound coming from the dimly lit environment. Yuan Kangtai walked down the stairs and felt a cold breath. He closed his eyes slightly, and when he opened them again, his pupils revealed a touch of aqua blue. In the whole episode, Chang Zhong, the source of the breath of water, Soda entered the battle mode in advance, just in case of an accident. With this blue light, Yuan Kangtai kept walking down, and by the way, he waved his hand to signal Yuko behind him to follow him and keep a safe distance from him. Until they reached the end of the stairs. With the faint night vision of the breath of water, Yuan Kangtai saw a miserable white face. A girl with a beautiful face is bound by white filaments all over her body. The hands and feet, the waist, were all wrapped with white silk, and they were hung on a huge white ice net and could not move. Damn, is this the spider's nest? Yuan Kangtai was startled by the girl who suddenly appeared. The huge cobwebs made it hard for him not to think of what he was going to encounter. Could it be that the boss we're going to fight this time is a spider demon? Yuan Kangtai thought so. Yuko followed him down, and when she saw this scene, her mouth suddenly opened wide, as if she was about to scream. Yuan Kangtai reacted in time to cover Yuko's mouth and made a silent gesture to her, indicating that they were still in someone else's lair. Yuan Kangtai stepped forward and tested the nose of the bound girl with his hand. There is still breathing, it seems that I have fainted, I don't know if I can wake up. Furigaki Yuko pointed to the right side of Yuan Kangtai. Kangtai, can you shine a little brighter, I want to see if there are any other girls over there. Yuan Kangtai opened his mouth wide and inhaled again, his lungs swelled again, and the blue light on his body became brighter, but it still couldn't meet the girl's requirements. Yuan Kangtai's heart moved, and the blue light suddenly disappeared, and just when the girl was afraid when she saw that there was no light, a touch of purple appeared on Yuan Kangtai's body. Yuan Kangtai pulled out the knife, and with the sound of Zirozla, the knife was filled with purple thunder and lightning, and Yuan Kangtai motioned for Furigaki Yuko to stand farther away. Yuan Kangtai swung his knife violently, and a fist-sized ball lightning condensed in this space, and then, violently converted the energy into light, and the purple color instantly illuminated the entire space. Furigaki Yuko's pupils contracted violently when she touched something in the room. White cobwebs cover the entire space, delicate and tough, exuding bursts of fishy smell. The bodies of several girls were tightly entangled in cobwebs and could not move. The spider silk weaves into a large web-like structure on their bodies, like a thin rope that wraps around their bodies. There was an eerie light all around, dim and deep, and the cold wind blew across the cheeks, making people feel a chill. Chill? The temperature here doesn't feel right, is MD air-conditioned? A question appeared in Yuan Kangtai's mind, and he felt that there must be something else that he hadn't discovered. Purple balls of light gradually rose into the air, gradually illuminating every corner of the room. Yuan Kangtai was shocked to find that the space was surrounded by huge ice blocks. Huge blocks of irregular ice, instead of ordinary walls, fill the space and lower the temperature. Damn! Who built the refrigerator? How can you be so talented? Yuan Kangtai looked at this scene and thought of the kind of frozen ice cellar before the crossing that was how to store prey. Then anger began to appear in his heart. So many girls, I don't know if they were caught here from all over the world, tied to cobwebs as food by evil spirits, and their lives and deaths are unknown. This is simply challenging Yuan Kangtai's bottom line, and someone will definitely pay for this matter tonight. Yuko Furigaki covered her mouth to express her surprise. What she encountered tonight destroyed the worldview she had established for more than 10 years, which was simply beyond her expectations, and in a hurry, she reached out to save the girl with a pale face. It's just that her hand is halfway through and is blocked by the other hand. Yuan Kangtai looked at the puzzled Yuko and explained to her, have you ever seen how spiders hunt? Yuko nodded, growing up in the village so that girls generally knew about this problem, she immediately understood what Yuan Kangtai meant. Now is not the time to rescue the maiden, and if the owner of this place realizes that someone has invaded here, it will be troublesome. Zhen Kangtai began to carefully observe the structure of this cobweb. He stretched out the hilt of the knife and gently touched the cobweb. The spider silk shook slightly, and not a single hideous monster appeared. Yuan Kangtai had an idea in his heart. He turned his head to look at the girl who was still in shock. Miss Yuko, you go to every girl you can contact and test if they are still alive. Furigaki Yuko was a little confused, and she asked weakly, how to tempt? Yuan Kangtai rubbed his forehead, obviously feeling a headache about the girl's IQ. If you take my knife and give one person a knife, the one who screams is still alive, and the one who doesn't make a sound is dead. Ah, this can't work, it's still hard to be stabbed and want to live. The girl shook her head desperately, and began to wonder if the delicate boy in front of her was a pervert. You know, why don't you hurry up and try it with your hands? Yuan King said angrily. Oh. Yuko Furigaki trotted all the way to the side of one girl after another, imitating Gen Soda's appearance to test their snorts. This one looks like it's dead. Yuko Furigaki waved her hand and motioned for Zhen Kangtai to look at her. Yuan Kangtai's heart tightened. After all, is it still a step late? He is fast enough, can't he save everyone? Yuan Kangtai held back the loneliness in his heart and walked to the side of Yuko Furigaki. Bah! You're dead! A weak and unquestioning voice sounded in front of Yuko Furigaki. Yuko Furigaki was so frightened that she jumped up and hid behind Gen Soda. You're the ghost! The restrained beautiful girl glared at Yuko Furigaki, dissatisfied with what she had just said. Yuan Kangtai looked at the girl who was still awake and asked, Are you? What am I? I want to ask who you are. You were also arrested. The girl didn't have too much fear, but asked Xiang Yuan Kangtai curiously. I'm the one who came to save you, whether I was caught or not, you can see which of us is freer. Yuan Kangtai said lightly. Yuan Kangtai stared at her seemingly familiar face. Could it be that you are Mako? The girl was visibly stunned. How do you know my name? Is my name written on my face? Yuan Kangtai walked up to her and looked at her carefully. When you first disappeared, your grandfather looked for us, and we deduced your location and found this place, and now we are trying to find a way to take you out. I don't know if you have not. Hearing this, a light flashed in the girl's eyes, and then quickly dimmed. It's useless, you can't beat that monster, a teenager like you shouldn't die here with us. The girl hung her head, as if thinking of something frustrating.